Hi, I'm Chris. I'm an editor and a DaVinci Resolve master trainer. Today, I'm going to look at some of the editing functionality that you can access in DaVinci Resolve. We've been sent some footage to put together a short trailer for a documentary film by the filmmaker Brian Terwilliger. And so to do that, we're going to start by creating a new project. So here I am in the project manager. I'll just click on the new project button to create that and give this project a name. Age of Airplanes Trailer. Choose to create. And DaVinci Resolve opens directly in the cut page. Now the best place for me to do importing and organization is actually in the media page. So down in the bottom of the interface here, just click on the media page. Now on the top left of the media page, it gives me access to all of my system storage locations. So I'm just going to right click here in the side and choose Add New Location. I'm going to navigate to the location where my footage is. In this case, it's actually in my Documents folder. Go to the Editing folder and then choose Open. And that creates a new storage location for me to access here. Now, the video and the audio clips that have been sent to me are actually in separate folders. And to a certain extent, I want to preserve that folder structure. So when I import the footage into Resolve, I actually want to import and also to create a series of bins. Simply select these two folders in the media storage location, right click and then choose the third option, which in this case is Add Folder and Subfolders into Media Pool, creating bins. Now at this point, DaVinci Resolve is asking me to change the project frame rate. This is so that the project frame rate will match the frame rate of the footage that I'm bringing in. So in this case, I need to accept the change. So now the footage has been imported into the media pool, it's ready for me to start working on and organizing. The first thing I'm going to do is just access the audio clips bin. And you can see that although I've got a folder of sound effects that actually contains a series of sound effects that I'm going to use within the trailer, the other clips aren't organized into bins. So let's create a couple of other bins so that we know where this footage is. So first of all, with the audio clips bin selected, I'm going to come to the File menu and choose the option here, New Bin. There are also a series of shortcuts that you can employ here as well, such as Shift and Command N, because I'm on a Mac. That then creates the new bin, and I'm just going to call this Music. And then take the clip Music for Trailer and just drag and drop that into the Music folder. So organizing clips into bins is very similar to organizing files in folders on your operating system. I've also got two voiceover clips here. I'm just going to select both of those and this time right click and choose Create Bin with selected clips. I'm going to call this VO. So that's got all of my audio clips organized into separate bins. I now need to do the same with the video clips. But in this case, rather than just using simple bins, I'm going to use a series of smart bins. So selecting the video clips folder, you can see I've got a series of thumbnails for each of the clips. If I actually just take my mouse and run the mouse across the clips, you can see that each of the video clips is previewed for me. If I get to a clip that actually has audio, you can also hear that I've also got audio scrubbing as well. I'm just going to turn that off for the moment, just by pressing Shift S on my computer. Now we're not hearing the audio scrub. Obviously, these three clips that I have here are interview clips. So I'm actually going to tag them with a keyword called interview. I'm going to shift click to select all of those three clips. And then in the metadata panel, down in the bottom right-hand corner of the interface, I'm just going to display the keyword metadata field that I need. Clicking in the Sort menu for the metadata panel, I'm just going to choose the option Shot and Scene. And this will actually show the metadata for the shot and the scene information for these clips. You can see scrolling down through this view here that we actually have a field for keywords. So I'm going to enter the keyword interview. Just type in interview or beginning to type interview in the metadata field means that it'll actually bring up a list of options for different keywords. But you can always put in your own keywords in there. Let's choose the option for interview and choose save. So that's how easy it is in order to be able to add keywords to any clip within your project. Now that we've added the keywords to the clip, it's actually really easy because DaVinci Resolve will automatically display any keyworded clips in their own smart bin. Down in the bottom left-hand corner of your bin list, simply select the keywords option and then toggle it open using the disclosure arrow. And you'll see in there is a smart bin for interview. So my 3 interview clips are now being displayed within that smart bin. Just to show you how easy it is to keep adding keywords, I'm just going to select the video clips bin and select the clip called credits. In the keywords, I'm going to add the keyword credits. And now that has actually tagged that clip with that keyword. You'll see that I have a credits smart bin available to me. So now you can carry on adding whatever keywords you want to any of the clips within your project and organize them. However, there's much more to the metadata than this. If we select the video clips bin, for example, and then select this first clip here for the aerial shot for this Kenya clip. If I come up here and select the inspector in the top right-hand corner, and then choose the File tab in the inspector, you can see that we've actually got a series of metadata fields that we can easily access. These are the same metadata fields that you'll be able to see in the actual metadata panel itself. It just means that they're easier to access here inside the inspector. Now, I can actually populate this with a series of metadata just by simply clicking in these fields and start to type in the information. However, if you've got somebody on the production team that might be logging these shots, it's actually easier to import the metadata rather than to add every single piece of metadata individually. So let's go to the File menu and we'll choose Import Metadata to Media Pool. Navigate to where your editing footage is on your system and choose to select the AOA login.csv file. A CSV file is a comma-separated values file. It's very simple to create in any spreadsheet application. I'm going to choose to open that. And you'll see that when I'm importing this login information, you can see that it is also asking me for a series of things that it's trying to match to. Now, in this information, we don't actually have timecode information for these clips. So in this case, I'm just going to uncheck match using clip start and end timecode. I'm going to uncheck that option and then choose OK. And you'll see that the information has actually been imported and now 27 media pool clips have been updated. If I select any of these clips again, you'll now see in the File tab in the inspector, I've now got additional information in terms of the scene number, also a shot number, and quite often, sometimes whether this is a good shot or a good take or not. Just scrolling down to the bottom of the file inspector, you can also see a comments field has also been added. So having added all of that metadata to these clips, how can I actually use it? Well, I can actually use it in order to be able to do very quick searches across the project. If I select the master bin, for example, and let's say I wanted to do a search across this information for any shots that were shot at San Francisco Airport, for example, I can actually click on the search option here. Under this little drop-down arrow at the side, I can also choose whether or not I want to search the selected bin or all bins. So in this case, I actually want to search the whole project. So I'm going to select all bins. And now I need to choose which fields I'm actually trying to match. So you can see here the filter by is actually based on the file name of the clip, which is absolutely fine if you know the file name that you're searching for. In this case, though, I actually want to match to the scene information. So if I just tap S on my keyboard and keep tapping S, it will cycle through all the metadata fields until I get to the scene Selecting that, I can now type in SFO. And you can see that all of the clips in the project that have actually got that scene information, SFO, will now be revealed. Let's say I want to find a clip that actually has the comment for Kenya. From the filter by, I can choose the comments field just by tapping C many times until comments appears. And now highlight the text for the search and again type in what I'm actually looking for. That's the power of metadata in order to be able to search right the way across your project to find the clips that you're looking for. But we can go one step further. If you clear the search field and close down the search field by clicking the search button, now go to your DaVinci Resolve Preferences menu, choose User, Editing. You can see that there's a category of preferences for automatic smart bins. By default, the automatic smart bins for keywords is already on. However, you can also see that we can create automatic smart bins for anything with shot or scene metadata. Click the automatic smart bins for the scene metadata and click Save. And now in your list of smart bins, you've now got a new scene category. Use the disclosure arrow to open that up, and you can now see that the information for each scene is displayed as its own smart bin. Just simply select the smart bin in order to be able to access the contents. But you're not simply limited to the default automatic smart bins that you can have within DaVinci Resolve. You can actually create your own custom smart bin. In this case, I'm going to go back to the File menu and choose the option New Smart Bin. This field then opens up and it's asking me for a variety of rules that I can actually input in order to be able to narrow down the footage that I actually want to locate. Let's rename this smart bin B-roll. So now I need to choose my first rule. So in this case, I'm going to say Media Pool Properties, but I don't want to match on the file name. I actually want to match on the keyword information to begin with. So keywords do not contain interview. So now my smart bin search is automatically filtering out any clip that has the interview keyword. I'm going to add another rule for this. Media Pool Properties for keywords does not contain credits. This was the other keyword that I actually added to my title that I actually don't want to see in the B-roll bin. You can also choose to add a subset of rules to your smart bins as well. Holding down the Option or the Alt key on your system when I click on this plus button actually turns it into an options menu. And now I actually have a subset of rules that I just want to match any to. And in this case, I actually want to specify clip types. So I'm going to choose Media Pool Properties, change the second drop down to clip type just by tapping C on my keyboard. Clip type is video. This means that only video clips, not audio clips or still image files or timelines will find their way into this smart bin. But that's just video. What if I have video with audio? Well, in this case, I'm going to add another rule to this sub rule and specify the clip type is video and audio. Now I can choose to create my smart bin, and the results of that smart bin will be automatically updated. So if I add any additional clips to this project, providing those clips meet the criteria, I'll be able to find them in this smart bin. If you want to edit a smart bin for any reason, just simply double click on the smart bin and the rules of that smart bin will open up, allowing you to change them. There's one other thing that we can actually use the metadata for in Resolve, and that's to actually use the information in the metadata in order to be able to rename the clip within the project. This can be very useful if you actually want to do a search across a clip name, or you just want to simply have a sanity check as to what that actual clip is. By naming the clip in an appropriate way, it's easy to check that. So here in the B-roll Smart bin, I'm just going to select all of those clips just by dragging a lasso across them. Then I'm going to right click and choose Clip Attributes. Choose the Name panel from Clip Attributes and highlight the default clip name. So in this case, I actually want all of my B-roll clips to start with the initials AOA for Age of Airplanes. So I'm just going to type in AOA underscore in order to separate the next information. Now I want to take information from the metadata, and in order to do this, I need to add what we call a variable. To add the variable, all you need to do is put in the percentage symbol. And now it'll give you an option to choose whichever metadata field that you want to add. In this case, we want to choose the shot metadata field. So I'm just going to type the word shot after the percentage value, and you can see here in the menu I've got the shot option. So I'm going to select that. And that has now added a tag to my clip name based on the shot information for each of these clips. Again, I'm going to use underscore, percentage, and then use comments. Now when I click OK, the clips are now all renamed in the media pool using AOA underscore the shot number underscore the comments field. This is going to make it easier for me to be able to locate each of the clips and actually use them in my edit. I want to do the same with the interview clips. So I'm going to select the interview Smart bin, select the interview clips, right click, Clip Attributes, in the name, highlight the name field, and this time I'm going to type in INT underscore percentage shot underscore percentage comments, and then choose OK. And now you can see that the interview clips have been named with the appropriate soundbite information. Now that I've got all of the clips organized for the project, I'm now going to go to the edit page so that I can actually start editing. Just simply click on the edit page button, and all of the information that you've just organized inside the media pool and the media page is now available to me. And the great thing is that I can keep organizing this footage as I'm working. And the organization process when you're editing never really stops. It just gets refined the more that you do. I'm actually going to start by selecting the master bin in the media pool and creating a new bin, just a regular bin that I'm going to call timelines. In this case, it's often useful to keep your timelines organized in separate bins so that you know where they all are. Make sure you've got the timeline bin selected, and then go to the File menu and choose New Timeline. Let's just change the name of this timeline so it's something a little bit more appropriate for this project. AOA trailer, and we'll just call it version 1. Quite often you'll go through a number of different versions for all of your edits. If you wish to, you can actually override the default project settings for any timeline. Just simply uncheck the Use Project Settings option, and then you can go into the format to change the timeline resolution and the timeline frame rate. However, in this case, because we already changed the frame rate for the project, we know that this is actually the correct setting. So I'm just going to re-enable the project settings and choose Create. Now I have a timeline, I can actually start assembling the material directly in the timeline and start putting together this edit and making some sort of sense of the material that I've got. So let's go to the Interview Smart bin so that we can actually see the interview clips. From the Sort menu in the media pool, just click and make sure that you're organizing these clips by clip name. This will put them in the order that we're roughly interested in. In this case, we actually have int 01, and it's called Shoot the Real World based on the naming convention that we're using for this project. You can see that as I'm scrubbing backwards and forwards, my live media preview is on so that I can actually see the content of that clip. If my audio scrubbing was also turned on, I would also be able to hear the audio scrub as I move my mouse back and forth. To turn the audio scrubbing on and off, you can use Shift S. I'm going to double click this clip and that will actually open it directly into the source viewer. Now I can use the scrubber bar here in order to be able to return to the beginning of that clip. And I'm just going to play the clip through just so that we can all listen to the interview. You could use the space bar or the L key.
So in this film, making a documentary about how the airplanes changed the world, it was really important to go out and shoot the real world and how the airplane is connecting and making all the things possible that I want to convey in the film.
Well, obviously, I don't want to use all of that interview. But in this case, as a good starting point, I'm actually just going to bring the whole clip into the timeline. Now, there are several ways in which we can do that. For example, I could just pick the clip up from the source viewer and drag it and drop it into the timeline. This is often a manual way of being able to edit, but it's very limiting on what I can actually do when it comes to editing footage together. So in this case, I'm just going to press Command or Control Z just to be able to undo those changes. And this time, instead of dragging and dropping the clip into the timeline, I'm actually going to pick the clip up and drag across to the timeline viewer. And you'll notice on the right-hand side of the timeline viewer, I've actually got all of the editing functions that I can perform inside the edit page. So this is a useful way of being able to remind yourself of the different functions that we have. The default is actually overwrite edit. If I now let go of the mouse, the clip is edited instantly to the beginning of the timeline. The timeline viewer has automatically become active. So if I use the up arrow on the keyboard, I can return to the beginning of the timeline. I'm just going to play forward, just like I did in the source viewer, using the L key on my keyboard.
Yeah. So in this film, making a documentary about how the airplanes changed the world, it was really important to go out and shoot the real world.
That's a good place for this soundbite to end. Now you can see in the timeline I've got a good guide with the image of the waveform where he starts and stops speaking. And you can actually use this as a guide when you actually want to position the playhead for the next edit. And in this case, I'm actually going to click the Detail Zoom button just to be able to step into the timeline a little bit clearer, and then use the J and L keys in order to be able to find the exact point within that interview where he's finished that line, real world. And you can see from the waveform, this is very clear where he stops speaking and where he starts again. Now I'm going to return to my full extent zoom function. This allows me to see the whole timeline from beginning to end. And the playhead is now the location that I'm actually going to perform the next edit. So let's find an interview clip. Let's go to Interview 02, double click from the media pool to open it into the source viewer. And now I'm going to return the playhead to the very beginning. And I'm going to play through the interview.
All 7 continents, 18 countries, it was very important that everything was real. If it was possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it. If we couldn't get the shot or the weather wasn't right, we would either go back to that location, stay at that location longer, or it didn't make the movie. It was really important. Every shot was original and that everything was real. But there's a few things, only.
And again, I don't want to use all the interview. I only want to use a portion of the relevant part of the interview. So in order to be able to see the parts of the soundbite that I actually want to use, I'm actually going to use a feature inside DaVinci Resolve, which I find very useful on a day-to-day basis. If you come up to the top of the source viewer and click the Options menu, that's the 3 dots that you see at the top of the viewer, we can actually choose to show the zoomed audio waveform. You could also choose to show a full clip audio waveform. Let's try that first. And that actually shows me a waveform very similar to the waveform that I have for the clip in the timeline. But because it's actually showing me the whole interview, it's actually a little bit difficult to actually focus on where I want to concentrate on. So in this case, I'm going to click back in the Options menu again and choose Show Zoomed Audio Waveform. Now as I scrub through the clip, you can see that it will actually show me a detailed waveform view depending where I am within the clip. I'm going to return the playhead to the beginning of that clip. I'm just going to play it through, and I'm listening for the first line for his soundbite.
All 7 continents, 18 countries. It was very important that everything was real. If it was possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it.
So that's where I want him to start, where he says, if it was possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it. So I'm now just going to press the J key just to be able to back that up to the beginning of that soundbite. And listening to it closely, there's an ah at the beginning that I actually don't want to include within the soundbite. So now I can actually jog through, if I turn on my audio scrubbing, I can jog through one frame at a time. You can use the left and right arrow keys for this, but I actually find it's really useful holding down the K key and tapping the J or the L keys. So at this point, I want to add an in point into my source viewer. There's only one way you really need to know how to do this, and that's by pressing I on your keyboard. So I'm now going to play the interview through to find the end of the soundbite that I'm interested in.
If it was possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it. If we couldn't get the shot or the weather wasn't right, we would either go back to that location, stay at that location longer, or it didn't make the movie. It was really important. Every shot was original and that everything was real.
And that's the word real, where I actually want this soundbite to end. So I'm just going to back the playhead up.
And that everything was real.
And again, you heard a little bit of the but at the beginning, so I'm just going to come back just a few frames, find that gap that you can see there in the waveform, and that's where I want to add my out point. And of course, the magic shortcut is O for out. Now that I've got my in and out point set, I might want to just double check that they're in the right position. So I can actually press Shift I to jump directly to an in point, Shift O to jump directly to an out point. If I actually want to preview the soundbite between the in and the out point, I can hold down the Option key and press the / key on my keyboard.
If it was possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it. If we couldn't get the shot or the weather wasn't right, we would either go back to that location, stay at that location longer, or it didn't make the movie. It was really important. Every shot was original and that everything was real.
And it's a little bit tight on the output there, so I'm just going to jog forward just a frame and reset the out point by pressing O. However, sometimes you don't want to listen to the whole soundbite from beginning to end. It could actually be quite long. So if you actually want to preview where the out point is, just simply bring your playhead a few seconds to before the out point. And then from the playback menu, you can choose play around to, play to out. And you can see here, keyboard shortcut is Option Command /.
And that everything was real.
So now that I've got the in and the out point set for this soundbite, I'm going to edit it into the timeline using an overwrite edit. Now I can pick the clip up again and drag and drop over the timeline viewer to access the overwrite. I don't need to drag to the actual overlay. However, if I just come down here to the top of the timeline, you'll see that there are 3 editing function buttons. These buttons are probably the most common used editing features, which is why they've been included at the top of the timeline. You'll see that the middle one of those buttons is actually overwrite clip, and my keyboard shortcut for this is F10. Now, if you're on a Mac, you may find that the F10 key doesn't perform an overwrite edit by default, in which case you'll need to go into your system preferences and change the keyboard settings so that it uses all the F1 and F2 keys as standard function keys. If I just press F10, you'll see that the clip is overwritten into the timeline. It's actually overwritten the tail end of the first interview clip. If I use the up arrow key to navigate back to the previous edit point and then preview the edit using the / key.
Shoot the real world. If it was possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it.
The first interview clip now ends at the right point, and the second interview clip starts at the right point, but it's a little bit too tight. We've also got a very nasty visual jump cut between 2 interview clips. So we now want to start to insert some of the B-roll in, just to be able to pace out those interviews. Let's go to the B-roll smart bin. Let's go for this second clip here of this A380 taking off. Let's double click to open it up into the source viewer and then use the J, K and L keys in order to be able to preview this clip. Let's find just as the wheels are about to leave the tarmac. Let's set an in point a second or so before that. And let's set an out point just after the plane has left frame before we get a very horrible sort of camera movement there. So let's set an out point as the tail of the frame has left the shot. Because the playhead is in the right place in the timeline, I don't need to worry about where this shot is going to end up. Make sure that the playhead is on the edit point in the timeline so that you're inserting it in the right place. And in this case, I'm just going to pick the clip up and drag across to my overlays. And this time, to perform an insert edit, I'll just drag it to the insert overlay. And that inserts the clip in the timeline and moves the second interview clip out of the way. This is one of the advantages for using those overlays rather than the drag and drop approach to editing. Using a drag and drop approach, you wouldn't be able to insert the clip as efficiently. So again, one reason for using these functions. In the timeline, let's move the playhead back to the start of that clip. So we're on the first frame of the Lufthansa plane. And in this case, let's go to this clip here. It's called AO1 A380 Taxi. Let's double click that to open it up. Now you'll notice straight away that this clip has audio. It's not great audio, however. So what we need to do here is we need to actually make sure that when we insert this into the timeline that we're not actually going to use the audio. Now there are a couple of ways that we can do this. A simple way would be if we were using drag and drop editing over the timeline viewer. We can actually come here to the source viewer and actually specify using one of these overlays whether we want to edit just picture or just sound. So in this case, I can click on the overlay, drag across to the timeline viewer and choose insert in order to be able to just insert the picture and not the audio for this clip. However, I'm just going to undo that with Command Z because if I want to use my keyboard shortcuts or my editing buttons at the top of the timeline, unfortunately, I can't specify using that overlay whether I'm using just the picture or just the sound. For example, if I come here and use the insert editing function, you'll see it will actually edit the audio in as well as the picture. Again, I'm just going to undo that. So there's actually another control that we can use in order to be able to specify whether we're editing just picture or just sound directly into the timeline. It's these two buttons that appear with red borders along the left-hand side of the timeline. These are your source controls. I'm actually going to come down to the audio source control here, and I'm just going to simply click once in order to disable that button in the timeline. Now when I perform an insert edit using the timeline button, no audio is brought into the timeline. And this also means I can use my keyboard shortcuts efficiently as well. Another insert edit that we're now going to want to do is actually within this interview clip here. So I'm going to move the playhead to the beginning of that interview clip, and I'm just going to play through the beginning of it for the first soundbite.
If it was possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it.
If it was possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it. That's where I actually want to insert the next shot.
We wanted to go shoot it.
The shot that I'm actually looking for is in my B-roll smart bin, and it's the clip of AOA 10 Maldives. So double click that to open it into the source viewer. I love this shot. It is this wonderful sort of in and out shot where the camera is half submerged in the water and there is a plane that comes in over the top of the camera. I'm actually just going to set an in point just as the shadow of the plane appears over the coral. And now I actually want to specify around about a 3-second clip. So one way that we can do that is actually to use timecode information to be able to move forwards and backwards through the clip. In this case, I'm just going to hit the plus key on my keyboard and type in 300, which you can actually see in the top timecode field in the source viewer actually translates to 3 seconds. Hit the return key, press O to set the out point in order to set a 3-second clip. Actually, technically, it's 3 seconds and 1 frame, as you can see from the duration field. However, the playhead is inclusive of the frame that you're currently on, so the out point is always set at the tail of that frame. If you need it to be 3 seconds exactly, you just need to come back 1 frame before you set the out point. But now I can do an insert edit by pressing F9. Excellent. So now we've got the edit really starting to come together. However, at this point, you're probably wanting to get a little bit more control of the timeline, particularly when it comes to zooming. Also, you might want to start refining parts of the timeline by removing sections. Zooming in the timeline is actually much simpler in DaVinci Resolve 17 than it's ever been. We've already encountered 2 fixed zoom functions. These are the full extent zoom, which will always show the full length of your timeline, irrespective of how much content is in the timeline. And you've also got the detail zoom button, which allows you to zoom in to a fixed point on the timeline wherever your playhead happens to be. However, you've also got a custom zoom option as well. So this button allows you to set your own zoom level, which you can do by just simply dragging the slider or using the plus and minus buttons to zoom in and out. Or you could use keyboard shortcuts. Command equals allows you to zoom in on your playhead. Command minus allows you to zoom out. If you're on a PC, instead of using command, you just simply use control. And you can also use Shift Z in order to be able to fill the timeline window. This isn't the same as actually using the full extent zoom button, however. The Shift Z function allows you to see the full timeline zoom, but it doesn't remain fixed at the full timeline zoom. So if you add any other clips to the timeline, you'll have to manually change the zoom in order to be able to focus on the parts of the timeline that you actually want to work with. However, Shift Z is very useful if you actually want to return to a previous zoom level in the timeline. Just simply toggling Shift Z is a very useful way of being able to step in and out of the timeline. If you've got a 3-button mouse with a scroll wheel on it, then what you can do is just hold down the Shift key and use the scroll wheel in order to be able to dynamically adjust the height of each of the tracks. And you can also change the bias between the video and the audio part in order to be able to get a larger audio track. And you can actually see how easy it is now to see the waveform for those clips. If you don't have a wheeled 3-button mouse, then you can always use the timeline view options menu here, and then actually use the track height sliders at the bottom of that menu in order to be able to adjust the height of your video and audio tracks. So now that we've looked at how to adjust the timeline zoom level so that you can comfortably view the timeline depending on what you need to do, let's look at how we can remove some of these clips and start to refine the edit a little bit further. To begin with, you might want to actually remove just a simple portion of a clip. For example, you might want to remove the video or audio part of a clip. If I actually concentrate on this middle interview here, I'm just going to move the playhead over that and hit my detail zoom button so that I can focus on this. You should notice on the left-hand side of the clip in both the video and the audio, there are 2 little chain link icons. This indicates that this clip is linked in both its video and audio portions. Using linked clips is very, very useful because it means that you can move them around very easily. When you select the video portion of a linked clip, the audio portion is also selected automatically. So it means it's very hard to move these things out of sync. However, in this case, I just want to remove the video portion of this clip. To override the link temporarily on the timeline, just simply hold down the Option or Alt key on your keyboard and then click on the video clip in order to be able to select it. Alternatively, you can actually turn off the linking for the whole timeline by just coming up and choosing your link selection button here. And with that turned off, if you hold down the Option key and select a clip, it will actually select any linked parts of the clip automatically. So basically the Option or Alt key just simply reverses whatever your link selection is set to for your timeline. With the video clip selected, I'm just going to go back to my full extent zoom so you can see what happens to the timeline. And I now want to ripple delete the clip. So in this case, I'm going to hold down Shift and use the delete key in order to be able to remove that clip. And you'll see it removed the video clip, but it didn't remove the audio portion of the clip. More importantly, it's also closed the gap and rippled the timeline in order to make the timeline slightly shorter. And the full extent zoom is actually still showing me the full length of that timeline. However, something else that you may need to do is actually be able to remove a portion of a clip from within the clip. And a good example of this is if you're working with interview clips. Let's move the playhead to the start of the last interview clip in the timeline and then use the detail zoom button in order to be able to zoom in. There's a line in this clip that I actually want to remove, so I'm just going to preview the clip just by playing it.
If we couldn't get the shot or the weather wasn't right, we would either go back to that location, stay at that location longer, or it didn't make the movie. It was really...
So he says, we either go back to that location, stay at that location longer, or it didn't make the movie. It's a little bit repetitious, it's not quite, but the director actually wants to take the second line out there, stay at that location longer. So let's look at how we can do that. First of all, we can actually see the waveform where the portion of the dialogue is that we actually want to take out. Again, using the shift key and the scroll mouse, I can actually make that even bigger. I'm going to move the playhead back, and my audio scrubbing is going to come into handy here. So I'm just going to play forward.
Stay at that location. That location, stay.
And I can hear the beginning of the word stay. Making sure that my playhead is on that point, you can see from the waveform in the timeline that I look as though I'm at the correct location. And now what I want to do is I want to cut this section out. So I'm actually going to use the blade edit mode for the timeline. Coming here to these first 4 buttons at the top of the timeline, these are my different timeline editing modes. The first of these is the default selection mode. This allows me to click on clips, move them around, and delete clips. I've also got my blade edit mode, featuring a very frightening looking razor blade icon, I have to say. If I select that or use the keyboard shortcut B, I can then bring that blade down into the timeline here. Making sure that my snapping is on, you can see how easily that line will actually snap to where my playhead is. And I'm just going to click once in order to be able to add an edit. That's the beginning part of the clip that I actually want to lose from the timeline. I now need to find the end.
Stay at that location longer, or it didn't make the longer, or...
And I'm looking for the word or. About there. It's taken a little bit of sort of jogging back and forward 1 frame at a time, just in order to be able to hear that. But I was actually trying to find the beginning of the word or. Again, I just want to take my blade and just come near the playhead and click once more in order to be able to add a second edit point. This has now isolated the portion of the clip that I actually want to remove from the timeline. However, I don't want to use the blade mode again, so I'm going to switch back to the selection mode just by pressing A on the keyboard. I can now select that clip and then press Shift Backspace or Shift Delete in order to be able to remove the clip from the timeline. That's got rid of the portion of the clip that I isolated, but I now need to hear how that edit is working. So if I press the / key,
right, we would either go back to that location, or it didn't make the movie. It was really important.
It's probably not the tidiest of edits, but don't worry. Only the very skilled and experienced editors will be able to get that right first off. More often than not, when you're editing something, you just need to make your best guess and then refine it later. So we'll leave this for the moment, but we'll come back to it in a few minutes. In the meantime, I'm actually just going to go back into my full extent zoom so that I can see the whole timeline. And now what I want to do is remove this portion of the first interview clip. You remember that we overwrote the tail end of that clip. However, the beginning part of the clip is still in the timeline, so I want to remove that. Now, if I use my selection edit mode here, I can select the beginning part of that interview. And if I trim that, you can see that it will actually trim and remove a portion of the clip, but it will also leave a gap. This is not a huge problem, but there's more efficient ways that we've got being able to trim that and not leave a gap. So I'm just going to undo that in order to put the clip back to how I originally had it. And again, I'm going to change my timeline editing mode. I'm going to change it from the selection mode to my trim edit mode. And trim edit mode is a really powerful way of being able to manipulate the clips in the timeline in DaVinci Resolve. You don't need to keep going in and selecting specific tools. This one mode will actually do all of the trimming functions that I need on a day-to-day basis. Using T allows me to select the trim edit mode. And now when I go back into the timeline, I can click the same edit point and start to trim just by dragging the mouse to the right.
Yeah.
As I do so, you can see that the rest of the timeline is actually changing. I'm actually rippling the rest of the timeline back, thereby shortening it by the amount that I'm actually trimming off the beginning of that clip. You can also see I can go the other way as well. I can actually add footage back to that clip if I need to. If I keep going,
So,
and you can hear
in this,
from the audio scrubbing where the actual interview starts. So I can now let go of the mouse, and you can actually see the tooltip there actually says that I'm removing 3 seconds and 4 frames from the beginning of this clip. Now if I return the playhead to the beginning of the timeline, I can play from the beginning.
in this film, making a documentary about how the airplanes changed the world.
And I've actually got a much sharper start to the interview. And I can also use the trim edit mode in order to be able to fix the problem with the edit in the interview that I was just doing earlier. Move the playhead to the edit point and then use the detail zoom button to zoom in. Sometimes I only want to be able to trim a frame or two in either direction. So being able to zoom in means that I'm much closer to the footage and therefore have a little bit more control over it. In this case, I'm actually just going to select the outgoing part of this clip here where the waveform is that shows me that probably I'm just catching the outgoing word there. And now I can actually click and drag in order to be able to remove 1 or 2 frames at a time. If you haven't actually got the level of control that you're interested in, you may want to turn off your snapping here at the top of the timeline. Keyboard shortcut N is always worth remembering because you can always do this at any time, even if you're in the middle of an operation. So in this case, I'm going to click and I'm going to tap N on my keyboard, and now I can actually remove a single frame from that clip. But you can also do this using keyboard shortcuts as well. For example, if I use the period key, I can actually add a frame to that clip. And if I use the comma key, I can remove a frame from that clip. So now if I press the / key,
Right, we would either go back to that location or it didn't make the movie. It was really important.
and again, it feels a little tight still. I think the outgoing portion of that is fine, but let's now select the incoming portion and let's just trim it back 1 frame. So I've now added a frame using the comma key in order to make that timeline 1 frame longer because I'm always rippling the footage.
Right, we would either go back to that location or it didn't make the movie. It was really important.
And that sounded pretty good to me, but you might just want to sort of explore this a little bit more. What would happen if we added another frame to the incoming shot using the comma key?
Right, we would either go back to that location or it didn't make the movie. It was really
And
important.
again, it's probably about the same. So I'm just going to take that frame off again and probably leave it at that point. So now I'm happy with how that edit is working. I'm actually just going to start adding a few more clips to the timeline just so we can pace out the edit and see where we're going with things. So in the timeline, I'm going to deselect the edit point and go back into my full extent zoom and just use the shift key and the scroll wheel on my mouse just to adjust the track height. So I've got a little bit more space for the audio. And I'm going to return the playhead to the beginning. You can either simply drag it or use the home key to go back to the top of the timeline. So at this point, I'm just going to add some music to this timeline. Well, we already created a music bin earlier, so we know exactly where to find that piece of music. In the bin list, select the music bin, and then I'm just going to turn off my audio scrubbing by pressing Shift S, and then I'm going to double click to open the music into the source viewer. Now, when you open audio in the source viewer, you actually get an upper waveform, which actually represents the whole of the audio clip, and a lower waveform, which actually represents a zoomed in portion of the clip. So it's like having the two waveform displays side by side, which is very useful to work with. In this case, we actually want to take the whole of the clip, so we don't need to set any in or out points to this clip. And in this case, I'm just going to pick the clip up, drag it across to my timeline viewer, and choose the Place on Top function. This then simply creates a new audio track at the bottom of the timeline and places the clip in it. It may seem counterintuitive that I've actually used something called Place on Top to actually place the audio at the lower part of the timeline, but it just is the way that that edit works with audio, which typically lives below the video in a timeline. The audio is actually quite loud, this piece of music is, so I'm actually going to move my mouse over the clip and actually find the point where I can actually locate the volume curve on the timeline. If I now click at that point, I can grab hold of the volume curve and lower it to an appropriate audio level. I'm actually just going to take it all the way down to around about minus 12 dB in the timeline here. Doesn't necessarily mean to say that that's the right level. However, it's a useful starting point, and I always need to refine the levels later anyways. Now that I've got the audio at a reasonable level, I should be able to hear the interview over the top of the music.
In this film, making a documentary about how the airplanes changed the world, it was really important to go out and shoot the real world.
That's fine at the moment. It gives me something to work with. It might be that the music gets changed at some point in the future, or I might need to refine it a little bit more. So I don't want to spend too long adjusting the levels and making them perfect. Not at this stage. Now that I've got the music into place, that actually gives me a time for the edit. So I've now got something to aim for in terms of an overall duration. Let's move the playhead to the edit point between the two interview clips halfway through this piece of music. We're going to start by editing a new clip in here, and it's actually just going to help us to fix that very nasty jump cut. Let's go to the B-roll bin, and let's find the clip called South Pole. Double click that, it's AOA 8, shot 8, and I'm going to set an in point just as the tail of the plane is coming out from behind that yellow sign. So an in point there. And I'm wanting to take 5 seconds. I don't know if 5 seconds is the right duration, but it's just a good all-round number that we can tend to work with for putting shots in. So I'm going to use plus 500 in order to jump the playhead forward by 5 seconds. Hit return, set an out point. And now I can just make a simple overwrite edit with F10. If I back the playhead up in the timeline and then hit the / key,
Right, we would either go back to that location or it didn't make the movie. It was really important.
And I think that edit works nicely. The audio of the interview is working very well, and the new picture that's overwritten the end of that interview actually covers the jump cut. So now let's add a few extra clips to the end of this timeline, and then we can actually trim those clips to the correct duration. From the B-roll bin, select the Kenya clip, AOA 07, hold down the Command or Control key and select AOA 11. That's the St. Martin landing. And then again, hold down Command or Control in order to select AOA 14, Aerial Alaska. With those 3 clips selected, I can actually drag those clips directly to the timeline viewer and choose the Append at End edit. What the append at end is really useful for is throwing clips at the end of your edit so you can use them to quickly assemble footage into the timeline. And it doesn't depend on where your playhead is, it just depends on where the last clip is in your timeline. Obviously those clips are way too long for this edit, so I just need to reduce their duration. To select the clips, I'm going to switch into my selection edit mode, select the clips, now go back to my trim edit mode. Right click any of those clips, choose change clip duration, Command or Control D is the shortcut. And from the change clip duration box, I'm going to choose the 5-second preset. As I said, 5 seconds is not necessarily the correct duration, it's just a duration that's worth starting at. Click change, and now my clips have been trimmed on the timeline. However, I've still got a little bit of work to do here. Let's move back to the beginning of the South Pole clip, and then let's use the detail zoom button just to zoom in a little bit here. I want to make the South Pole clip a little bit shorter because nothing really happens in it. So a 5-second shot is a good starting point, but let's just make it a little bit shorter from the beginning. So if I select the incoming part of that clip, just to select that clip there, you'll notice I haven't selected any audio, and I'm using the trim edit mode here in order to be able to select the beginning part of that clip, and I'm just going to remove a few frames just to bring it down to about 4 seconds duration. You can see that as I'm trimming it, the tooltip is telling me how much I'm actually trimming it by, and the grey numbers underneath represent an overall duration. However, look at what's happening to the underlying audio clip of the interview. Remember, I had the interview working in terms of the audio. By changing it like this, I'm actually losing parts of the outgoing audio clip. I don't want to do that. So in this case, I need to undo that change. Now, the reason that this is happening is because Resolve fights to keep everything in sync after the point at which you are trimming. So if a clip starts at the trim point or afterwards, then it will move in an appropriate direction. In this case, we actually need to break that functionality that up until now has actually served us quite well. So in this case, I'm actually going to come to the track header and I'm going to choose to lock the track. That will prevent any additional changes being made to any of the clips on this track. I'll now trim that clip to the 4-second duration that I was aiming for. And you can see that the audio underneath is now no longer moving. Let's go back to full extent zoom and then play to review the change.
Go back to that location where it didn't make the movie. It was really important. Every shot was original and that everything was real.
That's a nice shot of the Kenya plane. However, you'll notice the beginning part of that clip was just a little bit untidy. So again, I'm just going to ripple a few frames out of the beginning of that clip. If we move the playhead to the beginning of the clip, go into the detail zoom, use the trim edit mode in order to be able to ripple a few frames out to get rid of the yellow part of the plane at the top of the frame there. Again, bringing the duration down to that around about 4 seconds. It's not important to get it accurate at this point. It just means that just refining the beginning of the shot. Let's continue playing.
Original and that everything was real.
Now, there's a few things that we need to do here. First of all, we still need to be able to bring the duration of those clips down, but they're actually in the wrong order. I want the Alaska shot to follow the South Pole shot on the timeline. Then I would actually like to finish with the St. Martin shot. Now, if I use my selection edit mode to be able to move a clip around the timeline, all I'll simply do is overwrite what is currently there. So I need to use a different function for this. And this is what we would call a shuffle insert edit. And it's a little bit of a secret function that you now know about. To perform a shuffle edit, hold down the Shift and Command or Control keys, and then use the comma and period key in order to be able to move the clip backwards and forwards through the timeline. So I can now put the aerial Alaska shot after the South Pole shot. If I hold down the Command key and use the left and right arrow keys, this will allow me to select another clip. Hold down Shift and Command and use the comma and period keys allows me to reorder those clips as well. And you can actually select multiple clips on the timeline and use the same keyboard shortcuts in order to be able to shuffle those groups of clips around the timeline. So this makes it really easy to move one scene from one part of the timeline to another. So now I've got the shots in the right order, I'm just going to trim the aerial Alaska shot before adding the credits to the end. Let's go into detail zoom, make sure I'm in my trim edit mode by pressing T, and I'm just going to trim the end of that shot again to the magic 4-second duration. I'm going to go back into my full extent zoom, and I'm just going to play the timeline just so that I hear the last beat of the music. I'll use my audio scrubbing. Just to be able to find the beat of that music. So using the audio beats for the music is a good way of being able to guide the edit. Now we need the credits, so let's go to our credits smart bin. Let's double click to select the credits in the source viewer. And in this case, we actually want to take all of the credits. So we're not going to set any in or out points. Instead, we're just going to perform an overwrite edit with F10. If I use the up arrow key in the timeline, use the / key, now that I've got those shots in at the end of the timeline, I just need to go back through and refine which parts of the shots that I'm using. So I need to use the trim edit function for that as well. Let's position the playhead over the St. Martin shot at the end of this timeline and use the detail zoom button to zoom in. If we preview the shot by selecting it and pressing the / key, you can see that we're actually using the beginning part of the shot where actually the plane is quite far away. So instead of that, if we use the trim edit mode and actually click on the upper part of the clip on the timeline, this will enable us to slip the actual content of the shot. You can see how the clip is slipping on the timeline and how the thumbnails are being updated. If I click keep on dragging, if you look at the timeline viewer, you can see in the upper right corner, you can see the outgoing frame as the plane disappears overhead and out of shot. And that is where I want that shot to end. This is called a slip edit. The slip edit is one of the most powerful trimming functions that we have in the timeline. I'm going to return to my full extent zoom and just position my playhead over this Alaska shot. Again, I'll select that and just press the / key just to preview it.
Every shot was original and that everything was real.
It's a nice shot, but it's lacking a certain amount of dynamism. So another thing that we can often do with shots is we can adjust the speed of them. With that clip selected, I'll just come up here to the top right-hand corner and open up the inspector. Scrolling through the inspector, I actually have a category called speed change. If I just simply click on that to open it up, I can now specify the speed of this clip. Speeding the clip up should give us something more to actually see, as it looks as though probably the plane is actually going to be flying a little bit faster. Selecting the speed percentage, type in 200 and hit the return key. That then adjusts the speed of the clip, so it's now playing at 200% or twice as fast. If I hit the /
Every
key,
shot was original and that everything was real.
there's now a little bit more movement in that shot. So in this case, I can now slip the clip in order to use a later part of the shot as the camera pans around the plane, so that we now get this shot in the top right quadrant of that timeline view. As you can see, the end frame is now the plane with the mountains in the background.
Every shot was original and that everything was real.
Another way of using a different part of the same shot is actually to use a match frame and replace function. In this case, if I move the playhead to the first frame of the Kenya clip, if I actually want to reveal the original source clip for that clip, I can just press F on the keyboard in order to be able to do a match frame. This actually brings the original source clip up into the source viewer. This means I can now see all of the rest of the clip without actually having to manipulate it directly on the timeline. If I now choose a new starting frame for this clip, just as the plane is coming over this shot of the flamingos here, I've now got the playhead in the correct position. And now I can use the replace edit function in order to be able to match the two playheads together. You can use the replace edit by simply dragging the clip over the timeline viewer to the replace edit overlay, or alternatively, you've actually got a replace clip button at the top of your timeline, or you can use your keyboard shortcut of F11. And in this case, the replace edit has actually replaced the clip by matching the two playheads together. So the playhead here in the source viewer is actually placed at the location of the playhead in the timeline. And then the clip is actually replaced based on the source media clip after the playhead. It's a very, very powerful function if you actually want to be able to synchronize clips together. It's useful for being able to edit sound effects into the timeline, or to be able to match two images together with different actions. For example, here, if we go to the last clip here in the timeline, where we actually have the St. Martin landing plane flying overhead, sometimes, instead of match framing to the same clip, you actually maybe want to reveal the clip in its original source bin. This is because usually additional takes of the similar sorts of footage would be available usually in that bin. So in this case, instead of match framing to the source clip, right click the clip in the timeline, and there you can use the Find in Media Pool option. That will then reveal the clip directly in the media pool in the bin. And usually other clips around that will be alternative takes. For example, this clip, AOA 12, actually has the similar plane landing, but also has lots of people in the foreground. This is a much more dramatic shot than the original one that we were using. If I double click that clip to open it into the source viewer, and then actually use my JK and L keys in order to be able to find a frame which is sort of visually matching the frame that I'm viewing in the timeline viewer. With the two playheads in the correct positions, I can now simply do a replace edit and match the action across the two shots. So these are just some of the trimming and some of the editing functions that we have within Resolve in terms of being able to put an edit together. Just before we actually move to the next stage of the editing process, I'm just going to make a slight change to some of the audio for the interview. And in order to do this, of course, I just need to unlock the entire track. And in this case, I just want to find a beginning of his interview here, just at the very end of the interview.
Or it didn't make the movie.
Didn't make the movie. And I actually want to separate this part of the clip here and just move it a little bit further up and out of the way. So I could use my blade edit mode here to cut that clip, or I could use a short keyboard shortcut for this. If I select the clip and press Command or Control B, that will actually split the clip, and now I can move that clip and position it where I need it to be. About there will do.
It's really important. Every shot was original and everything was real.
So hopefully this video has been useful in showing you some of the editing functionality that we have within DaVinci Resolve. Don't forget, if you've got any further questions, then please feel free to join us on the forum pages where questions are answered on a daily basis. We've also got a full range of training materials available for free as well, so check out the DaVinci Resolve training pages where you can download further videos and books to help you get to grips with Resolve. Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Chris. I'm an editor and a Blackmagic certified master trainer, and today we're going to continue our exploration of editing in DaVinci Resolve. Now, following on from the previous video, what we can do is just simply open up the project and carry on working from where we last left off. In the Project Manager in Resolve, just simply double-click the Age of Airplanes trailer. This will open up the project at the last point that you last left it. Now, the first thing that we want to do before we make any major changes to this project is to duplicate the existing timeline. That way, we've always got a backup of the work that we've done previously. So if we go too far in changing this timeline, we can always go back to a previous version. Go to the Timelines bin in order to locate your timeline that you were just working on. Then right-click the timeline and choose Duplicate Timeline. Now rename this timeline by clicking on the name and calling it version 2. And double-click the timeline to open it up into the timeline window. The first thing that we're going to do to this duplicate timeline is to add some audio tracks so that we can add some voiceover and some sound effects. Right-click in any of the track headers and choose Add Tracks. This allows you to add any number of video and audio tracks that you need for your timeline. In this case, we don't need to add any video tracks, so set the number of video tracks to 0 and set the number of audio tracks to 3. Insert position is below audio 1. This is the correct location for where we want to add our new tracks. And the audio track type is going to be stereo. You don't always want stereo as your default track type. Instead, you might actually be working with mono audio. In that case, though, you can always change the track type later. So we'll just stick with stereo for the moment. Choose Add Tracks to add the 3 extra audio tracks to your timeline. The other thing that would be helpful to do is actually rename these tracks so that I know what type of audio is on each track. I'll just make the timeline track headers a little bit bigger. And I'm going to click on the name for audio track 1. And I'm going to call this Sync. Audio track 2, we're going to call this VO. Audio track 3, we'll call SFX, as we will in audio track 4. And finally, audio track 5 is the music track. The other thing that you can do is actually color code the audio tracks. This makes it easy, it's a visual reference so that it's easy in order to be able to see the type of audio that you're working with. There's no need to set specific colors, just go with the colors that you personally think work for you. So in this case, I'm going to right-click the sync track, and I'm actually going to choose Change Track Color to Lime. All of the clips in that track turn to lime. For the VO, I'm going to choose Track Color Teal. For the sound effects, I'm going to choose Track Color Brown, as I am for the second soundtrack. And for the music, I'm going to choose Olive. Providing you haven't changed the clip color of the clip within its bin or in the timeline, it'll inherit the color of the timeline tracks. This means it's easy to spot when you're looking at the timeline. So first thing we need to do is add some voiceover. And the first voiceover piece is going to go between the first and second piece of interview, but obviously on the voiceover track. So I'm just going to place the playhead just partway into the second video clip. I should just resize the timeline slightly so that I can see my clips clearly. And then from the VO bin, I'm going to double click the first of our voiceover tracks, HF VO1. I'll go back to the beginning of this clip and have a listen to it.
In the age of airplanes, we've become explorers once again.
I'm going to use the top waveform here just to navigate back to the beginning of that piece of voice and set the in point where I can clearly see the voiceover starts. And again, I'm going to do the same by adding an out point at the end of that. Now, because I want this to go on to audio track 2, I need to change the targeting from the source to the track in the timeline. Here, I simply click on the audio 2 box in order to switch the targeting from audio 1 to audio 2. any clips that I now edit into this timeline will automatically appear on that audio track. For this, all I now need to do is just do a simple overwrite edit. As before, you can just simply pick the clip up, drag it across to the timeline viewer, or alternatively, you can use the overwrite button at the top of the timeline, or use your keyboard shortcut, F10. And as you can see, it's already now color-coded teal because that was the color coding that we set for that track. The next piece of voiceover actually needs to come after the last bit of sync on A1. So I'm going to position my playhead just after that, select voiceover 2 from the voiceover bin, and I'm just going to have a listen to this.
For the moment, leave behind everything you know about airplanes. Anything you've heard about their history. Every conclusion you've drawn from your own experience. And prepare to see them again. For the first time.
Now, that clip was actually quite long, and because we're making a trailer rather than the whole film, we obviously only need to use a small part of that voiceover. So in this case, we go back to the first piece of waveform, and we don't need the first line.
For the moment.
We need to start here, just after he says for the moment. So I'm going to add an in point.
Leave behind everything you know about airplanes.
And an out point after that line of dialogue. And now I can make an overwrite edit into that part of the timeline. Now we need to come to the end of the piece of voiceover and select in and out points around the last two pieces of waveform.
And prepare to see them again. For the first time.
Out point there, and again, make an overwrite edit. Now, as you can see, sitting with those clips in the timeline as they currently are, they're a little bit long, so we might just need to refine where those clips are actually sitting in terms of the position on the timeline. So here, I'm just going to navigate my playhead over those clips and use the detail zoom. Now, the detail zoom in this case is actually taking me way too close. I can't really see how these clips are actually sitting on the timeline with regards to the rest of the timeline. So I just need to zoom out a little. So I'm going to hold down Command and use the minus button just once or twice just to be able to come out a little bit. Now the first thing I'm going to do is just move the clips back. And I'm actually going to move this interview clip back here just so it's a little bit tighter with the first section of clips. That just gives me a little bit more room to play with. And then I can just select those clips, just move them back a touch as well. Now you notice snapping is happening there. You can see how it's snapping to the end of the previous video clip. I'm just going to disable that by pressing N on the keyboard. And you can see it's just disabled that briefly, just to bring that back. And again, I still want to actually contract time a little bit more. So all I'm going to do here is move the playhead just before Harrison's last piece of voiceover there, and then use Command or Control B to split that clip. Now I can just simply pick that clip up and again, with the snapping off, just tighten it up a little bit, just so that I've lost a little bit of the time between those two pieces of voiceover. So that's got the voiceover into the timeline at least. There's a few more things that we need to do to this, but for the moment, we're going to move on and we're going to put some sound effects in and continue the editing portion. Let's go back to full extent zoom and move the playhead over the second clip in the timeline. So let's go to the sound effects. And you'll see that there is a sound effect here called Jet Taxi. Double click that to open into the source. Now the idea here is that we actually want to edit this sound effect to just the portion of the timeline that we're working in. So for this, we're going to add in and out points directly to the timeline. A quick way of being able to do this is make sure your timeline is the active window and press X on the keyboard. X will mark the clip. Marking a clip will actually put an in and an out point around the clip at the very start and very end frame of the clip. So it's a quick way of being able to make sure that you're editing one clip to the duration of an existing clip. We also need to make sure that this audio is ending up on the right track. So in this case, we're going to make sure that the targeting changes from audio 2, the voiceover track, to audio 3. And now we're going to perform an overwrite edit. Now you may be wondering why we didn't set an in point in the source viewer. The reason why we didn't is because if you don't set an in or an out point, it will always take the full duration of the clip. So in this case, the in point is actually the implied in point at the very beginning of the clip. Moving forward, let's move the playhead over the shot of the South Pole clip. Again, let's press X to mark that clip. Choose the SFX prop audio. Double click that to open it up into the source. And this time we will actually set an in point. We don't need an out point because we've already got an out point directly on the timeline. However, by setting an in point, it means that we're not going to use the very first part of the clip. And you always want to leave a little bit of footage before and after the in and the out points, just to give you a little bit of wiggle room on the timeline. So I'm just going to mark a portion of the wave where it looks, a reasonable amount, maybe here towards the middle of the wave. So I'm going to set an in point there, and again, make an overwrite edit directly onto the timeline. Because the playhead has moved to the end of the clip I've just edited into the timeline, you'll see it's actually on the first frame of the next shot, the Alaska shot. So all I now need to do is press X to mark that clip. And now I can actually go to the sound effects for distant prop. Double click that to open it up into the source, and again use the waveform so that you're not using the beginning part of this waveform here, somewhere around about the middle. Mark an in point, and now we need to choose the track that we actually want this clip to appear on. And in this case we actually need to have it edited onto A4. And again, overwrite edit. Mark the next clip. Switch the audio targeting back to A3. And in this case, we're going to use sound effect for light wind. Double click that, choose a portion of whichever part of the sound effect that you want, and edit that into A3. Understanding how you're using these editing functions is very useful to ensure that you get the audio to sit at the right point on the timeline so that it's accompanying the right piece of video. Move your playhead back to the third clip. This is the shot of the jet taking off. Press X to mark that clip. Change the track targeting to A4 and find the clip called SFX, Jet Takeoff. Double click that to open it into the source. Now at the moment, what we've been doing is in all of the source clips, we've been adding in points to the start of the clip where we want the sound effect to start. But what we can also do is what we call a back-timed edit, which is very useful when you know where you want a clip to end. Set an out point towards the tail end of this fade out of this jet sound. And now when I perform the standard overwrite edit, it will actually back time the sound effect into the timeline. So now it'll sound as though the plane is actually leaving shot. We can actually do something similar with the final shot. Move the playhead to the last shot in this sequence. Press X in order to be able to mark the clip. And because we pretty much leave this shot as the plane is directly overhead, it actually makes sense to take a slightly earlier part of the out point for the clip. So I'm going to set an out point just as the audio starts to fade away. And again, making sure I'm editing onto audio 4, I make an overwrite edit. Now from the previous video, you'll also remember that we not only had overwrite edits, but we had other sorts of edits as well. One of those edits that we explored was the replace edit. And you can actually use the replace edit to good effect here in the timeline in order to be able to synchronize sound and picture together. Move your playhead to the fourth clip in the timeline, which is the shot of the water plane coming overhead in the Maldives. Find the point on your timeline where the plane is just probably about halfway in shot. In the sound effects bin, find the sound effect called SFX overhead. Double click to open that in the source viewer. Now you can see from this waveform here, because we have this very sort of high spike in the waveform where the plane is at its closest. What we're going to do is we're going to use that as a reference point for this point in the timeline where the plane is directly overhead. So make sure in the source viewer you actually position the playhead as close to the center of that waveform as possible. Let's target audio 3 for this, then simply make a replace edit in whichever way you want. In this case, I'm going to click the replace button. And you can see that the clip is actually timed so that the height of the waveform actually is now synchronized with the actual plane passing overhead. In order to appreciate this, I'm just going to simply mute the music track by pressing the M mute button, and then use the / key in order to be able to preview that part of the timeline. So now that we've got the audio in the timeline, it's time to start to think about the audio mix for this trailer. So the first thing that we want to do is actually to sort out the dialogue tracks. So in this case, I'm not interested in the sound effects or the music tracks just for the moment. So I'm just going to mute all of the tracks that I'm not interested in. And now I can turn my attention directly to the dialogue. And arguably, the dialogue is usually the most important piece of audio within your timeline, because unless we can actually hear and understand what's being said, there's really no point in us actually listening. In order to monitor the audio in the timeline, the best thing to bring up is the audio mixer. From the top right-hand corner of the interface, just click the mixer button to bring up the mixer in the timeline. You can then open the mixer out in order to be able to reveal all of the controls for each of the tracks. If you're working on a laptop or a display that's actually quite small, you may want to hide the media pool just to give you a little bit more room in order to be able to work. So in the top left-hand corner, click the media pool button to hide the media pool. Now to begin with, we just need to look at the levels and also the audio channels being used in the timeline. From the beginning of the timeline, I'm just going to play the first part of this interview.
In this film, making a documentary about how the airplanes changed the world.
As a quick rule of thumb, for dialogue, you generally want your audio levels to be around about that yellow area on the meters. So that's something to aim for. Also, you noticed, as I play this back, that there's actually two audio channels in this clip.
It was really important to go out and shoot the real world.
This indicates that this clip is stereo, and it's actually sitting within a stereo track. For most dialogue clips, and that's pretty much anything that's shot on a camera, you will probably want to work with mono audio. In actual fact, let's play the Harrison Ford clip, and let's see the difference here.
In the age of airplanes, we've become explorers once again.
Well, first of all, you'll see that the Harrison Ford clip is nicely sat within that yellow area of the meters. However, it's what we call one-legged. It's coming out of only one channel of our output. Well, we don't want that for Harrison Ford. And the reason for that is that we want to actually have this as mono audio, which is a single audio channel actually sitting within a mono track in the timeline. So that's the other general rule. If you've got dialogue in the timeline, ideally it should be mono, and ideally it should be sat on a mono track. And thankfully, Resolve enables me to change the track type very easily and without too much fuss. So there's no problem if you get things slightly wrong or confused, because you can always put it right a little bit later on in the process. All I'm going to do is right-click on the VO audio track header and choose Change Track Type to Mono. And you'll see the little 2.0 indicator has now changed to a 1.0 indicator, which indicates now that this is a mono track. Playing Harrison Ford's voiceover back here
In the age of airplanes,
now shows me I've got a mono track with mono audio in it. And it's now playing out of both audio channels from this timeline. We can also do the same sort of thing with the interview audio as well. So I can now right-click the sync audio track header, choose Change Track Type to Mono. And now when I play that...
In this film, making a documentary about how the airplanes changed the world, it was really important to go out and shoot the real world.
I've now got mono audio. Now Resolve hasn't done anything too clever here. All it's just done is simply take the first audio channel from the clip in the timeline. So that clip is still stereo. If I was to move it into a stereo track, I would still get the stereo audio. But because it's playing in a mono track, only the first audio channel is being used. And in this case, that's what I want to use. If you do need to change the audio channel configuration of a clip though, you can always right-click it in the timeline and choose Clip Attributes. And in the Audio tab, you can actually change the format. So in this case, we can actually switch from stereo to mono and then choose the embedded audio channel that we want for that mono clip. Now that I've got my audio channel sorted out, I can actually now start thinking about the levels that need to be set. And it depends where you need to deliver your audio to as to what levels that you should be aiming for. However, as a good rule of thumb, around about the sort of the minus 12 dBFS on the main output meter is probably something good to aim for. You can also listen to the audio as well. Just make sure you're happy with the mix. The main thing is, can you hear the different elements, and does one element, making sure that one element does not swamp another. I'm going to go back to the beginning of the timeline, and I'm just going to play Brian's interview. So I'm just going to play the audio on the sync track.
In this film, making a documentary about how the airplanes changed the world, it was really important to go out and shoot the real world.
Now, the problem with that is there are parts of that audio clip that are actually quite loud, and there are parts that are a little bit quiet. And really what I want to do is I kind of want to balance the audio so that it is roughly the same level throughout. The one thing that I want to avoid is my audience having to constantly raise or lower their volume control for their speakers or their headphones as they're watching this video. I need to present everything at a consistent level. Let's just zoom in on this clip just to have a look. So I'm going to click the detail zoom button, and I'm also going to make the audio track height a little bit bigger. And now, having seen the waveform, you can actually see where there are certain loud spikes in the waveform and where everything starts to get a little bit quiet. What we can do is we can actually start to balance out this so that he starts off at one level and continues at roughly the same level. In order to be able to do this, we need to add keyframes to the volume curve. An easy and quick way to be able to add keyframes is actually to hold down the Option or Alt key when you click on the volume curve in the timeline. So here, I'm just going to hold down the Option key when I click on this part of the timeline just after this first spike in the waveform here. I'm going to add a second keyframe by holding down Option again and clicking once again on the volume curve. This now means that I can raise this part of the curve so that it's roughly in line with this first peak of the audio here. If I go back to the beginning and preview this.
In this film, making a documentary about how the airplanes changed the world, it was really important to go out and shoot the real world.
As you can see, the audio is now more consistent along the duration of the clip. However, it's probably a little bit too hot. Now, the main thing I'm interested in is making sure that all of the clips at this point on the same audio track are balanced to be roughly around the same level. They don't have to be the right level, they just have to be consistent. And one way we can do that is we can normalize the audio. What this will do is it will actually calculate a change in the audio curve based on the peak level of the clips. See how we can do that. I'm just going to select these audio clips, right click and choose Normalize Audio Levels. There are a number of different normalization modes to choose from, but Sample Peak Program is probably the simplest one to use. The -9 dBFS level is a good starting point for this. Again, this will actually normalize the peak levels. So by having it set to -9 is the upper part of that yellow area on the meters. And we also want to make sure that we set this to be independent so that it will treat each clip on its own. Now we can choose to normalize in order to be able to normalize the clips to roughly the same level. If I just play this clip here.
If we couldn't get the shot or the weather wasn't right, we would either go back to that location or it didn't make the movie. It was really important. Every shot was original and that everything was real.
So each of those clips is now roughly the same level. In order to bring the first clip into line as well, what we can do is we can just preview that, and if we need to, we can actually just nudge the audio up or down. So selecting that clip and playing through.
In this film, making a documentary about how
I
the
can
airplanes
use
changed the world,
Option Command minus just to be able to nudge that down 1 dB at a time.
In the age of
In this film, making a documentary about how the airplanes changed the world, it was really important to go out and shoot the real world.
And that's brought it more in line with the rest of the audio on that track. Now the next thing I want to do is to do pretty much the same thing, but with the audio from the voiceover. However, because this was recorded in a studio, it's much more consistent than something that was recorded on location in an interview situation. So what I'm just going to do here is actually just adjust the clips as appropriate. So I'm going to select the first clip, play it through.
In the age of airplanes, we've become explorers once again.
So what I've just done is just adjusted that clip, not by very much, just by a couple of dB, just to increase the level slightly, to keep it consistent with the rest of the audio in the speech for the dialogue.
Leave behind everything you know about airplanes and prepare to see them again for the first time.
And I'll probably just lower that end clip there a dB, and then maybe just bring this first clip up single dB.
Leave behind everything you know about airplanes and prepare to see them again for the first time.
So that now means that the dialogue has been balanced. I can now turn my attention to some of these sound effects, start to integrate them into the trailer. First of all, I'm just going to make the timeline track heights a little bit shorter, just so that I can concentrate on each of these clips. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to unmute audio tracks 3 and 4, but I am going to mute the dialogue tracks, so that's audio track 1 and audio track 2. Again, the idea here is to be consistent. Don't worry if the sounds are too high or too low, just to make sure they're roughly the same level. So I'm going to play these through. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is just make sure I've got the levels roughly the same. So I'm actually going to increase this one here, and this one here, this one here. Now it might seem slightly counterintuitive, why would I be increasing audio levels? But again, this is just to make sure that they're balanced across the different clips and they're consistent. Because once I've done that, I can now bring the levels down using the track faders. Let's just go back to the beginning here, just play this through. So I'll just need to just pull this level down a little bit just to keep it in line. That's better. So that's how easy it is to start mixing your audio. You could have individual levels for each of the clips, nothing wrong with that, but it just means that using the mixer and using the track level sliders just makes mixing just that awful lot easier. Now the only other thing I'm going to do with these sound effect clips is just create little fades between each clip. This will just help the transition from one audio clip to another. Let's go to detail zoom on the first clip. And what we can do first of all is we can actually just apply a little audio fade at the beginning and end of each of these clips. Just a little fade like that. And then I can trim the end of the clip out so that it overlaps the underlying clip on the lower audio track. So this will now crossfade those two clips together. I can also slip this clip, just like I can do with a video, in order to give me a little bit more handle at the beginning here, so that I can just lengthen that clip from the very beginning. Just a tiny little overlap of the audio is always useful. You want to be careful it's not too long, but it will just indicate there's a change of picture coming, just to anticipate that in the audience's mind. I'm going to continue scrolling through here, and I'm going to continue adding little audio fades on each of these clips. An audio fade out there. Once again, I'm going to do the same technique as before with this South Pole audio. Tiny little fade in at the beginning, just to anticipate the picture change there. And fade out there, and I'll just bring the other one, the subsequent shot, bring that in. Finally, just a couple more to do here. Little audio fades. And finally, I'm just going to lengthen that last clip just so that it tails out right underneath those titles there. So now, when I just play that last bit, and the sound of the airplane dies away slightly. Now you may be wondering why I haven't added audio transitions between those clips. And that's another way of being able to work. However, I often find that these audio fades are much more accurate than the audio transitions that you might be using. The last element of this audio mix that I need to bring in is, of course, the music. And very similar to working with the sound effects, I can actually use the track slider in order to be able to adjust the music level. So first of all, I'm going to unmute all the tracks in the timeline, go back to the beginning of my edit, and I'm just going to play through and have a listen to where the music level should be.
In this film, making a documentary about how the airplanes changed the world, it was really important to go out and shoot the real world.
In the age of airplanes, we've become explorers once again.
If it was possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it. If we couldn't get the shot or the weather wasn't right, we would either go back to that location or it didn't make the movie. It was really important. Every shot was original and that everything was real.
Leave behind everything you know about airplanes and prepare to see them again for the first time.
Now throughout that, I was actually watching the audio meters, but I was also listening to the mix as it was coming through. And you can see that what I can now do is I can easily ride the levels so that if the sound effects are too loud, I can actually bring the sound effects on those tracks down with just one fader. So that's the advantage of using the audio mixer in this case. One thing I am going to do though, is I'm actually going to increase the level of the music after Harrison Ford has finished his final line. So in this case, I'm just going to add a couple of audio keyframes on the volume curve and just adjust that up by a couple of dB from where it was before. So I can always go back into the timeline and start making further level adjustments if I need to at an individual clip level.
For the first time.
So that's the audio mix done for this timeline. However, we're not quite there yet. We need a few little visual flourishes before we can say that this is a wrap. And in this case, we're going to add a few transitions just to indicate a change of location. And we're also going to add some fusion titles from the built-in templates that Resolve ships with. So to start with, let's just simply adjust the height of each of these tracks, just to give me a little bit more space in terms of the visuals. And the first thing we want to do is actually add some video transitions. Now, I was always taught when I was learning video editing that you should use transitions sparingly and usually to indicate a change of time or location. So here, I've got an edit point between two shots.
It's possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it.
I can select the edit point here, and then come to the menu and choose Timeline, Add Transition. And this will add a default 1 second cross-dissolve transition. Let's just preview that with the / key again.
It's possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it.
And that simple fade usually indicates to the audience that some change is there, usually a change of time or a change of location. Let's just zoom in on that transition a little bit as well, because you can also change any of these transitions. Of course, you can change the duration of the transition by clicking on it and dragging it at the side there. But if you right-click on the transition, you can also change the transition duration by typing in values, and you can see that we've got presets there as well, very similar to how we changed the duration of clips. Alternatively, you can also change the style of the transition through the inspector. So let's come up to the top right-hand corner of the interface, click on the Inspector button, and we'll also see that we're in the Transition Inspector. Here we've got the transition type, which is cross-dissolve, but we can also choose from lots of different sorts of types of transition. Let's choose Edge Wipe. Because I've got the playhead over the center of the transition, you can now see that if I change the angle of the wipe, you can see how it actually changes the direction of the wipe. Let's set that to around about -80. Let's increase the border, and you can change the border color using the color swatch in the inspector. However, there is also the option to feather the border. So if we click on that, we've now got a nice soft edge border. If I hit the / key to preview the timeline,
it's possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it.
I can now channel my inner George Lucas. Of course, Resolve comes with a whole bunch of transition presets for you to use. If you go to the Effects library and choose Video Transitions, you can see that you've got all manner of different transitions to choose from. And if you actually take your mouse and just run them across the transition, you can actually live preview each of those transitions. So you get a sense as to how each of those transitions works. The final element that we're going to add to this edit is actually some titles. We need to know, for example, who the interviewee is, but we're also going to add some titles for each of the geographic locations that the film visits when it was filming. Just like with transitions, you can actually live preview each of these by running your mouse across them. And with the Fusion titles, you'll actually get to see the different animations that we have. So you can choose whether or not a title is appropriate for your edit even before you apply it to your timeline. In this case, I want to scroll through the list and I'm looking for a title called Simple Underline Lower Third. I'm going to take that title and I'm going to move up to my timeline viewer overlays, and then I'm going to choose the Place on Top edit. Unsurprisingly this time, because I'm dealing with video, Resolve actually places the title on top of the video where my playhead is. I'll hide the effects library just to give myself a little bit more room and go into my detail zoom. Zoom out a touch there, and I just want to trim the title to the end of the clip. To adjust the title, all you'll simply do is just go directly to the inspector. So here in the text box, I'm going to highlight the sample text, and I'm going to give my interviewee his name, which in this case is Brian J. Terwilliger. And you can also customize the font as well. If you click in the font menu here, you can actually scroll through the list of fonts that you have installed on your system and get a live preview of what each font may look like. In this case, I'm actually just going to leave everything set to Open Sans. However, I can customize the text further using the lower controls, including the size and also the tracking, which is the spacing between the letters. Just by bringing the letters a little closer together makes them easier to read, I feel. Below that, we've also got controls for the line as well. That's that blue line underneath the text. Of course, I can increase or decrease the line thickness depending on the style that I'm looking for. And I can also change the line color. In this case, I'm actually going to increase the red color channel and the green color channel, and actually just lower the blue color channel just to change the color of the line to yellow. In actual fact, you can also customize the gradient across the line. Let's change the type from solid color to horizontal. And now I get a second color box, which I'm actually going to customize by just making it a little bit more of an orange color. Now that I've got my first title in, I can actually use this as a basis for the rest of the titles throughout the trailer. And all I'm just going to do is just copy and paste the title into different locations. Let's go to full extent zoom and select the title, and then I can actually choose to copy the title just as I would do anything else. So Command or Control C is a keyboard shortcut that you'll probably be familiar with. Now I'm going to find the Maldives shot here, and I'm going to choose to paste. So Edit, Paste, Command or Control V, and Resolve will actually paste directly to the track from which I've copied from. Let me just trim that back to the end of that shot, and then change the title here to Maldives. I'm going to copy that title, paste over the next clip, which is the South Pole shot. This clip is Alaska. And then, of course, Kenya.
Or it didn't make the movie. It was really important. Every shot was original and that everything was real.
Leave behind everything you know about airplanes and prepare to see them again.
Just going to trim that back a little bit because it was just overlapping the transition a little bit.
And prepare to see them again.
Don't worry if you can't play these titles back in real time immediately. Depending on the power of your system, Resolve may need to cache the files prior to being able to play them back at full quality. In which case, just let Resolve have a few seconds and Resolve will automatically cache the files for you. You'll notice when a file is cached because the red line above the title will turn blue to indicate a cache file. You should now be able to play your title back in real time. Now that I've got this edit ready to go, what I want to do is to be able to play it back for the client at full screen. If I just return the playhead back to the beginning of the timeline, from the workspace menu, we can choose Viewer Mode, Cinema Viewer. This will give me a full screen playback of my entire edit.
In this film, making a documentary about how the airplanes changed the world, it was really important to go out and shoot in the world.
In the age of airplanes, we've become explorers once again.
If it was possible to shoot it, we wanted to go shoot it. If we couldn't get the shot or the weather wasn't right, we would either go back to that location or it didn't make the movie. It was really important. Every shot was original and that everything was real.
Leave behind everything you know about airplanes and prepare to see them again for the first time.
Just simply press Escape in order to be able to return back to the interface. I hope you found this tutorial useful. If you've got any further questions about editing in Resolve, please feel free to join us on the Blackmagic Design forums. And you can also familiarise yourself with the training materials that we have available on the DaVinci Resolve product pages. And all of those materials are available for free. Thank you very much and happy editing. Hi, I'm Chris. I'm an editor and a Blackmagic certified master trainer. And today we're going to look at multi-camera editing in DaVinci Resolve. So first of all, I need to restore a project archive which has the project and all of the media associated with it. So I'm going to right click in an empty area of the project manager and choose the Restore Project Archive option. If you now navigate to where you have downloaded your multicamera.dra file and then choose Open, the project manager will restore the project and also link the media in the archive. Simply double click the project to open it in Resolve. So we're going to do two multi-camera editing exercises. The first is going to be a simple 2-camera interview. The second will be a full-on 8-camera music video shoot. The first thing we need to do though is to synchronize the footage and make a special multi-camera clip. So here in the timeline, I've actually got some footage already edited. And at this point here, I'm actually going to insert a multi-camera interview. But to begin with, I actually need to create the multi-camera clip. So first thing I'm going to do is come to the media pool and find the Citizen Chain interviews bin. If I select that, I've got 2 clips here, both angles of a multi-camera interview. So to begin with, what I'm actually going to do is just add these 2 clips to a standard regular timeline. Select both of the clips in the media pool, then right-click any of them and choose Create New Timeline using selected clips. I'm just going to rename the timeline. We'll call this Sasha Sync, and then I'm going to choose Create. Now at this point, the shots are sequential in the timeline, one after the other. So what I now need to do is put one on top of the other clip and then get Resolve to synchronize the 2 clips together. I'm going to select the second clip in this timeline and move it up to the second video track, and you can see that the audio also moves to the second audio track. I'm going to select both of those clips in the timeline, then right-click either of them and choose Auto Align Clips. Now there are 2 ways that you can auto align clips in the timeline. You could either use the time code that's matching across the 2 shots, or you can use the waveform. Because I don't have matching time code on these clips, I'm actually just going to use the waveform. So I'm going to choose the option based on waveform. The 2 clips actually get synchronized very well, and you can see just by looking at the waveform displays how the waveforms are matching up across the 2 clips. Now that I've got the clips synchronized in the timeline, I now need to actually create a multi-camera clip from the timeline. And you can actually create a multi-camera clip either from a regular timeline or from a compound clip. So I'm going to locate the timeline in the media pool, right-click on it, and then choose the option Convert Timeline to Multicam Clip. This closes the timeline down because now it's no longer a timeline, it's technically a multi-camera clip. And if I use the media preview here, you can see that I can actually preview the multi-camera clip directly in the source viewer. The 2 clips are actually labeled Video 1 and Video 2 because those are the actual names of the tracks that we actually placed those 2 clips on in the timeline before we created the multi-camera clip. Now that I've got the clip synchronized, I'm going to open it in the source viewer by double-clicking it, and then I just simply mark the range of the clip that I need, just like any other regular clip.
And the name Citizen Chain is
That is the brainchild of my partner. He named the shop. I was a big fan of Orson Welles. I had done several projects on him, going through school and stuff like that. So I appreciated the pun and the play on the word of Citizen Kane, Citizen Chain. And then only after we named the shop, by certain course of events, we found out that Rosebud was really a bicycle. The inspiration for Rosebud as a sled was a bicycle that the screenwriter had as a child.
So that's actually marked the story that Sasha has about naming the shop. Once I've got the clip marked, I'm just going to simply perform a regular insert edit. Now that I've got the clip in the timeline, I need to fine-tune the interview. This is taking out parts of the interview that I don't really need and just tightening the story up just so it flows a little better. Just so I can streamline the interface slightly so that it allows me to focus on the interview, I'm actually just going to hide the media pool. Then, in the timeline, I'm just going to play the interview.
I was a big fan of Orson Welles. I had done several projects on him, going through school and stuff like that. So I appreciate.
Well, I don't think we need to know exactly why he's a big fan of Orson Welles and the fact that he's done some projects on him in school. Just the fact that he's a big fan of Orson Welles, I think, is more than enough. So let's take some of this interview out.
I was a big fan of Orson Welles.
That's the beginning of his next line. I'm going to go to my blade edit mode by pressing B on my keyboard, come down to the timeline and click to make an edit point.
I had done several projects on him, going through school and stuff like that. So I appreciate you.
So now I'm finding the beginning of the next phrase where he says so, and again, I'll use the blade edit mode to add the edit point. Going into selection edit mode to select that, pressing Shift backspace in order to perform a ripple delete. If I now use the / key.
I was a big fan of Orson Welles, so I appreciated the pun. And
now that probably needs a little bit of trimming, but I'm going to come back to that. I'm actually just going to get the interview all sort of trimmed up so that we're focusing just on the main parts of the story. So I'm going to continue playing the clip, listening for the next piece of interview that I want to remove.
So I appreciated the pun and the play on the word of Citizen Kane, Citizen Shane.
Now there's a big there, which is a little bit off-putting. So I can tidy that up by removing that And in this case, I'm just going to set an in point just before that piece of waveform. Jog forward until after he finishes, and then set an out point. So using the in and the out points here instead of the blade edit mode just makes things a little bit tidier and a little bit easier. I don't need to keep swapping in and out of different timeline modes. Shift backspace will ripple delete that clip out, hit the / key.
Citizen Shane. And then only after we named the shop.
That's working. One more trim, I think.
After we named the shop by certain course of events, we found out that Rosebud was really a bicycle.
Certain course of events, he doesn't really elaborate on what those certain course of events were, so we don't really need to know about it. So let's take that section out.
And then only after we named the shop, we found out that Rosebud was really a bicycle.
So what we now have is what we often refer to as a radio edit. We actually have the interview working fairly well. You may want to go back through the interview and actually listen to the cuts that you've made just to make sure you're happy with them all and that the audio flows nicely from one clip to the next. I'm happy with most of those apart from this first edit here. So I'm going to go back to it and use the detail zoom button to zoom in there. Let's just preview and listen to that again.
I was a big fan of Orson Welles, so I appreciated the pun. And
so on the incoming shot, I'm actually catching the end of the previous word. I'm just going to remove that by going into trim edit mode, selecting the incoming side of the edit, and then using the period key just to trim off one frame off that incoming shot. Let's listen to it again.
I was a big fan of Orson Welles, so I appreciated the pun.
Now I feel as I've taken too much off, so let's just try and nudge that back a couple of frames.
I was a big fan of Orson Welles, so I appreciated the pun.
I might have to lose the so altogether, to be honest, but this is all part of editing. I'm just going to trim it forward just to lose the so.
I was a big fan of Orson Welles. I appreciated the pun and the play.
That's fine. Let's just trim off a couple more frames and have a listen.
I was a big fan of Orson Welles. I appreciated the pun and the play.
That's not too bad. So now I have my radio edit working. It's time to actually use the different angles that we have inside this multicam clip. Let's go back into full extent zoom so that we can see the multicam clip in its entirety in the timeline. At the moment, we're actually starting on this medium wide shot here.
Was a big fan of Orson Welles. I appreciated the pun and the play on the word of Citizen Kane, Citizen Shane. And then
so at this point, what I want on this clip is I actually want to move to the second camera angle. If I right click on that clip, you can see I have an option to switch the multicam clip angle, and then I get to choose which of those two angles to choose from. Let's just click video 2.
A big fan of Orson Welles. I appreciated the pun and the play on the word of Citizen Kane, Citizen Chain. And then only after we named the shop, we found out that Rosebud was really a bicycle.
So I have the same problem on this clip now, so I can do the same again. Right click, choose Switch Multicam Clip Angle to Video 2.
After we named the shop, we found out that Rosebud was really a bicycle.
And you can see that the interview actually cuts nicer visually because I'm switching between the different angles. I could actually cut to a new angle at any point. For example, if I move the playhead to this part of the interview and just play
On the word of Citizen.
At this point, I want to go to the wide shot where he says Citizen Kane, Citizen Chain. So at this point, I can now add an edit point. Previously, we used the blade edit mode for this, but if I just press Command or Control B, that will add an edit and allow me to switch this clip to the first video angle.
Citizen Kane, Citizen Chain.
But of course, now I've got a jump cut to this because it's using the same angle. So I'm going to select that, right click, switch multicam angle, video 2. And then of course I've got the same problem again because now I've got a jump cut between the two angles. So I'm going to right click, switch multicam angle, video 1.
I was a big fan of Orson Welles. I appreciated the pun and the play on the word of Citizen Kane, Citizen Chain. And then only after we named the shop, we found out that Rosebud was really a bicycle.
You can also treat all of these multicam clips just like regular clips in the timeline. If I go into trim edit mode by pressing T, hold down the Option or Alt key to select the linked video of the first clip, I can now trim this in order to create a slight split edit so that I'm creating a J cut so that the audio comes in slightly earlier than the video. And again, I can do a similar thing at the end here in order to create a split edit on the last clip.
I was a big fan of Orson Welles. I appreciated the pun and the play on the word of Citizen Kane, Citizen Chain. And then only after we named the shop, we found out that Rosebud was really a bicycle.
Now I've got the multicam clip working quite well in the edit. The last thing I need to do is to flatten it. What this will do is it will actually give me back the original source clips that were used to create the multicam clip in the first place. To flatten the multicam clip, just simply select all of the multicam clips within your timeline, right click and choose Flatten Multicam Clip. What this does is it actually removes the multicam clips from your timeline and actually leaves in place the original source clips.
I was a big fan of Orson Welles. I appreciated the pun and the play on the word of Citizen Kane, Citizen Chain. And then only after we named the shop, we found out that Rosebud was really a bicycle.
And that's an example about how we can edit a simple two-camera interview. However, not all multi-camera edits are quite that straightforward. Sometimes you're actually dealing with many different camera angles. So let's look at another example about how we can cut a music video. Let's begin by reopening the media pool and selecting the Miserable Girl bin. In this bin, we've actually got 8 different video clips of a band performing on a stage. We've also got an audio file, which is the actual song that they were performing to. We're going to let Resolve synchronize these clips and create the multi-camera clip. But just before we do, it's worth pointing something out. You'll notice that all of these clips have a name: JBR01, JBR02, JBR03, and so on and so forth. If I select JBR01 and then access the File tab in the inspector, you'll see that this clip actually has some metadata specifying that this was camera 1. However, if I select JBR02 and have a look in the file inspector, you'll notice that this has actually been given camera number 8, JBR03 is camera number 2, and so on and so forth. So just because the cameras are named in a specific way in terms of the file or the clip within the project doesn't necessarily mean I can't apply additional metadata information to each of those clips. This helps me specify the different camera numbers. I'm going to close the inspector, and this time I'm actually going to right click on the Miserable Girl bin and choose the option Create New Multicam Clip using selected bin. In this case, it just means that I can select the bin rather than having to select all of the clips. However, if there are some clips in this bin, you can just select them independently and actually choose to create the multicam clip from the selected clips. When I choose this option, Resolve asks me to create the multi-camera clip and what settings it should use. So here I'm actually going to change the name of this multicam clip. We'll call it Miserable Girl Sync. I often use sync at the end of multicam clips, and it just helps to differentiate them in the list view in the media pool as to whether something is a timeline or a multi-camera clip. We leave the frame rate as it is because that's the same frame rate of the clips that I'm using, but we're going to change the angle sync. You'll notice that we can use in points, out points, time code, sound, or markers. Well, we didn't add any in, out points, markers to any of these clips, so we can't use any of those in order to be able to create an accurate sync. Also, these clips don't have time code. Not all cameras will record accurate time code that can be synced with other cameras. So in this case, sound is actually the most reliable way that we've got of synchronizing these clips together. So let's choose sound from the angle sync option. From the angle name though, we're actually going to change from sequential to metadata camera. This means we're actually using that camera metadata that I've pointed out in order to be able to choose the order of the cameras and also, very importantly, the name as those cameras appear in the multicam clip viewer. We can actually leave all of the other options alone just for the moment. However, it is worth pointing out that there is this option to move source clips to an original clips bin. Sometimes you don't want the source clips to be moved to another bin, so it's always worth just thinking about whether you need that option on or off. Let's click Create, and after a brief analysis, Resolve will actually create me a new multicam clip, and also in the media pool here you can see that we've also now got a new original clips bin. Double click the multicam clip to open it into the source viewer, and now we can do a quick sanity check to see if all of these angles are in sync. Well, it's not very good audio because I'm actually listening to the on-camera audio from camera angle 1. However, just by looking at the pictures, I can see that all of the performances do seem to be in sync. So the next thing I need a new timeline. Let's select the timelines bin, and from the file menu, choose new timeline. I'm going to rename this timeline Miserable Girl Edit, and then leave all of the other options the same because the defaults will work for this, and choose Create. Now I can edit the multicam clip into this empty timeline just like any other regular clip. So I'm going to find the start of the performance and set an in point. Using audio scrubbing is very useful to be able to find the beginning of that multi-camera clip. However, I can always trim it in the timeline anyway, so I'm not too worried about finding the exact point. I'm just going to make an overwrite edit for this clip, just as you would normally do for any clip. And now I'm just going to hide the media pool again, just to give me plenty of room in the interface to actually concentrate on this clip, and move the playhead back to the beginning. So the first thing I want to do is actually to choose the starting angle and also the audio angle that I actually want to work with. And we can do that the same way that we actually chose the different video angles in the interview exercise previously. In the timeline, I'm just going to right click the picture and choose Switch Multicam Clip Angle, and then I can choose whichever angle that I want. I'm going to choose camera 4 here because I know that camera 4 is actually the drummer and it's actually a good angle from which to start. Also, I'm going to right click the audio clip and choose Switch Multi-Camera Angle to Camera Music. The audio file also actually had some camera information in it, so that it's actually put this in the correct place and actually labeled it correctly, so that I'm not guessing as to which angle is the actual music angle. Looking at the waveform, I can also see it's a little hot on the audio, so I'm actually just going to bring that down a little bit, just so that I don't deafen myself when I play this back. Once I've got the two starting angles set for both sound and picture in the timeline, I'm almost ready to do my multi-camera edit. However, one other thing that I want to do is I now want to bring the source viewer into play so that I can easily switch between the different camera angles. All I need to do is come to this menu option in the bottom left-hand corner of the source viewer and change the menu from source to multicam. Down at the bottom of the multicam viewer, you can see that there are three options. This will indicate whether I'm cutting sound and picture, just sound, or just picture. In this case, I just want to choose picture. So now I've chosen what side of the multicam I actually want to cut, in this case, just picture. I'm all ready to just hit play and then to click on the angles as I want them. So there we have it. I've gone from the beginning of the music video to the end, just simply clicking on the different angles that I want as I want them. Now, at this point, you might think, well, the job is done. However, as I was going through that and cutting between the different angles, there were a few cuts that I wasn't quite happy with. So this is another important part of multi-camera editing. whilst you could possibly go through that music video and cut it in real time and be happy with the results when you've finished, simply think of this as a rough cut. This isn't live television after all. It means that we can always go back and we can always make changes. Now, this means that whoever's watching this at the end doesn't necessarily need to see the creative decisions that you've actually gone through to achieve the end result. Let's go back through this multicam clip and let's see if there's any changes that we can make. Well, at that point there, on that outgoing shot, we lost the focus slightly before we cut to the next shot. So what I would want to do here is actually to probably roll the edit back a little bit in order to cover that slight slip of the focus. So let's go into detail zoom view in order to be able to see that edit quite clearly. I'm now going to click and hold on the edit and move it backwards and forwards in order to be able to roll the edit into a new position to cover that slight slip of the focus. I don't need to be in trim edit mode in order to make a change like this to a multicam clip. And actually, for most multicam edits, you probably want to stay away from trim edit mode. You certainly don't want to ripple or slip the clips because that will actually break the sync. So I think I'm happy with the new position for that edit. I'm going to hit the / key to preview it. You can't smile with that frown on your face, but you look so... Now that works, and I'm happy that I've just covered up that slight slip of the focus. However, this wide shot of the singer actually now stays on for a little bit too long. So what I might want to do is actually cut to a different angle. I'm just going to play through the clip until I find the point where I want to cut. Well, it would probably be useful to actually cut to the drummer at this point here because there's a cymbal smash. So with the playhead actually parked on the frame where I want to make the cut, I'm now going to come up to the multicam source viewer, and you'll notice when I bring my mouse over the clip in the source viewer for the appropriate angle, it actually gives me a little razor blade icon to indicate that I'm going to cut. If I now click on that clip, you'll now notice that I've now got a new cut within that existing multicam clip. With that frown on your face, but you look so fine. So you can see just how easy it is now to actually go through and actually add additional edit points. However, looking at the timeline now, I've noticed that the following clip is actually the same drummer shot. Thankfully, because this is a through edit, as indicated by the dotted lines, all I need to do is select it and then hit the delete or backspace key in order to be able to remove that through edit. That actually has now joined that clip together. Let's go through and choose a new angle. I think it'd be useful to see the guitarist at this point. And I think we should go back to the singer as well for that second line. Let's choose camera angle 2. Well, you'll notice on that camera angle that I've just chose, it's quite nice. However, you'll notice that the framing has now gone a little bit wrong. So the talent is moving in front of the camera, and of course the cameraman is finding it difficult to keep up. Of course, I could actually cover that with another shot, but the other thing that you can do with multi-camera clips is you can actually switch between the different angles. And that's just as easy to do as making a cut. I'm just going to park the playhead over the multicam angle that I actually want to switch. I'm going to go with a wide shot of the whole band here, so camera angle number 8. Now, if I just simply click on this angle, it will actually add an edit point. However, if I hold down the Option or the Alt key, When I actually look at the mouse, you'll now see it's actually switched into what appears to be a replace edit symbol. And what this will do is it will just simply switch the entire angle, very similar to we did on the interview in the first exercise. So just simply now holding down the Option or Alt key and clicking on the angle will switch the entire angle on the timeline. Let's go back to the drummer for that little ripple. So now you can see all that we need to do is just work back through the multicam edit, adding edit points and actually rolling edit points, switching angles and carrying on cutting. I hope you found this video to be useful in helping you edit your multi-camera footage in DaVinci Resolve. Don't forget, if you've got any further questions, you can always join us on our forum pages where questions are answered on a daily basis. And don't forget, if you look at the DaVinci Resolve product pages, there's a whole section on training where there are freely available training videos and training books for you to use. Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Chris. I'm an editor and a Blackmagic certified master trainer. And in this video, we're going to look at some of the effects that can easily be achieved in the edit page. I'm just going to start by restoring a project archive. If you right-click in an empty space in the project manager and choose the Restore Project Archive option. If you then navigate to the Edit Page Effects.dra you'll have downloaded from the website to follow along. Once the archive has been restored, simply double-click it to open it up. Here we've got a project that's got 4 simple examples of a variety of different effects that you may find useful in your day-to-day work. I'm going to start by just simply resizing the interface slightly. I'm going to hold down the Shift key and use the scroll wheel on my mouse in order to be able to resize the timeline track height. Also, it's useful to make sure that you're in full extent zoom. This way you'll always be able to see the full duration of your timeline. As you can see, what we have here is we have a simple opening title for our Living in the Age of Airplanes documentary film. In this case, we've actually got a fusion title together with 3 images which have been composited using a series of mats. The mats can either be a simple black and white image or actually have an image that has a built-in alpha channel. Either way, you can use it in order to be able to put that texture into the image that you're using. So we're actually going to add a separate image in the bottom right-hand quadrant of the timeline viewer. So first of all, we need to edit that image into the timeline. If you simply right-click on any of the timeline track headers and choose Add Tracks, this will enable you to add multiple different tracks for either video or audio, depending on your need. We only want 1 video track, so just change the number of audio tracks to 0. We also want the track to be inserted at a specific position. Change the insert position to above Archive 3 and choose Add Tracks. This creates a new track in exactly the right position on the timeline, and it just means that we don't have to move clips up or down between tracks in order to position them in the hierarchy of the timeline. Select the V5 button in order to target our edit onto the V5 track, and just press X to mark the full duration of the timeline clips. In the compositing bin, select the media bin and find the clip Archival Air Races 1. Double click to load it into the source. Now we're actually going to do what we call a fit to fill edit for this, and what will happen is Resolve will automatically adjust the speed of the clip in order to fit the in and the out points on the timeline. Because we're using the whole clip, we don't actually need to set any in or out points on the source viewer. Simply take the clip from the source viewer and drag it across to the timeline viewer and choose Fit to Fill. And the clip is edited at the correct duration and on the correct track in the timeline. Instead of adding more tracks than we need to this timeline, in order to keep it simple, what we're going to do is we're actually going to convert this clip into a compound clip. This means that we can then step into the compound clip and add the elements we need without overly complicating the timeline that we're working in. In the media pool, select the compound clips bin. This means we're going to create the compound clip. It's going to go into this bin along with all the other compound clips for this project. In the timeline, right-click the clip on the V5 track and choose New Compound Clip. Name this Archive 4. Click Create. By placing this clip in a compound clip, we can now open the compound clip in its own timeline. From the Timeline View Options pop-up menu, enable Stacked Timelines. Then, right-click Archive 4 in the timeline and choose Open in Timeline. The compound clip is now opened in a separate tab in its own timeline, next to the main timeline that we're working in. This means it's just an easy way that we can switch back and forth between the different timelines. We now need to add the mat to this compound clip. To do that, we need to create a new video track below the one that we've currently got. So, right-click, choose Add Tracks, change the number of audio tracks to 0 and the insert position for the video track below first track. Click Add Tracks. From the Mats bin, select Mat 4 Alpha. The other 3 mats that are used in this project are actually just simple black and white images, and they're labeled Luma. When we composite this image, we will actually set the composite mode for this clip to be Alpha. If you're working with a simple black and white image, you just set it to Luma. Open that clip in the source viewer and then edit it into the video track 1. We might just need to trim the clip at the end just so that it lines up with the end of our archive shot. Now, select the Alpha clip on track 1. Open up the inspector and scroll down to the composite area. Change the composite mode from normal to alpha. That's told Resolve that we now want to use that mat as an alpha mat. Select the clip on the video 2 track and in the inspector composite controls, change the composite mode to foreground. As you can see, the video image is now using the underlying mat in order to be able to create a much more interesting frame. If we now switch back to our title composite timeline, you can see just how that image is now being composited onto the background. At the moment, it's still looking a little big, so we just need to use the transform controls in order to be able to resize it and reposition it. Make sure you select Archive 4 in the timeline. Then, from your on-screen controls, enable the transform. Using the on-screen transform controls, simply resize the image and just move it into position. Once you're happy with the position of your composited image, turn off your on-screen controls, allow the composite to cache, and then play back the opening. This is just one example of some of the compositing features that we have available to us in the edit page, but we can do far more with some of the built-in Resolve effects. In this case, we're actually going to configure the interface. First of all, close down your media pool. Open up your effects library and just make sure that your effects library is in expand mode. With the inspector open, also make sure the inspector is in expand mode. This way, it's easy for us to locate the effects that we need in the effects library list. And also, we've got a larger inspector, so we don't have to keep scrolling up and down the controls. Select the timeline to make sure you're looking at the timeline viewer. And from the options menu, choose timeline sort order alphabetical. Then, from the timeline pop-up menu, you can choose the appropriate timeline from the alphabetical order. The default for this timeline list is actually to display the timelines at the top of the list that you've used most recently. However, in this case, it's actually more appropriate that we actually find the timeline by the name, hence the reason why we need to organize it alphabetically. Choose the 3D Keyer timeline. This is an example of a task that many editors are required to perform, a green screen key. Select the clip on the timeline, and from the list in the effects library, select your filters. Scroll through the list of effects to find the Resolve Effects Key category. The 3D keyer is actually the same keyer that you may use in the color page to do some keying previously. Select the 3D keyer and double-click it in order to be able to add the keyer to the clip in the timeline. You can tell that the clip now has the effect on it from the little FX badge in the bottom left-hand corner. In the inspector, switch to the Effects tab. The first thing that we need to do is actually sample the green screen for removal. First of all, we need to come to our Open Effects Overlay on-screen controls. Then, click and hold the mouse and draw a line across the area of green that you want to sample. Instant results. Well, not exactly. In this case, there is actually a little bit of green fringing that hasn't been picked up in that initial sample. But not to worry, if I just come back into this image here and click and drag on the edge near that fringing, you can see I can remove a little bit more of the green. Also, on the edge of the image here, there's a little bit of fringing that I can see. So again, I'll just make another selection there. That certainly got rid of most of the green within the image, and I can now see the background plate underneath where I can see the planet. We can still refine this even more. In the inspector, find the output controls and change the output pop-up menu from Final Composite to Alpha Highlight Black and White. This actually shows us which areas of the image are solid, which are represented in white, and which areas are transparent, represented in black. You can see I've still got a little bit of fringing around the edge of the window. In the inspector, I can use the matte finesse controls in order to be able to, first of all, clean the black part of the matte and then the white part, just to help clean up that matte a little bit. As you can see, there are many more controls for finessing your matte, but in this case, a simple tweak is all we need. Change the output pop-up menu back to Final Composite, and then disable your Open Effects on-screen controls. Scrub through the shot. Yes, we've got something that's kind of working. However, there's a lot of green spill in this shot. The reflection of the green screen is actually being reflected in the guy's uniform and also in his skin tones. Thankfully, the 3D keyer actually has a simple control in order to be able to eliminate spill like this. Simply come up to the keyer options and check the despill box. That's cleaned up that image nicely. Simple compositing tasks like this are often things that many editors need to do on a day-to-day basis. Another thing that we're often asked to do is sometimes to be able to replace a screen that might be at an angle. From the Timeline Viewer pop-up menu, choose the Transform timeline. This is a short scene of the owner of the Citizen Chain cyclery arriving for work. And in this case, we've got the Citizen Chain logo composited over the opening shot. What we want to be able to do here is to actually composite the Citizen Chain logo into the window of the shop using the new transform effect. Simply select the Citizen Chain logo graphic on the timeline, and then from your effects library, scroll down until you find the Resolve Effects transform category. Double-click the transform effect, and then access the Effects tab in the inspector. At first glance, it might appear that this effect has simply replicated some of the controls you may be familiar with in the video inspector. However, there are a number of different modes in which you can actually use this effect. Re-enable your effect overlays on-screen controls and change the control mode for the transform effect from sliders to interactive canvas. You're now presented with a grid which you can actually use in order to be able to twist and distort this graphic. Using the corner quadrants of the grid, simply click and drag the on-screen controls in order to be able to position the corners of the graphic into the corners of the window. Try and get it as close as possible, but don't worry too much if you can't. Don't forget though, you can always zoom in using the scroll wheel on your mouse, and holding down the middle mouse button, you can always change the pan of the image within the viewer. When you've finished, simply press Z in order to be able to fit the image back into the viewer. Turn off your on-screen controls in order to be able to see the composited image. We can actually use composite modes in order to help this image blend a little bit more naturally into the background. In the inspector, go to the Video tab, and from the Composite section, change the composite mode You could also play with the opacity as well to make it a little less obvious that that graphic is there. This is all very well. We're helping to sell that image, but this is always on the first frame of the shot. If I actually play this timeline now, you can see that the camera movement actually shows up the fact that this image isn't actually part of that window. Now, the edit page doesn't actually have the advanced tracking functions that you would find in the Fusion page, but many editors are often happier about putting in some keyframes in order to be able to manually follow the movement of the camera, particularly if that camera movement is smooth enough. If I return the playhead back to the beginning of this clip in the timeline and return to the Effects tab of the inspector, under the Control options, I've got the Control Canvas keyframe. And I'm just going to simply add a keyframe at the first frame of this clip. I'm going to use the down arrow key to jump to the next edit point, but I actually need to see the last frame of this graphic, so I'm going to come one frame back. And now, if I re-enable my on-screen controls, I can now change the position of each of those corner points. And what this will do is it will actually record the changes in a new keyframe automatically. Disable your on-screen effects, return the playhead to the beginning of the timeline, and play back. It's simple compositing tasks like this that as editors we often need to accomplish on a day-to-day basis. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that this will be the finished effect. Sometimes all we need to do is put together a rough approximation of the effect, just so that the director understands how the shot will work when you hand it off to a visual effects artist. The next example we're going to look at is the new video collage effect. From the timeline viewer pop-up menu, choose the video collage background. We actually have a timeline that's got 4 clips all stacked on top of each other. You'll notice that 3 of those tracks are already disabled. The image in the first track is of Chris Lang, who's the owner of the Organ Mounting Outfitters chain of stores. If we enable the clips on video track 2, you can see that we have an image of a girl walking through a canyon. On V3, we actually have a wide shot of a mountain. And on V4, we actually have this rather wonderful image of organ mounting from the distance. Now we actually want to use this topmost image as the background. And in traditional compositing, what we would normally do is have this as the background image at the bottom of the layers. But that's not how the video collage works. The video collage works in the background mode by effectively creating holes in this image from which we can see the underlying shots. So in this case, I'm going to select the clip on V4. From my Resolve Effects Transform category, I'm going to find the video collage effect and double click to apply it to that selected clip in the timeline. As you can now see, it's almost like looking through a window frame of the underlying shot. But before I start to position the lower clips within each of those little holes, what I want to do is actually customize the layout of what we call the tiles. In the Effects Inspector, you can see that you've got the controls for the video collage, and they're actually in two tabs, Globals and Tiles. Click the Preview layout in order to be able to preview each of the tiles. You can change the number of columns and rows by using the sliders. So for example, if I wanted many images here, I could actually change the columns and rows to the appropriate number. I only need 2 columns and 2 rows. However, I actually want to remove this tile number 4. I don't need it. And I actually want tile number 2 to actually be larger and take up the position of tile number 4. To do that, I'll need to go into the Tiles control. Click on the Tiles control and change the active tile to the tile that we want to change first. In this case, tile 4. If you now click the Manual Tile Management checkbox, you can then delete tile number 4. Switch to tile number 2, and in the Custom Size and Shape controls, change the end row to row 2. So using a coordinate system of columns and rows, you can choose where a particular tile starts and where it ends. Opening up the tile styling, you can choose to add a border. I'm going to add a slight border to those tiles. I'm also going to change the tile color to a bright green. Opening up the drop shadow controls, I'm going to increase the strength of the drop shadow and the distance of the drop shadow, and also adjust the angle so that the drop shadow is a little bit more vertically underneath the clip, and adding a little bit of blur just to help soften the shadows. The video collage also has a series of automatic animations that you can apply, so you don't need to worry too much about getting into complex keyframe animation, although you have the ability to be able to do that as well. In the tile animation section, I'm going to change the Animate pop-up menu to Intro Only. We now have a set of predefined animation presets. In this case, I don't want to use the Shrink preset, but I do want to use the Fade. I'm going to uncheck Shrink and check Fade, and I can now specify a duration for that animation. In this case, I'm going to set it to 24 frames. Now you can see I can scrub through the timeline in order to be able to preview the animation. Now that I've set up the tiles and adjusted the animation, it's all ready for me to actually put the images into each of those tiles. I'm going to uncheck Preview Layout, then select the clip on track V3, go into my on-screen transform controls and resize the image so that it sits nice and neatly inside the tile in the top left-hand corner. The great thing about this is because I've specified the size of the tiles, I don't need to be too concerned as to how each of these clips is lining up. The mat that the video collage is creating means I just simply need to frame it appropriately. Selecting the image on V2, I'm going to do the same again, resizing and positioning the image of the girl in the canyon. Now, as I set it here, you'll also notice that the image is actually encroaching into another part of the mask. So in this case, I'm going to switch my on-screen controls to crop. And this will then allow me to crop the image so that it doesn't actually show in any of the other matte holes. I'm now going to select the clip on V1, go back to my transform and reposition my interviewee with a little bit of resizing into the mask that I created for him. Turning off all the on-screen controls, I can now play back the effect to see the results.
Aspects of our business.
So this is one use for our video collage effect. But the other way that we can use the video collage is to use it to create the individual tiles themselves. From your timeline viewer pop-up menu, choose Video Collage Tiles. Now in this case, we have a timeline that's already set up with the organ mounting background actually on the Video 1 track. We've also got an animated logo that fades in. On Video 3, we've got a compound clip of a girl turning towards the camera and smiling. Video 4, we've got a man looking. And Video 5, we've got the girl from the canyon walking across the mountain top. Now in this case, I'm going to do the setup actually on the first shot of the girl turning towards the camera. And then, once we've got the tiles set and the animation working, we can then simply copy and paste the effect to the other clips. So I'm just going to leave the clip on Video 5 and Video 4 disabled for the moment. Select the compound clip of the smiling girl and double-click the video collage to apply it. As you can see, the background is now viewable through the matte holes that are created in the image. From the Effects Inspector, change the workflow from Create Background to Create Tile. Now you can see that the girl is actually composited as a picture-in-picture effect, very similar to if we'd have scaled the clip down using the transform controls and moved it into position. Click the Preview Layout tab in order to get the familiar layout. We want to have 3 columns for each of the 3 images, but only 1 row. Use the rounding control to create circular tiles. Then use the vertical offset control to position those tiles above the mountings. Now that we've got the tiles into position, let's customize them in terms of the border and the drop shadow. Let's go to the Tiles tab and open up the tile styling and increase the tile border ever so slightly. Change the tile color to about 90% brightness. Open the drop shadow controls and increase the strength. Change the drop angle so that the shadows are appearing directly beneath the tiles. Increase the drop distance and the blur to your particular liking. Now that we've got the tiles stylized, we just need to work on the animation. First of all, position the playhead so that the logo is just about starting to appear in the viewer. Then open the tile animation controls. We are actually going to manually keyframe the fly animation. But first of all, we need to choose the direction of that animation. Change the fly animation pop-up menu to fly up. This means that the tiles will actually come from the top of the screen, not that they will actually go to the top of the screen. At this point, the fly progress is in the correct position, so simply add a keyframe by clicking the white diamond to make it go red. Now move the playhead back to the beginning of your timeline and adjust the fly progress slider so that the tiles disappear off the top of the screen. You should now be able to preview the timeline and preview the animation. You can also adjust the acceleration of that animation very easily as well. In the easing and blur of all tiles control, change the animation effect ease to out, and then adjust the ease amount to your liking, so that when you play the animation back, the tiles will come to a gentle rest rather than an abrupt stop. Again, now that we've got the animation sorted, we can now start to customize the actual tile image itself. At the top of the inspector, uncheck the preview layout option. Then open up the resize controls and use the pan and tilt controls in order to be able to reframe the girl within the circle. That's great. We've now got the animation working for this tile. All we now need to do is to actually take that plugin and copy it onto the other two clips in the timeline. With the smiling girl clip still selected, press Command or Control C to copy the clip. Now enable track 4 and select the looking man clip. Press Option or Alt V for paste attributes and choose the plugins option and apply in order to paste the effect. Now all that has done is actually create a duplicate copy of the effect with all of the same settings onto this new clip. We now need to adjust those settings to take into account the differences in this clip. With the Looking Man clip selected, go to the Effects tab in the inspector and change the active tile from tile 1 to tile 2. Now, adjust the resize content controls in order to fit the guy's face into the circle. And now I need to paste the attributes again for the third tile. Enable the track for the walking girl clip, select the walking girl clip and press Option or Alt V for paste attributes. Because we've already pasted the plugin, you can see it's already selected, so all we need to do is click Apply, and again, in the Effects Inspector, change the active tile to tile 3. And change the resize content controls so that the girl fits into the new circle. Return the playhead to the start of the timeline and preview your animation. I hope you've enjoyed this demonstration of some of the visual effects that we have on the edit page in DaVinci Resolve 17. Don't forget, you can always join us on the forum pages if you've got any further questions. And also on the DaVinci Resolve product pages, there's a whole section dedicated to training videos and training guides that are all available for free. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Daria. I'm a colorist, a compositor, and a DaVinci Resolve master trainer. And today I'll be taking you through DaVinci Resolve's color page. So if you look at my workstation, I've already got DaVinci Resolve launched, and I'm currently on the Project Manager panel. In order to open the project file that I would have shared with you on the training page, you need to right-click in the Project Manager and select Restore Project Archive. An archive is a little bit different from a regular project file because it doesn't just contain the metadata for the project and all its timelines, but also all the media within that project. So within my documents, I can see I have color page _ video part1.dra. You don't need to enter that folder. You just need to select it on the surface, highlight it, and click Open. It'll take a few moments, and you should then see a thumbnail of the project open in the Project Manager. To enter, you have to double-click the thumbnail. All right. So when a DaVinci Resolve launches, it will place you in the last page that you had open. In my case, it was the color page, but if you need to situate yourself here, look at the bottom of the program and check to see which icon you have selected. So I have color highlighted. Make sure you either click on color or the little color wheel if you don't have labels. By the way, if you'd like to see labels, you can right-click at the very bottom of the program, and you'll see that you have options to show icons only or to show icons and labels. Okay. So in the color page, I have the standard layout. If you're seeing something different, you can navigate to the very top of the program, go into your workspace menu, and choose Reset UI or User Interface Layout. And then you should be seeing the exact same distribution of panels as I am. Now, at first, the color page might look quite busy, maybe a bit intimidating if it's your first time looking at it, but it's actually much easier to approach if you think of it as a series of relatively simple tools, all of which have, just one or two functions that have all just been amassed together on this page. So once you start learning them one at a time, it's much easier to approach. Let's take a look at the standard panels. At the very top of the page, you have three main sections. You have the gallery in the top left corner where you're going to be storing your stills. Stills are a way for us to grab high-quality image grabs of frames from our clips, but they're also a way of saving our grades, so we can then reuse them at a later time or with different clips on the timeline. In the middle, we have the viewer, which I think is pretty self-explanatory. It's showing us our color grade as we perform it. But it also offers a lot of additional functionality based on which panel you currently have active or which tool you're using. So it's actually quite reactive to whichever tools are in operation. And then in the top right corner, you have the node editor. This is where you're going to be creating steps for your grades to ensure that your grade is nice and clean and that your image signal integrity is preserved. So that's something I will go into much more detail later on. But just keep in mind that this is pretty much where the magic happens. Underneath the viewer, you have two forms of the timeline. You have the thumbnail timeline, which is represented with these larger thumbnails that you can click amongst, either with your mouse, or you can use the arrow keys on your keyboard to navigate between the different clips of the edit. You can also use the left and right key to navigate between frames. Underneath the thumbnail timeline, you have the timeline ruler. Now, this looks a little bit more like the timeline on the edit page, in which you can see the duration of the clips, their relationship to one another, and different video tracks. So you don't always need to see the duration of clips when you're color grading, but if you did, then you can refer to this timeline at the bottom. You can also select the playhead and drag to navigate between the media clips. And then finally, in the bottom third of the page, you have your collection of palettes, which is all the tools that you're going to be using in the color page. If you are using a desktop resolution of 1920 by 1080 and above, then you will see a distribution of like 3 columns of these palettes. But if you have a smaller resolution, then you'll find your palettes collected into just 2 columns, left and right. To navigate between the different palettes or tools, you need to click on the icons above the palettes, and that will show you all the different tools that you have access to. By default, you will have the primaries wheels and the curves open at the bottom. And then on the right-hand side, you have some additional tools like the keyframes palette and the scopes, which I'm going to select and leave open. So with the scopes, I can see the analysis of the video, see the signal strength in the luminance, and also the red, green, and blue channels, which is going to be really helpful for balancing and matching my media. At the very top of the page, as with all the other pages in DaVinci Resolve, you have the interface toolbar, which is this very narrow strip that features a series of buttons that allow you to hide or reveal panels based on what you need to do on the page. So say instead of using the gallery, you needed to have access to your lookup tables or the LUTs panel. You can click on LUTs at the top and see that you now have access to all of your LUT collections. But then you can select gallery and that will switch it back. On the right-hand side, I have access to my open effects panel, my lightbox, etc. Another way that you can customize your color page layout is by clicking the edges of certain panels and expanding them. And you'll see that the viewer in this case dynamically resizes itself based on the space that it's allowed. And then if you ever need to reset your layout, you saw at the beginning of this video that you could go into the workspace menu at the top and choose Reset UI Layout. Some other terms that I'm going to be using in this tutorial is options. So the options menu is found in most panels in the top right corner, and it looks like these three dots. So these options menus tend to give you a bit more control over individual panels, let you enable certain modes, or deactivate certain features. You also have pop-up menus, which you will find in the top right of some of the palettes, and they have a little drop-down arrow next to them. So with these, you can switch between different pages of a palette. For example, with the curves, we have a lot of HSL curves that we have access to. We can use this drop-down menu to navigate, but then it also has a corresponding dot menu at the very top of the palette with which you can navigate between the different pages of the palettes. So again, you will find these in different palettes. If I go back to my scopes, I will find this also has a pop-up menu for the different types of scopes that I have. And same thing for the primaries. And then finally, we also have contextual menus. These are also known as right-click menus. Whenever you right-click in an area of the color page, you will find a selection of additional commands. But what's interesting about this menu is that it changes based on where you click. So you will have access to different commands or actions based on the element that you're right-clicking on. All right, now that we're familiar with the layout, we can start looking at our primary grading tools. When we talk about primary grading tools, we talk about making changes to the entire frame of the image. So we could do this for a variety of reasons. The main two is, first of all, corrective. So this is where we want to balance the image, match it to another clip in the timeline, get rid of any color cast that may have been captured in camera, basically make it look as nice and clean as possible. And then there's also the creative reason for primary grading. So this is where you design a look and you want it to affect the entire frame or the entire scene. We perform primary grading with a whole combination of tools, but really the most common ones is the primary color wheels and the curves that are open by default in the color page. So you see these currently open at the bottom of my color page. I've also got scopes open, which I like to use in order to properly analyze and understand what's happening in the frame. I'm going to navigate to the first clip on my timeline, and I'm also going to change my scope type. Right now, we're looking at an RGB parade, which is giving us a readout of the color intensity of the red, green, and blue channel. This is really helpful for certain workflows, especially when we're matching clips. But in my case, I just want to focus on the tonal range of the image. So I will switch from parade to waveform. There we go. And it's currently giving me a single video readout of this frame with the red, green, and blue channels superimposed. I might want to change this to give me just a luminance readout. So I will go into my settings at the top, switch from RGB to Y, and disable colorize. There we go. So we have this floating settings menu, which I can pick up with my mouse and move aside. And you can see that the scopes in the background no longer have any colors. They're just a white readout. If I wanted to increase the intensity of this trace, then I could go into my waveform parameter here and brighten it up. So now I have a really bright trace in the background. So trace is what we call the graph that's giving us a readout of our video signal. And then to collapse the settings, I just have to click anywhere outside of that box and they will automatically go back to where they came from. So what are the scopes actually telling us? You read them from left and right across the image. So imagine your eye traveling from the left side of the frame to the right. And then top to bottom, they're representing the luminance of the image. So 0 at the very bottom represents the black point. This is the darkest that a pixel can possibly be. Right, so usually that's a value of 0, 0, 0 for red, green, and blue. Then opposite that, at the very top of the graph, will be the white point, or the brightest possible value that a pixel can be. So as you're reading this graph, you should see that there's a few very distinct shapes, especially these little pillars falling towards the bottom of the graph. And when we look at the image, we will find that as we travel from left and right, there are these areas of dark shadow in between these wooden pillars, right? So where there is shadow, the pixels are being reorganized and placed towards the bottom of the scopes graph to tell us that these are dark regions. Whereas in between these shadowy areas, we have a pretty neutral spread of pixels where there isn't really anything distinctly bright or dark. So they're all kind of bunching around the midtone. And if you look in the scopes, that's also quite well represented in this graph. So they're all just a little bit elevated, but they're not necessarily bright, right? So they're not being thrown all the way to the top of the scopes panel. With this kind of readout, we can understand exactly how we need to adjust our primaries controls to get a nice spread in the image, but make sure that it's not too bright, it's not blown out, and it's also not too dark, that we're not crushing the shadows. So for that, I'm going to use the primaries color wheels. Now, there's a lot going on here at first, so let's first understand what the individual wheels are doing. On the right-hand side, you have the offset wheel. This is one that will impact the entire image uniformly. If I click the control point in the middle of the wheel, I can hold and drag in any direction, and you will see that I'm introducing that color into the image in the viewer. I can also double-click the control point in the color wheel to reset it back to its original position. Underneath the color wheel, we have this black slider, which is called a master wheel, and this will affect the luminance of your image. If I click and hold it, I can drag left to darken my frame, or I can keep holding it and drag right to brighten the frame. Notice that the trace in the scopes is moving uniformly up and down. So that's exactly what the offset does. It will impact your image uniformly regardless of how light or dark it is or how many shadows it has or highlight points. To reset my settings, I'm going to go into the top right corner and click this round arrow to reset my parameters. Every wheel, by the way, has its own reset arrow. Plus, you have a global reset in the top right corner of the primaries palette, as well as most other palettes that allow you to reset the entire palette. So on the left-hand side, you have 3 more color wheels, but these ones have distinct tonal ranges, so they will impact an area of the image based on its luminance. These are called lift, gamma, and gain, and a shorthand way of remembering what they do is that lift will control shadows, gamma goes after midtones, and gain goes after highlights. So if I was to click and drag the lift color wheel, I will find that the shadows between the fence posts get affected more dramatically, and they start to go red, whereas the highlights are the last thing to get affected. And likewise, I can use the master wheels underneath those color wheels to then make the shadows even darker, but then go in the opposite direction towards the gain and make the highlights brighter, and thus establishing contrast in the image. So if I'm going to be using the scopes as a reference for how to distribute or normalize this image, I will make sure that my shadows are not touching the black point line, especially during this point in time where I'm only balancing the image. I'm not really applying a creative grade. I'm going to drag the master wheel slightly to the right to land this trace right between the bottom 2 lines of my scopes graph. And then I'm going to do the opposite for the gain master wheel. I'm going to drag it upwards to brighten the video. And normally I would want to land most signals right under the second line from the top of the scopes graph. But in this case, because it's already a very dark image, and because we don't really have a good reference for a well-lit item, like a piece of paper or a color chart, I'm going to keep it a little bit darker. And instead, I'm just going to use the highlight on this hand as a reference for brightness, which I don't really want to take over 75%. So that's this area of the graph. You can see there's very few pixels representing that particular region, which is why it's quite faint. But hopefully you can see that's just about touching 75%, and that's as high as I will want to take it. If I feel that the image is still a little bit dark, I can still brighten it up by going after the gamma master wheel, dragging that slightly to the right, and bringing the middle part of the trace upwards a bit. At the top and the bottom of the primaries palette, you have your adjustment controls. So these are single-purpose parameters that will further affect the image in some way. For example, we have a temperature control, which I can drag to the left in order to cool down the image, or drag to the right to warm it up. This is very commonly used for getting rid of a temperature or a color cast in the image if a camera was not properly white balanced when recording. One way that I can make changes to these parameters is to click and drag with my mouse. I can also click and drag on the parameter name itself. So by clicking temp, I can still change these values. And finally, I can also click on the numeric field that the parameter is in and type in a value with my number pad, and then when I press enter, that's applied. To reset any of the parameters, you need to double-click the parameter name. So I'm going to double-click temp, and then that takes me to the default value of 0. In this case, what I would like to do is increase the saturation of my image. Because I had a log starting point, the image was quite flat, not just in terms of contrast, but also in terms of color. So I will go down here to the bottom adjustment controls and increase my saturation to 75. So I'm just going to lift it up to about 3/4. I'll enter 75 on my number pad, press enter, and you should see that a little bit more color has returned to the image. Now that I've raised the saturation on the image, I start to reveal more of the original colors and any color cast or inconsistencies that may have been captured. So how do we balance this image? There's a lot of different approaches, but we're going to go for one of the simpler ones that involves using the data that's already in the viewer. I am going to navigate to the viewer with my mouse, and I'm going to right-click, and in the contextual menu, I will choose Show Picker RGB Value. And what that means is that when I hover over the pixels in the viewer, I will now get an RGB readout of the values of whatever pixel I'm currently hovering over. And this will give me a representation of whether there's a color dominance in any particular pixel. Now, in certain regions, that dominance makes a lot of sense. If I'm placing my mouse over that plank of wood, wood tends to be warmer, so it will have a stronger red dominance. It will have less blue. Likewise, for this jumper, you can see that it's naturally blue in color, which is why the blue value will be highlighted. When you're trying to neutralize an image or balance it, you are trying to look at elements that should naturally be grayscale or neutral. So for example, white pieces of paper, white t-shirts, of course color charts if you have them. In this case, we don't have any of that, but we do have a rhinoceros. And we can realistically assume that his skin tone is going to be somewhere in that grayscale range. So I'm going to hover over it and make sure that I'm not seeing a color dominance. When I do this, I see that my red channel is always about 10 points higher than my green and my blue, no matter where I place it really. So that's an indication that the image overall probably has a red color cast. I am going to navigate into my primaries, and what I can do is grab my color wheel. Probably my gain would be a really good approach because the gain is representing the light source, hitting the environment. And I will want to pull it away from red to get rid of that color cast. But it's a little bit harder to do within a wheel because you're kind of moving, with these three-dimensional colors, so it's a little bit more abstract. The wheels are great for creative color grading, but when it comes to precision, maybe not so much. So we're going to switch our mode from wheels to bars. If you go into your pop-up menu, under wheels, you will see bars. These are also known as printer lights, and these will allow you to adjust very specific color casts in your tonal ranges. So in this case, again, we're going after the gain, which represents the highlights of the image, and that is anything that's being affected by the light source, which of course is the rhino and everything in the scene. And we are going to drag down in the red channel to remove some of that red dominance. To interact with bars, you can either click and drag down with your mouse, or you can also use the scroll wheel, which will give you much finer control over the values, so it won't be as aggressive. So as I scroll, I can see my image becoming more and more cyan, which is the opposite of red. I'll make sure that I don't pull it down far enough to reveal that blue. And instead, I'll just make a very minor adjustment. As you can see, the red's not too different yet. Then navigate back to the viewer with my mouse and double check what the values are looking like. And now they are overall much, much closer to the green and the blue values. Still a little bit heightened, so I can probably take it down just one more notch, but otherwise I'm pretty happy with this result. With my image normalized and balanced, I am now ready to apply a creative look. For that, I will probably want to create a new node. I don't want to work on top of the changes that I've already made. I don't want to undo anything that I've done in my color wheels. So I'm going to go into the node editor, right-click, add node, and add serial. So I won't spend too much time talking about node structures in this video, but for now it's really good to think of nodes as organizational tools. You know, the fact that you're going to have a separate node for every stage of your workflow, and you're going to use them to keep track of where you performed certain grades so that you can return to them in future and know exactly, where you created contrast, where you created balance, and that way it's much easier to modify, not lose track of your tools. To help me with that, I am also going to start labeling nodes. So the first node that I had open, number 1, you could see there's a little icon at the very bottom that's representing the tools that I've already used on that node. When I hover over it, it's telling me that I've used primary balance, and I've also used the adjustment controls, so that includes things like, saturation and luminance mix. I am going to right-click node number 1, choose node label, and I will just start typing balance. So that was my cleanup node. This is where I was preparing it for the eventual color grade. Now with the video signal nice and cleaned up, I can select node number 2, and I'm going to label that look. By the way, if you ever wanted to disable your color grade to see, what your image looked like before you started working, you can always click on the number of a node to disable it. So now you can see this is our original image. It was much darker, much flatter. And when I enable balance, you can see now it's looking quite clean, neutral, and also the luminance spread is much more natural looking. I can also use the shortcut Command D on a Mac or Control D on a PC to do the same thing without clicking on the node. I'm now going to select my look node and create some sort of look. I think first thing that I really want to do is establish a deeper contrast because it's still looking a little bit flat to me, even though it's looking natural now. So at the very top of the primaries palette, in the adjustment controls, you will find that there are these 2 parameters called contrast and pivot. I can click and drag contrast, and that will push the top and bottom of the trace further away from each other, as you can see in the scopes. So what contrast does is it increases the difference between the lightest part of the image and the darkest part of the image. And that then reveals more detail in the midtones. It makes the image look more interesting. It reveals, the wrinkles in the rhino. It also creates much deeper shadows. Sometimes, though, that does result in your image looking overall too dark or too light. And for that, we have the pivot, which you can think of as a balance tool for the contrast. So rather than placing the contrast in the middle of the luminance range, it will actually prioritize either the highlights or the shadows. So I can click pivot and drag, and you can see that even though the contrast is maintained, I can overall make the image brighter or darker. So I'll make mine just a little bit darker, and I'm pretty happy with that result. To introduce a creative color cast, I'm going to go back into the wheels in order to play with the colors like in a non-linear fashion. So once again, that's our pop-up menu in the top right corner. I'll select wheels to return. And I'm going to apply the color to the overall frame using the offset. I'm going to click on the control point in the middle of the color wheel and drag it a little bit towards like a cyan tone. So that's like a warm blue or greenish blue. Okay, and whenever I perform creative color grading, my left hand pretty much lives on the keyboard on the Command D shortcut or Control D on a PC, so that I'm constantly comparing before and after as I'm working. And that way it refreshes my eyes and my mind, and it lets me know if I've taken the grade too far and it's starting to look unrealistic or, just bad or distracting. So in this case, I'm still okay with it. It is a very strong look, but maybe, that was my intention for this scene. So I'm happy with it. As well as dragging the offset towards cyan, I'm also going to drag the shadows towards red in order to counteract some of that blueness and make the shadows appear more neutral. Okay, so then overall that has a pretty positive impact on the image. It's giving us like a bit of a dual tone. So it still looks quite unique, quite different from the original video signal, but it's looking quite natural to my eyes. And then finally, I'm also going to adjust the mid-tone detail. This is a parameter in the top right corner, and it's going to have the effect of sharpening the image. Even though it's technically not a sharpening tool, it is also a contrast adjustment, but it targets areas of the image that are naturally high in detail. So midtones, like the scratches on the posts, like the rhino's skin, those are all going to be affected, and their contrast is going to be raised. And that will produce the effect of increased sharpness. So I'm going to click and drag. And you can see if I take it really quite far, then the image starts to look extremely dramatic. I'm going to dial it back to about 40 points. And again, press Command D to bypass the node, or if I'm not using shortcuts, you can just click on the number of the node 2 to do the same thing and compare before and after. All right, and that was our first exercise. Let's move on to clip number 2. For clip number 2, we're going to be using the Curves palette. This is the other primary palette that everyone should know for color grading. It is just like the color wheels, used for both correction work, for balancing, but then also for creative looks and designs. So here we're going to do a very similar thing, just with an alternative approach. Let's first get comfortable with the interface. One thing I can do with the curves is I can actually pop out the palette in case I need more control over the individual curves. So in the top right corner, you will see this little icon that looks like 4 arrows pointing in different directions. When I click on it, I expand the palette, and I can now reposition it by grabbing it by the header, or I can click the bottom left corner and resize it so that I can fit it wherever I need it on the page. You have complete control over the individual channels, the color channels that you work on. In the top right corner, you can see that by default, these are all linked or ganged together, but you can also select that little chain icon to disable it and see that you can navigate between the different channels of the image. I'll relink these as I continue. Now, the main portion of the palette is taken up by the curve itself, and this bears a lot of similarities to the scopes graph that we just looked at. So the very bottom of this graph represents the hypothetical black point of the image and will impact the shadows. If I select this point and I drag it upwards, I am brightening the shadows. If you look at the scopes graph, you will see that this image is getting brighter from the bottom upwards. Likewise, I can drag the control point across the bottom, and that will have the opposite effect. It will deepen the shadows, it will bring them down in the scopes. The same is true for the opposite. At the very top, we have our white point control. I can drag it across the top to raise my trace and eventually overexpose it and completely crush the image. Or I can drag it downwards in order to darken the image. So using these two control points, I can very easily establish tonal range distribution, or I can normalize the image, or create contrast. What's really special about the Curves palette is that I can also create as many control points within the curve as I want. And thereby I can make very customized grades, both for balancing and for creative looks. It means that if there's a very specific portion of the image that I need to target that I'm finding very difficult to adjust with the color wheels, I can switch to the curves and make adjustments to that very distinct range. To create new control points, all I have to do is click on the curve and start to drag up or down to lighten or darken it. But then I can create more points to start creating looks. You can remove points by right-clicking them with your mouse. So I'm going to begin by dragging the black and white point to normalize the waveform in the scopes. Remember, we don't want to crush the shadows. We just want to land them somewhere safely between the 0 and the 128 line. So I'm going to drag that point and place it right over there. And then I'll do the opposite for the white point. I'm going to drag it until the very top of the trace is somewhere under or on the second horizontal line from the top. So we absolutely don't want to be crushing this because we will be losing a lot of data here, and that tends to look quite rough. It tends to look a bit unprofessional. So ideally, even the highlights we want to keep quite well preserved. And you can see right now that area in the window is starting to look like a block of white pixels, which we absolutely do not want. So I'll pick it up and drag it downwards. And we tend to be a little bit more precious with highlights than with shadows. So instead of placing it somewhere in between, I'm actually going to drag it a little bit lower to make sure that we preserve as much detail out of that window as possible. Hopefully by now you're feeling more comfortable with referring to scopes and reading them. If we're reading it from left to right, then we can see that there's a great area of raised pixels on the left-hand side. And if we look on the left-hand side of the image in the viewer, then you will see the brightest spot in this room, which is, of course, an open window. So it all makes sense. The rest of the image is relatively flat, so there's not too many distinct shadows or highlights. But then as you travel across to the right, you see this really gentle transition from shadow to a lighter portion of the wall. And in scopes graphs, this tends to look like a really gentle gradient, which is exactly what you can see hopefully on the right-hand side of the trace. So just a little wave going upwards towards the brightness. All right, so I have stretch the top and bottom of this trace. Sometimes you'll see that a change that you make counteracts a previous change that you had created. So for example, the shadows have now been elevated, and that's perfectly fine. A big part of color grading is reiteration. It's going back to tools that you used earlier and making further changes in order for the final result to look optimal. So I'm going to grab the black point and drag it a little bit lower, so that once again, we're filling a lower portion of the shadow. And finally, I'm going to create another point in the middle of the curve to control the overall lightness or darkness of the image. So kind of like using the gamma in the color wheels. If I click and drag, you can see that I can brighten the overall room or I can darken it. I can also refer to the histogram that's in the background of the palette. This histogram you can think of as an alternative representation of the image from the scopes, but rather than reading it from top to bottom, we're reading it from left to right, so left representing the shadows, right representing the highlights. So the majority of the image is actually quite low in terms of luminance. It's all the way down here. And if I want to target this region, I need to place the point over here, and you'll see that when I drag it upwards, much more of the image becomes brighter, much more dramatically. So I'm not going to be that intense, but I will lift it up just a touch. I can also perform a balance at this stage, but this time instead of using the viewer and the RGB picker, I am going to go back into my scope's settings. So this is the little icon that looks like 3 lines. And here I'm going to reactivate my red, green, and blue channels. So instead of using Y, which represents luminance, I'm going to switch to RGB. And I'm also going to select colorize in my settings so that I can see what these channels look like in the trace. And then once again, I'm going to click off to remove the settings panel. And I can immediately see that there's a bit of a red dominance in the image. One thing that's important to keep in mind when you're balancing is to always keep an eye on context. If this was a video of a forest, for example, then I would naturally assume that the green channel would be quite dominant in the scopes, and that's perfectly fine. I wouldn't try to neutralize that. Likewise, if we had an image of a blue sky, then the blue channel will be dominant. But in this case, we're looking at the interior of a room. We have like these scales with what we assume to be, like usually they're printed on a white piece of plastic or white paper, so that we would assume to be neutral. There's no reason really for anything in this room to have such a strong red dominance as what we're seeing. So the most likely thing is that we have a color cast. So we are going to begin by isolating our red channel in the curves by clicking R in the top right. And I am going to reuse the midpoint by selecting it and dragging it slightly down. So you can see how the red channel has separated itself from the previous ganged channels. So green and blue are still there, but red has now started to move on its own. And when I refer to the scopes, I can see that red fringe is starting to disappear a little bit behind the other channels. Whenever you have pure white in the RGB scopes, that's when you know that 3 channels are perfectly overlaid and you have neutral, you have grayscale. I can also see that I have a bit of a blue fringe at the bottom of this trace, so I will also isolate the blue channel and drag that slightly upwards. All right, and hopefully you can see that the image has become a little bit more neutral. If you need to make further tweaks, then feel free to do so, especially if something doesn't look right in the viewer. But you can always reliably depend on the scopes to give you an accurate readout, no matter what monitor you're using. So I'm going to press Command D to disable the node to compare before and after. And you can see it feels almost like turning a light on. The image has become much brighter. The contrast is more defined. It looks more like real life. And also it's been neutralized quite a bit, so it no longer has that kind of yellowish or brownish tinge. Which means that I'm now ready to start performing other actions in terms of creating this look. I really want to create some contrast, but I don't want to keep using the same curves palette, because right now you can see it's quite broken up, and if I start to make further adjustments, it's going to be difficult to keep track of what was balancing and what was creative work. So I would rather collapse this palette by clicking on the X in the top left corner, and create a new node in which I'm going to establish contrast. So I will right-click on my existing node and add a new serial node. So a serial is just a standard corrector node that will appear after the node that you currently have selected. There you go. I will use this node to create contrast, and for that we're also going to be using the curves palette. And I'll remind myself that the previous node was being used for balance. All right, whichever node I have selected, so it's highlighted with an orange outline, that's where I will be performing the changes on the palettes. Notice that when I select contrast, which doesn't have any icons at the bottom of it, the curves palette is back to what it used to be, just a straight line, from one corner to the next. If I switch back to balance, then you can see the changes that I've just made. So now I can work on contrast without affecting or undoing anything that I did with the balance. I will make sure that my curves are all ganged. Once again, I can expand the palette so it's a little bit easier to modify. And I will create what's known as an S-curve. So S-curve is a shorthand way of referring to contrast in an image. Just like the letter S, it implies that you are darkening the lower midtones or the shadows and brightening the upper midtones or the highlights, thereby creating this S shape. So it's a really quick way to establish contrast. If you have a dark image like this one, you might want to be very gentle with the severity of the S shape and keep it quite subtle. I'm pretty happy with the result, so you can see my before and my after. I also want to work on the colors of this image, but again, I don't really want to undo what I've already done. So it's a good idea to, once again, create a new node. But this time, I don't want to make changes to the colors after the current node, because I do feel like contrast is a good change to place at the end of a pipeline. Instead, I want to make my color corrections between the balance and the contrast. So for that, I'm going to right-click the contrast node, add node, but this time, instead of adding serial, I'm going to add serial before. So now a new node has appeared in that connection line between balance and contrast. And this will be my look. Just like with the remainder of the nodes on this particular clip, I'm going to be using the curves palette to create the look. Let me expand the palette one last time. And this time I'll start isolating the channels. What's fun is that if you want to introduce the color of a certain channel, you can select it, create a control point, and drag upwards to bring that color in. But when you drag it downwards, you're not just removing the color, you're actually introducing its inverse opposite. So the opposite of green in the additive color space is magenta. So you bring magenta in by dragging in the opposite direction. If you ever have any trouble remembering the different color pairs, you can refer to the color wheels in the primaries and see that, opposite of green is magenta, opposite of red is cyan, it's this light blue, and then opposite of blue is yellow. So if I were to reset these parameters, go to blue, I can introduce blue or yellow. Let me reset. And also introduce red or cyan. A quick way to create a look using the curves palette is to introduce two opposite colors into opposing tonal ranges of an image. So for example, if I have my red channel open, I could drag down in the lower midtones to introduce cyan into the shadows, or rather, I'll drag in the opposite direction and introduce red into the shadows, but then drag the other half of the curve in the opposite direction. And that's going to give me this really interesting, almost retro look on the colors. So this is actually called cross-process. It's a reference to older photo development techniques. And in this case, it almost always produces like a really attractive color look. So in this case, I've used the opposite ends of the red channel. You can see before and after. I can reset this and try the same thing for a different color, and it will pretty much always work. So in this case, I'm going to lift the bottom half of the blue channel to introduce blue into the shadows, but then lower the upper midtones to introduce yellow, its opposite. And that also gives us a really interesting result. I'm going to keep these control points relatively close to the original line so that the colors are pretty subtle to get this result. All right, if I wanted to look at this clip in full screen, I can use Command F as a shortcut or Control F on the PC, and then continue to use my shortcuts to bypass the node grade. So Command D, before and after, and this is me creating that blue and yellow look. If I wanted to bypass the entire pipeline, not just one node, there are a couple of ways I can accomplish this. First, at the very top of the viewer, you have this icon that looks like a little color wheel with some sparkles next to it. You can click on that to completely bypass the entire grade, and you'll end up looking at the original video signal. Or you can press Shift-D, and that will also disable the entire pipeline. And you can see at the very top of the viewer, that icon again is getting crossed out to indicate to you visually that you're no longer seeing the grade. Now that we've created a few looks, let's save them for later use. So I will right-click within the viewer with my Clip 2 still open, and I will select Grab Still. And now a still will appear in the gallery, which contains, as I've mentioned earlier, a high-quality one-frame grab of this video based on the frame that I had open at the time that I grabbed it, but then also all of the color grading data associated with it. I can even click underneath the still to give it a custom name. So in this case, this was the cross-process look. In case you're unable to reach or to click that area to start labeling a still, you can always right-click and choose Change Label, and you can do the same thing. Let's also grab a still of our first clip. Right-click, grab still, and that will appear at the very beginning here. I'll click to select it, and this was more of like a neutral cyan look. So this is a way that I can collect all of my different grades, my different looks. Something else I could do is also organize these into albums, which is the Color Pages version of folders or bins. To access albums, I need to click on the sidebar icon in the top left corner of my media pool. And you can see when I select it, the sidebar opens up and I have my default album Stills 1. I can double click to highlight its name and I will call this my Looks album. Then I can also right click within the sidebar to generate as many new albums as I need. So when I right click, I can add still album, and that's my stills too. So it's really quite easy to stay organized when you're working with the gallery. But now the next thing I'd like to take a look at is matching clips to one another. So that is just as important as being able to read scopes, to be able to normalize and balance clips in preparation for the creative grade. But we perform matching for a slightly different purpose. So primarily it's so that you can have clips playing in a sequence and they all look like they're all part of the same environment. So let's take a look at 3 clips that I have in the timeline right now. I will disable the loop function in my viewer by clicking on the little orange arrow at the bottom. And I will press spacebar to play through these 3 airplane sequence clips. And even though topically they all make sense next to each other, they all look extremely different because they were captured on different days, on different cameras, and it's perfectly natural for this to happen to footage. So the first clip looks really quite warm, after which you go into this very neutral clip in the middle and then continue into this darker, cooler clip. So we would like all of these to look pretty cohesive. I will begin with the automated match function in DaVinci Resolve because I feel that it's quite powerful and really quite useful. The first thing we need to do is decide on our ideal starting point, or our key shot, as it's also known. And I think the middle clip in this sequence makes the most sense because it is a very neutral looking shot. It's nice and bright, but also the contrast is appropriate. So we have nice deep shadows and very good highlights that are not blown out. I will select my 3rd clip and right click on clip number 4. All right, so this is a very important distinction to remember. The clip that you're changing has to be the one that you have selected, but the one that you want to match to is the one that you want to right-click. And choose Shot Match to this clip. It might take a moment, but hopefully you will see the colors shift as your opening clip now changes to match the look of the subsequent clip. You can see they're both nice and neutral now. They have the same color tarmac even, so that's the ground, same color fuselage on the planes. They both look very similar in terms of color balance, but also in terms of contrast. You can see that the shadows underneath the airplane are just as rich in both cases. So now if you were to see this as part of a documentary or a feature, this would look a little bit more natural, like they belong next to each other. We'll try the same thing for clip number 5, once again using clip 4 as my key. So I will have 5 selected. If you right-click the active clip, you will not see Shot Match to this clip as an option. So you have to make sure that you are right-clicking the key instead. Shot Match to this clip. All right. And that's also given me a pretty good adjustment. Remember, you can continue to disable a node or press Command D to temporarily hide the grade. And there absolutely has been a substantial change, but it may be not strictly as accurate as the previous one had been, and that's perfectly fine. So in this case, I can see, for example, that the shadows are much deeper in our key shot. If I look at the wheels or if I look at the engines, and also refer to the scopes, you can see that these fall pretty low down, right above the 0 point line. But when I look at number 5, those points are elevated. So they look a little bit flatter in the viewer, and they're also much, much higher in terms of the scopes. I will go into my primaries palette and drag the lift master wheel to the left to darken that range of the image and try to get it into the same position in the scopes as it was for clip number 4. All right, so the shadows are looking much better. I think the highlights are also pretty good. You can see they're a little bit lower perhaps in clip number 4, a little bit elevated in number 5. So I can drag those down. But then overall, the image I think could use with a brightening. You can see here the spread is much more even, whereas here it's a little bit more concentrated in the upper midtones. So pick up the gamma, drag it upwards slightly. I'm still seeing just a little bit of warmth, I think, in this image compared to the key. So once again, we can return to the primaries, switch from wheels to bars, and I am ever so slightly going to lift the blue channel at the very bottom here in the lift so that I don't have as much of a separation of colors at the very bottom of my scopes. So by not even dragging, but just by using the scroll wheel once on the blue bar and raising it by a factor of 0.01, my shadows have now started to look more neutral, and I've achieved a much better match with clip number 4. So this is a really nice on-the-fly way of color matching, being able to very quickly navigate down a timeline and making sure all the clips match each other, especially if they were captured in the same location and there's enough context, enough visual references for the software to understand what it's seeing and match those elements up. In some cases, though, you're not going to have those types of helpful references, in which case you will need to perform all of the shot matching yourself. And that's a very powerful skill to have, and I'm about to show you how to do it. I've got these 2 clips near the end of the timeline, numbers 6 and 7, which don't really have a very clear reference for white, like a white piece of paper or a white t-shirt, or in this case, the fuselage of a plane. So here we have a slightly more busy environment in terms of there just being more vegetation, so things with a naturally stronger color cast. We do have some pretty good references for shadows. They don't take up a large portion of the frame, but they are still there, so we know what the deepest shadow should look like. In this case, we also have the same environment, but it was captured at different times of the day, which is another reason why you might often have mismatched footage. We want, in the end, for the sequence to look like this. We want the warmer daytime look rather than the sort of sunset, cooler look. For this, I am first going to grab a reference image. So I'm going to open up a brand new album in the gallery because I don't want this to end up in my looks. I'll select Stills 2, and then I'll right-click the viewer when I have clip 7 open and choose Grab Still. There we go. In this case, I'm not grabbing this for color grading or look purposes. There's absolutely nothing in the node editor for me to preserve. I need this purely as a visual reference. And in fact, I will label this still as reference in the gallery. And that way, that's a reminder to myself that there's nothing important that I'm going to lose in case, I delete it later on. I'm then going to select clip number 6, and I am going to double-click the reference thumbnail to wipe it in the viewer. So you can see a few changes have occurred in the viewer right now. In the top left corner, I've activated one of the icons, which is the image wipe. And that has now produced a split line down the middle, and it's showing me my reference on the right-hand side and my active clip on the left. On top of that, in the top right corner, I've also revealed a lot of additional controls for how the image wipe behaves. By default, you're going to get this horizontal wipe, where you have a single line in the middle that you can pick up with your mouse and move left and right to, pick the ideal point for matching. But then you also have a lot of alternative wipe modes, based on the context of the scene, based on, the placement of your characters. So you can check these out. I think they're pretty self-explanatory. But in our case, really what we need is this kind of divide where we have a good environmental reference, right? So we can see the ground in both frames. We can see the mountains in the background in both frames. And those few references to shadows are also present in things like the dog's face, for example, the wrinkles in the man's clothes, but then also the horse's eyes and its mane are all going to fall in the same region. I'm going to change my scopes from a waveform to an RGB parade. That makes it really easy to see exactly what the signal strength is of every individual channel in the video. So I'm going to use my pop-up menu to choose parade. And the default setup should be enough. So we have red, green, and blue. The actual distribution of the trace is exactly the same as it was with the standard waveform. You're still looking at the signal strength from weakest at the bottom, the black point, to strongest at the top, the white point, and you're still reading it left to right, except now the video signal is a bit compressed. So it's much more narrow, but it's still the same shape. If I was to jump back into, say, clip number 2, hopefully you'll recognize that bright window on the left-hand side, but it's got slightly different strengths for all 3 channels. So in this case, I am looking at the image on the left, but you can actually see the wipe line between the 2 as I move it around. So the parade is giving me a readout of both, which makes it much, much easier to match the 2 because I just have to get the height correct in all 3 channels. So matching is a bit different from balancing in that sense because you're not trying to get the 3 of them to line up perfectly. Rather, you're trying to get them to replicate the relationship of your reference clip. In which case, as we're reading this, we can see the blue channel absolutely does have to be reduced because right now it's a bit higher. And the red channel needs to be raised because you can see that the reference image has a slightly elevated red channel. So we are going to perform our match using the curves palette. I already have a blank node ready, and in fact, I'm going to label this, call it match. And I'll begin by isolating my red channel, and I will raise its white point to drag the top half of this red parade. And I only need to drag it a little bit. You can see that it starts to match the arc of the reference red parade, and that's perfectly fine for me. I'm happy with it. I will now do the same thing for the blue channel. So that's a little elevated. I will do the opposite. I will select blue, drag the white point, and lower it. So once again, it matches the arc of the reference. When I look back at the viewer, the color grade is looking very, very close, right? So that's already a very good match. And that just required 2 very small adjustments to the red and blue channels. One maybe final thing I would like to do is also match the bottom of the green channel, which right now I can see is a little bit elevated in my active clip versus my reference. So I will isolate my green channel, select the black point, and drag it down ever so slightly. Okay. So now we have a pretty good match between the 2. In fact, I can disable my wipe mode in the top left corner by selecting this image wipe icon. And I can use my up and down arrow keys to cut between the 2 clips. And then I can also play these back to see how well they match each other. And I think that's looking really nice, much closer than what it used to be, which was, of course, this, the much cooler look, followed by the warmer one. But here's where the real magic starts. Once you've achieved a match between clips, you can now start to design looks for your scene, and you don't have to recreate the look every time you need to use it. You can simply copy and paste it across different clips, and as long as they have the same starting point, they will continue to match, all right? So it's all about getting it out of the way in the first node of the pipeline. For example, in this case, I can create a new node, add serial, and this will be a node for contrast. I will once again use my curves, but this time I will combine all of my channels, I'll gang them, and I will start by maybe dragging the top and the bottom points in opposite directions to really drag out the potential of this image. Because this is a creative contrast look, there's not really as many strong rules around it. So if I start to, for example, clip my shadows, it's not as big a deal. But let's see, I'm gonna click downwards to maybe deepen the midtones, which I think looks really nice. It produces more color, more saturation in the image. and then drag the highlights up to give me a bit more separation to reveal more detail in the ground. Great. Once again, I'll press Command F to see this image. I can press Command D to disable. You can see this is before and after my contrast. And I can also press Shift D to bypass the entire pipeline and see that this was my original image followed by the grade. If I wanted to apply this exact same contrast to the following video, I can select this node in my pipeline, and I can either use my edit menu to choose Edit, Copy, or I can use a standard keyboard shortcut, which is Command-C or Control-C on a PC. Select that. Now I can navigate to clip 7 and choose Edit and Paste, or Command-V, Control-V. The contrast has been pasted, and the look between the two clips has been maintained because they had the same starting point in terms of chrominance. The next thing I'm excited to show you is the filter option in the color page. So remember when we looked at the interface toolbar at the very top, I told you that there were certain panels that you can reveal and hide by pressing on certain buttons. One of those buttons is Clips, which collapses your thumbnail timeline underneath the viewer. But if you look right next to the Clips button, you will also see this little drop-down arrow. When you click on it, you reveal a series of filters that you can apply to your timeline. So by default, your timeline will show you all clips, but sometimes you might want to isolate what you're seeing. For example, right before delivering a project, you might wish to check out what all your ungraded clips are. If there's anything that you may have accidentally skipped or forgotten, when I click on ungraded clips, that leaves just one clip in my timeline, which was that airplane clip that we used, as a key shot. So I can select that and I can review this clip. Now, this has no impact on your actual edit. If you look at the edit timeline underneath, you can see that all of the clips and their cut points are still present. If I was to jump back into the edit page, my entire timeline is still just as it was. It is only what we're seeing in the color page that changes. Let me go back to my filter and I could select all clips and these all come back. So filters can be incredibly helpful when you're trying to focus on a subset of your media for whatever reason. For example, we have two clips that we're going to be performing secondary grading on in a second. And I will mark them in order to remind myself where they are. One of those clips is number 2. So I will right click and I will add a flag to it. So I'll select flags and make it yellow. And you can now see a little yellow flag in the top left corner indicating that for whatever reason, this clip has been indicated with this flag. And I would also like to mark clip number 8 for secondary grading work. So I'm going to right click, add flag, and yellow. I can also add flags in batches. So to select multiple clips, I can either hold the command modifier on my keyboard and make multiple selections, or I can also hold the shift key to select a sequence of clips. So with number 3 highlighted, I've held shift, I pressed number 5, and that gave me that exact sequence of clips. I can now right click, choose flags, select blue, and now all of these have adopted a blue flag. So what does this have to do necessarily with organization or the filters that I talked about a second ago? If I go back into my clips filter list, I will find that one of my options for filtering is flags. So I could decide, for the rest of the afternoon, I only want to focus on this airplane sequence. So I can choose to filter by blue flags, and now I don't have to be distracted by any of the other media on my timeline. And granted, this was a relatively short timeline. There's not too many clips, but when you're working on an episode of a show or a short film or a feature film, you are going to have potentially hundreds of clips to work through. And it really helps a lot to have flags to indicate exact features that you want to address, that you want to focus on for the day. and not have to constantly jump back and forth on the timeline. So for this next portion, I'd like to return to our main timeline. I'm going to navigate to the clips drop-down menu once again and set it to all clips to remove the filter. And the next thing we'll be doing is working with secondary grading tools. Secondary color grading is when we target only a portion of the frame when we're performing color grading or applying an effect. So we do this primarily using two techniques. One technique is referred to as masking. In DaVinci Resolve, we accomplish this using power windows. And in this technique, we are isolating a portion of the frame using a shape, something basic like a circle or a square, or even a custom shape that we draw ourselves using a vector. And then alternatively, we can also perform secondary grading using keying techniques, which is where you select a portion of the frame based on hue, saturation, or luminance. So in DaVinci Resolve, we accomplish this using the qualifier tool. We're going to use both of these in the next couple of exercises. I'm going to start with clip number 2, which we've already worked on. So here we've performed a balance, we've applied a creative look and contrast. But in our case, I also want to isolate the face of these scales in order to make the detail here pop out even more. Because that's obviously the purpose of this shot, is to get the audience to look at the detail right in the middle. So I'm going to try to make it as clear as possible. Now, where would you place a node for this type of secondary grade? So far, we've been mostly keeping things sequential. But in this case, I want to work on top of the cleanest version of the signal. So I'm going to place my secondary grade right after the balance node. I will select it, right-click, add node, and add serial. So I'll use my labels to indicate that this will be a secondary grade on the scales surface. And for this, it makes the most sense to use a shape. It's pretty straightforward circular shape. So I will go into my Windows palette. The icon to enter it looks exactly like a circle. And underneath, you have a series of preset vector shapes. I will select the circular window, and that will immediately appear in the viewer as this little interface that I can interact with. So I can drag the corners to make this window larger. I can click anywhere in the empty space in the middle to move it around as a single unit. I can also stretch it or crush it, pull it in various directions, and also rotate it using the little anchor in the middle. Feel free to also move around the viewer itself. So right now I can't really see the bottom of the shape too well. So I can middle click my mouse, so I can click on the scroll wheel to maneuver around to have a better control over the bottom of the frame. I can also give myself a bit more room by collapsing some of my other panels. For example, I very often collapse my timeline panel over here to give the viewer a little bit more breathing room. And remember, it's dynamic, so if I resize some of my other palettes, then it will reshape itself and make it larger. So now I can see my selection a little bit better. I can see that the circle is not perfect, and it's kind of up to me to decide whether I'm happy to make this compromise and keep it the shape that it is, or whether I want to be more exact in my selection. In the window options, so that's the 3-dot menu in the top right corner, I can choose to convert the shape to Bezier, which means that I can now break apart this preset shape and turn it into a series of custom points that I can pick up and move around. And every single point has these Bezier handles that I can also maneuver around in order to get the best possible angle on this point. So I'm dragging these around using my mouse and then also modifying the handles to get a better selection. This does take a little bit of practice if this is your first time encountering vector shapes or Bezier points, but you do get used to it over time. So I'm going to pick the bottom point up. This is my last modification. It's okay that this is outside of the viewer, that it's off screen, because it's all about getting the most accurate shape or arc as possible. All right, so I'm pretty happy with that selection. I can now go into my standard primary controls, my primaries and my curves, and make further adjustments. This is also a really easy way to get rid of the window interface, that little white outline. It's quite difficult to color grade when you're looking at the shapes. So by clicking on a different palette in the central palettes, I get to get rid of that. In this case, I am going to begin by brightening the overall region using the Gamma master wheel. I'm going to click and drag the slider to the right. All right, and you can see how this is already a little bit more appealing. It draws the eye because it's a little bit brighter. I can also adjust the contrast and pivot in the adjustment controls to further enhance the details, so make the difference between the white backplate and the numbers a little bit more enhanced. Great, that's even better. And then finally, I can still use the mid-tone detail to further enhance the detail of the numbers and the little lines running across the perimeter. Great. And I can disable the scales node to see before and after, and you can see how much more vibrant it's become. But because this node is followed by the look and the contrast nodes, they are still affecting the end result in terms of the look, right? So we haven't undone any of that cross-process that we created, any of that contrast. So it still fits very well into the overall appearance of this clip. If you feel that the edge of your circle is starting to look a little bit harsh, a little bit sharp, you can always return to your window palette and use the softness controls to maybe make it a little bit less dramatic. So that's still going to be hard to do with the window outline, which means that I can go into my viewer pop-up in the bottom left corner. These are my on-screen controls. These determine what kind of tools or outlines I see in the viewer. I'm going to select that and set it to off. And that way I'm still working in the window palette, but I no longer have to see that circular outline. So I can click and drag my softness control, and you can see that makes it really easy to conceal the fact that I have placed a window there. But I don't want to take it too far. I do still want there to be a bit of an edge. So the last thing I need to consider with a shot like this is exactly how it's going to play. I will re-enable the looping function at the bottom of the viewer, and I'm going to play through. It doesn't look too bad, but as the scales swing, they kind of move out of the influence of my power window. If I activate my outline, you can see that as the scales swing forward, they're no longer being graded, and that's not great. So I would like to have the window follow the movement of the scales. That is relatively easy to achieve in the tracker palette. You'll find this right next to the power window, so the two of these are actually quite intricately linked. The tracker will always react to any windows that you apply to the viewer, and in fact, you can't really run a track in window mode unless you already have a power window enabled. So with the tracker palette open, I have analysis controls accessible to me in the top left corner. I will click Analyze Forward and keep an eye on the window in the viewer. Because this was quite a short take, it happened very quickly, and the track was complete. I can now drag the playhead in the graph in the tracker, or even underneath the viewer, and move back and forth to check the accuracy of the track. And I think that looks really good. The window is now moving with the scales, and my secondary changes have now applied successfully to the whole clip. Something else that involves using power windows that is also a secondary grading change is adding a vignette. So this is another way of drawing the attention of the viewer and redirecting it to a single point. It's used most commonly to pretty much draw us to the center of an image, and traditionally vignettes were just shadows cast by the matte box around the camera lens. But now when we work digitally and the shadows off mattes are not as much of an issue, we produce them artificially because there is a certain aesthetic quality to them, and we do like the way that they can help us frame an image. So I will apply that to the very end of my pipeline. I'm going to choose my contrast node, right-click, Add Node, add serial. Don't worry if your nodes start to get thrown around the node editor, by the way. The position of the nodes themselves does not matter so much. The most important thing is the connection line. So as long as the connection is running in the right order, in the right sequence, then you're good. So I can even start, a second layer of nodes underneath here. I can also choose to make the nodes smaller by going in the top right corner, and you'll find that there's a little scroll bar that allows me to zoom in and out. And I will right-click, add a label for my vignette, and return to the window palette. Once again, I'm going to activate the circle window preset, but this time I am going to stretch it out to pretty much fill the frame, because that's what a vignette is, right? It should just be the darkening of the very edges or the very corners. One of the most important things about vignettes is that they have to be extremely subtle. As soon as you can see them, as soon as you're aware of their presence, then they immediately become quite distracting. So it's very important that they're nice and gentle on the eye. So I'm going to use the red point over here to soften the very edge of my circle. I can even see what my selection looks like by going into the top left corner and clicking on the magic wand. Right, and that actually gives me my selection. And as you can see, the red point determines the very softness of the edge and allows me to blend it out nicely. I can always, of course, drag it beyond the visibility of the viewer itself, either by navigating, by middle-clicking and dragging, but also by using the scroll wheel. So I can scroll out of the image and keep dragging that softness. And the final important thing to do for vignettes is to invert my selection. Because right now, if I tried to darken my edges, if I went into, say, my gamma master wheel and I tried to drag it to the left, I will find that it's the center of the image that becomes darker, and that's not what I want. So I'm going to reset and then invert my window in the window palette. So there's my invert button. Now, if I check the highlight mode, you will see that what we're selecting is only the corners of the frame. And I can return to my gamma control, start dragging it to the left, and you will see that it is the edges now that are darkening. Once again, I will want to leave my window palette so that I'm not distracted by the circular outline. And I can also zoom back into the viewer. A shortcut for that is to use Shift-Z on your keyboard. Not only will it zoom into your frame, but it will also fit it to fill the frame, which means that it will react dynamically to any resizing that you do. So it's a pretty good state to be in. All right, so with that selection made, I can now start to darken the edges of my frame, make them a bit more dramatic. If I'm not happy where the shadows are falling, I can return to my window controls and make further changes to the shape. I use vignettes relatively frequently. It's a pretty standard shape and placement. So something I could do is save the placement and the blending or the softness of the circle as a preset. I'm going to go into the options menu of the window palette, and at the very top you can see Save as New Preset is an option. I will select that and give it a preset name, vignette, press OK. And from now on, if I was to go into another clip, I will continue to see vignette as a shape option in the options menu of the window palette. All right, and finally, we are going to go to clip number 8 and discover the other half of secondary grading, which is using the qualifier to make selections based on a key of either color values, luminance, or saturation. In this case, we have a clip that we can play through a couple of times of an airplane traveling over some water. All right, so it's just running on loop. And our intention here will be to, for example, turn the water blue. This is very difficult to do using Windows, obviously, because it will require you to, outline the airplane, get that exact shape, and then also track it. but it's much, much easier to do based on color values because the green water is so distinct and there is nothing else green in the footage. So it'll be pretty easy to extract. We already have a balance node present on this clip. Feel free to explore this if you're following along. You can deactivate this node to see what it looked like before. And this image was also a little bit flatter. There was not as much distinction in the details in the water and also like amongst the highlights and the shadows. Whereas with the balance in place, you can actually see where the clouds were in the sky and where you have like the shadow of the airplane. So these details are a little bit more pronounced. They're going to make the final image look quite good. But in our case, we want to generate a brand new node with which to perform essentially a green key. So I'm going to right-click the balance node, add serial, and I will call this blue water. And then I will navigate to the qualifier palette right next to the power windows. There we go. And here you can see that we have 3 standards upon which we are making selections. So that's hue, saturation, and luminance. You can start interacting with these parameters right away, or you can click in the viewer to take a sample of the color that you want to select. So the quickest way to do this is simply to click once in the viewer, and you will immediately see a series of selections in these bars in the qualifier palette. You can also click on the wand, so the highlight mode in the viewer, to see what your selection looks like. So yes, it has grabbed that distinct shade of green, but it hasn't really grabbed all of the water. So I'm going to try this again, but instead of clicking one time, I am going to click and drag, and that will allow me to grab a much wider sample of color. I'm going to press the global reset for the qualifier in the top right corner, so that resets all of the parameters down here. And then go back into the viewer, and I'm going to click and drag across the water, making sure to get a full range of the luminance values, So we have the lighter green at the top, we have the richer green at the bottom, and even like a slightly warmer green in the bottom right corner. And as I clicked and dragged, my selections in the qualifier parameters grew. Right, they expanded to include a wider range of chrominance, hues, saturation, and luminance. When I click on the highlight mode in the viewer, I will see that that selection now looks much more solid. So you should see mostly green water, maybe still a few areas that have not been picked up, but that's fine. We can now refine this. So if we go back to the qualifier controls, you can continue to interact with all of these. I can click and drag the edges of my qualifier selection. And as I do so, you will notice that the selection in the viewer is affected. So I'm getting few and few of those gray spots. And gray, when you're in highlight mode, means that an area has not been selected. So it's good that the airplane is gray and the birds, but everything else, all the water, should be green. And that's not looking too bad. If I still found, that there were areas that were not being selected, despite the color, range seemingly being represented, I could then continue to make changes to saturation and luminance. But once I'm done with these 3, I can also now go into the top right corner of the viewer where I have some highlight-specific controls. So I can change the way that my selection is being represented from highlight mode, which gives me that kind of color and grayscale representation, which we've been using so far, or I could switch it to highlight black white, which will give me a matte representation of my selection. So here I can see that whatever is represented as white or opaque white is fully selected. Anything that's black is not selected. So we want to make sure that we don't have any spots, any dots visible, and also that there's no selections like on the airplane itself. To clean up your selection when you're in this mode, black and white, you want to use the matte finesse controls on the right-hand side of the qualifier palette. So denoise is a very popular choice because that will get rid of a lot of like the smaller issues that you might have with the edges of your selections and with the object that you have. So for example, that sort of cleaned up a lot of the issues I had inside the airplane. And then clean black and clean white, you can almost think of as master wheels. So if something was already pretty dark, but there was a few white flecks in it, then clean black is just going to get rid of those last remaining bit of noise. And then I can also use clean white to get rid of some of the noise around the birds. And then if you feel like you want to add a bit of softness to your edge, you can also use something like blur radius. I tend to leave that until after I start color grading to make sure that I can justify the level of softness as opposed to just guessing. But in that case, I'm really, really happy with this selection. So I think we've got a really clean extraction of the water. I'm going to turn off highlight mode. And I can now start to perform the color grade. There's a lot of different ways that I can achieve this. In fact, that's something you'll find about the color page, and also a lot of like other, I suppose, creative processes, is that there's never just one way to accomplish something. There's a lot of different tools that will do something similar. And the only real difference is in the speed with which you can get the result that you need, and also the clarity or the quality. So in our case, we are going to go with speed. We're going to apply a really quick change to the colors by isolating the blue channel in the curves palette and dragging the black point up in order to make blue the dominant color in this selection. So I can drag it up pretty high, and I can play through this clip to see that those elements that were not included in our selection are not being affected by the grade. So if I go back to my black point and I raise it up and down, you can see the airplane and the birds are untouched. But even with the water turned blue, I can continue to refine it using some other tools. So for example, I might decide, this is very saturated, so I might want to tone it down by going into the adjustment controls at the bottom of the primaries and making this a more natural blue as opposed to like that really intense, like almost plastic looking blue. Something else I can do is use my hue parameter to rotate the hue of the water. So we've already done most of the work by turning it blue, but now I can refine exactly what shade of blue I want it to be. So if I drag it to the left, I start to go closer to magenta and pink and red, which we don't really want. Or if I drag it to the right, I might turn it into a more inviting, like a warmer blue. And then if I keep dragging it to the right, then eventually I'll turn it green. So I want to kind of keep it close to the original range, but maybe a little bit further to the right. All right, and that takes care of the water. We've turned it blue. But you might be looking at this image and thinking like, well, what about all these birds at the end? It feels like they're still quite desaturated and colorless. I think in the original footage, if we press Shift-D and we turn off the entire pipeline, you can see that they had a hint of pink. So these were clearly flamingos, and we've now lost a little bit of that color. So it'd be really nice to bring it back. The great thing about working with nodes is that you never have to repeat a workflow. And you never have to like really copy and paste so much when you're working within one image. You can just reuse a signal as many times as you need to. In this case, I would like to continue working on this selection that we've made with the water, but just redirect my attention to the birds. So I'm going to right-click on my latest node, and I will add a new node, but this time I will choose to add an outside node. And what that is going to do is, once again, make a standard corrector like we've been using this whole time, but it will invert any kind of key data that your current node has. So I'm going to click Add Outside. And for the first time, we're seeing a brand new connection. It's this blue one. And it is actively inverting what we've just created in the blue water node. But now when I click on Highlight, I will see that the white is focusing on the airplane and the birds. And if I switch back to highlight mode, you can see that those are the elements that we will be affecting when we color grade. So with this, we can color grade the birds. I'm going to right click, node label, flamingos. If we were to start making changes in any of our primary tools right now, we would also be affecting the airplane, and that's not something I want to do. So I will need to first isolate it from our selection. We can go into the window palette for this, and simply create a subtractive window that will extract what we don't need. So this is the really fun thing about secondary tools, is that you can mix and match them, you can combine them. Oftentimes, the qualifier will do a lot of the heavy lifting for you by making a selection based on color, but you might still need to use the Windows palette to isolate things, that you want to keep, or maybe subtract things that you don't. So I will click on this circle preset, pick it up and drag it right over the airplane in the viewer, and then resize the circle to make sure it's not overlapping any of our birds. I'm also going to make sure that you'll see that the airplane never leaves the confines of that circle. So as I drag my playhead to the left, I see that it very slowly exits the frame and disappears like so. I will switch back into highlight mode, and I will find that the only thing I can see right now is the airplane. And that makes sense because by default, all windows are additive. So it is keeping, what I've selected. I want to do the opposite. I want to invert that shape. So now I'm keeping everything that's outside of it. I've made it into a subtractive window. And this all looks good. So I can turn off my highlight mode, go back to my primary tools, and turn those birds pink. This time we can use the wheels. So because they're all very bright, I will use the gain wheel for that. Remember, that goes after the highlights of the image. And I can drag my control point towards pink or magenta to give them a little bit of color. Now, they might look really quite saturated, quite extreme, but something you have to keep in mind is how shortly they are present in the sequence, really. So it's only just a few frames, maybe 12 or so frames at the end of the clip that they come into view. In that case, it's okay to leave the colors a little extreme. It's okay to leave the selection, as is, because we will have just enough time as an audience to process that they're there before the clip cuts to something else in the timeline. So I've pressed Shift-Z to reposition my viewer, and I'm going to play through this video. We've got nice blue water under the very yellow airplane, and then all these pink flamingos coming in at the very end. And that wasn't too difficult to accomplish. Thank you so much for joining me for this overview of the color page. In the next video, we're going to be looking at some more advanced concepts like an introduction to color management, looking at the node editor and achieving non-destructive grading workflows, and also the HDR palette and a few other new tools. If you have any questions or if you need any advice on using the color page, I highly recommend that you check out the Blackmagic Design forum. And to gain access to all our other training materials, check out the training page on blackmagicdesign.com, where you can learn all the other pages as well as gain certification for all of them. Hi, my name is Daria, and I'm a colorist and a DaVinci Resolve master trainer. Today we're going to be looking at some more advanced concepts in DaVinci Resolve's color page. If you've not yet seen the first video in this series, I suggest you check it out so that you're more familiar with some of the core concepts of the color page before following along with this one. But if you feel you're ready, let's jump into it. I've already got my project set up, so this was also a DRA, and I have my timeline open. In this project, I would like to set up color management before I begin color grading. Color management is an internal process in DaVinci Resolve that remaps the starting point of all your clips to a single working color space. So for example, right now you can see I have a series of clips on my timeline, all with different sources and different codecs. Based on these codec names, I can see that some of the clips have come directly from one of our Blackmagic cameras. So these are in the Blackmagic RAW standard, whereas some of the other clips have been transcoded. So we have Apple ProRes and DNxHR, which are some common intermediary codec standards. This means that the way that the color information in these clips is encoded is slightly different. So with color management, we can remap all of these into a single working standard that will allow the color tools in the color page to operate consistently and smoothly, producing nice, beautiful results. Another reason why we use color management is so that we can control our deliverable outputs. So there's a lot of different standards that we deliver to. For example, cinema projection, television broadcast, online streaming services, and of course the internet. All of these use different transmission technologies or different display standards, and for that reason we have different color standards to deliver to. If you were grading a non-color managed project, you would have to hypothetically regrade your project for every one of those standards. But with color management enabled, it's enough for you to simply change the output standard that you're delivering to, and automatically all of your grades will be remapped. So let's set this up in the project settings, which you can access via the gear icon in the bottom right corner of the program. I'm going to click once, and then in the sidebar on the left, I'm going to navigate to the color management section. By default, the color science is set to DaVinci YRGB, which is essentially like disabling color management. I am going to select my drop-down list and enable it by selecting DaVinci YRGB Color Managed. When I do this, I reveal some additional controls. Right now we have a drop-down for Resolve Color Management preset, and it's assuming that I want to deliver for conventional streaming online. You can see a slight description underneath telling you exactly what the standard is used for. If I click on this drop-down, I can see that there's a lot of other standards represented. As I mentioned, things like broadcast and cinema are all covered, as well as SDR and HDR deliverables. I am going to choose a standard that's going to allow me to future-proof my project. Future-proofing means that if something comes up down the line and I need to deliver to a new standard that I hadn't considered, or one that might potentially not even exist yet, I can still do so with this project. The standard is called DaVinci Wide Gamut, and it far exceeds any of the standards currently represented in this list. So I'll pick DaVinci Wide Gamut. And then underneath that, I am being prompted for an output color space. And as you're color grading, this should represent the monitor that you're using for the color grade. In my case, I'm on a color grading monitor set to the Rec. 709 Gamma 2.4 standard. If you're grading on your computer monitor, you might want to check out what standard it currently uses and set your output color space to match. When you're creating deliverables for other standards, for things like broadcast and cinema, you will need to look up what those deliverable requirements are and set the output color space accordingly. The only general rule here is that you want to start with the widest possible gamut and then work your way down as you start creating your deliverables. But in my case, this is the widest standard I need. It's Rec. 709 Gamma 2.4. I'm going to click Save, and in fact, just before I do that, I'm going to move my project settings window out of the way, and I'll keep an eye on the viewer as I do this so I can see the change occur. Right, so hopefully you noticed the color shifted, became a little bit more saturated, there's a touch more contrast. It's starting to look more like real life, so we're no longer seeing this like log encoded version of the video clips. Feel free to navigate between these clips using the arrow keys to see that all of the colors have been shifted and all of the clips look closer to each other as well as a starting point. So now I can begin color grading, know that I am within a very safe standard for color grading. All of my tools are going to behave in a consistent manner, and I can always change my output color space if I needed to. So how does DaVinci Resolve know what the starting point of all your footage is? Sometimes it doesn't know, sometimes it does. For example, when you're working with raw media, any of the raw standards currently supported by DaVinci Resolve will automatically be remapped into the working color space that you've set up. If I go back into my project settings, I can click on the camera raw tab in the sidebar and look up my raw profiles to see all of the different raw standards currently supported. All of these will automatically be remapped, so I don't have to worry about any of the clips that have Blackmagic RAW written under them in the codecs. However, for clips that have been transcoded, so Apple ProRes, DNxHR, because of the nature of transcoding, we are losing some of the metadata associated with these clips when they were originally captured, so we don't actually know what the starting point is. In this case, we would probably have to either look up our camera specs if we were the ones who shot the footage ourselves, or get in contact with the camera operator or DP from the project and find out what color standard they shot in. We can then right-click on any of the clips on the timeline and make changes to make sure that the input color space of the clips is specified and it matches their origin. So clip number 7, for example, has already been set up. I can navigate to input color space, and I can see that this was captured on a Blackmagic Design camera, 4.6K film, using the Generation 1 color space. So that has already been set up and remapped. Other times, you might decide that you don't want to apply color management on certain clips or certain graphics, for example, in which case you can choose to bypass color management altogether. With this clip, for example, the color management has occurred, but I might find that it's a little extreme around the highlights, which are looking a bit saturated. I can right-click on clip number 10 and select Bypass Color Management. And in that case, I go back to that log look, but at least I feel like I have a little bit more control over how I set up my contrast and my saturation from the get-go. The downside of disabling color management, though, on clips is that if you decide to change your output color space to a different deliverable standard, that clip will not react and it will not be remapped, which means you will have to regrade it. So you should avoid bypassing color management whenever possible. And then finally, if all of your media is originating from the same camera source, it makes sense to set it up in the project settings rather than the individual input color spaces. If I go back to my project settings controls, to color management, I will need to return to my color management preset parameter and change it to custom. When I do that, any of the settings associated with DaVinci Wide Gamut will reveal themselves unpacked into all of these individual customizable parameters. So now I can set my input color space into whichever camera standard I wish. But in this case, I'm happy to leave the default settings as they are. I'm going to click Cancel and continue working. The next thing I'd like to take a look at is the node editor. In the first video, we used the node editor primarily for organizing our grades. We had separate nodes for balancing, for creating contrast and looks. But in this video, I'd like to take a closer look at what the node editor can do for us and why node order matters. So I'd like to perform a series of exercises with you and test you on how well you understand the signal flow. Hopefully, when you complete these exercises, you'll develop more confidence in using the node editor and understanding how to break up the different stages of your color grading process. I have clip number 1 selected, and the first thing I would like to do is turn this into a black and white image. If you've already used the primaries palette and the adjustment controls, you'll be familiar with the saturation parameter, so you know that it's enough to drag that down to 0 or just select the numeric field and type 0. In order to produce a black and white image. But I have another way of doing this that I prefer. So I will double click the saturation parameter to reset it, and I will go to a different palette in the left palette. It's called the RGB mixer. In this palette, I'm able to instantly turn this image black and white by navigating down to the monochrome parameter and clicking the checkbox. I now have a black and white image, but I also have some additional control over the individual red, green, and blue channel strengths. I can drag these color bars and increase the intensity of the red channel, for example, which will elevate things like skin tones or anything that's got earthy or brown colors. Or I could do the same thing for my green output. This will affect natural elements like trees. And then finally, I can also do the same thing for the blue channel, which tends to affect things like skies and water. I will reset green and blue and just leave my red channel elevated so that I have a slightly brighter image than I had originally. I will label this node, call this black and white to BW, and then create a new serial. So far, we've been using the contextual menu to add new serial corrector nodes, but I can also use a shortcut, which is Option S on a Mac or Alt S on a PC. So that's a nice quick way to generate new corrector nodes. And this node I will use to turn the image into a sepia tone. The sepia is kind of like a reddish brown tone that's most commonly associated with older photography. So I'll give it a label in the node editor, return back to my color wheels, and I'm going to drag the gamma wheel towards this orangey red until I get that exact look. All right, so this is the first question I'd like to ask you, the first test. What will happen if I switched the order of those two nodes? Will it make a difference? And what will we end up seeing in the viewer? If we follow the video signal from left to right, we can read the first node as being the RGB input. This is where the original video signal enters. We travel to the right. You can see there's an entrance arrow to the black and white node where the image gets turned black and white. The signal then continues into the sepia node where we then turn it into this orangey red. Finally, the signal continues into the RGB output, which is what we end up seeing in the viewer. So the order does matter, but what will happen visually right now if I change the order of these two around? There's a couple of ways to accomplish this. One way you should know about is being able to extract the node from the connection line. I'm going to select the node, press E on my keyboard, E for extract. The node pops off, and I can now move my black and white to the side and make room to place the sepia tone over there. When I drop it off, I will see the result in the viewer, and if anyone was thinking to themselves, the image will definitely be black and white because that's the very last action that we perform, then you were right. But does that mean that the sepia node didn't matter at all since it's essentially being overwritten by the black and white? Well, no, not necessarily. Remember, we were using the sepia node in order to increase the amount of warmth in the image. And when we were working in the RGB mixer, we specifically increased the red channel strength. That makes this node particularly sensitive to reds. If I disable the sepia node right now by clicking on its number, this will have an impact on the way that the black and white image looks. And in fact, if I go back to sepia, back to that gamma wheel and start to move it around, I will continue to have an impact on the black and white node. So hopefully this small exercise demonstrated that node order absolutely does matter, and nodes always impact one another even if it's not immediately obvious. I'm going to reset my node editor by right-clicking in an empty area of the node graph and choosing Reset All Grades and Nodes. So let's take a closer look at a single corrector node's anatomy. You'll see that there are two inputs and two outputs. At the top, the green input and output carry the video's RGB data. So that is the actual pixel information, red, green, and blue pixel values. Underneath that, you have the blue or key input and output. This will carry all of your key or matte data. So for example, if you're using power windows or qualifiers or even external mattes, you can reuse this data using these blue input and output signals. For the next exercise, I'd like to take a look at destructive workflows. So the very first thing I'm going to do on this clip is to completely crush the shadows to imitate, setting up a very harsh contrast at the beginning of your workflow. I will, first of all, label this node. I'll call it lift, because I will be adjusting the lift master wheel. I'll go into my primaries colors, and I will drag the master wheel to the left, down, 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 a lot lower than I would normally ever do in an actual grade. There we go. So it's nice and crushed. You can see a lot of the data in the image has disappeared. We can virtually just only see the sky and this outline of our model's face. Everything else, if I disable this node, you can see has disappeared. If you look in the scopes, you will also witness the waveform also being crushed towards the very bottom here against the black point. All right, so all of that is gone. I am going to create another corrector node, Option S or Alt S. And then I would like to approach you with a second question. Can we restore this video signal? All of that data that we just crushed in the shadows. And to add a layer of difficulty, I would like to ask if we can restore it using another tool other than the lift master wheel. So for example, the curves. I will name my node accordingly while you think it over, and then we'll take a look. I'm going to drag my mouse over to the curves here, create a new point, drag upwards, And at first, it certainly does feel like we have fallen into a destructive workflow. As I try to brighten this image, I will find that I'm not able to restore the data or to improve it. In fact, I appear to be distorting it even further, right? Because we're increasing the saturation, we're blowing it out, and we're not getting any of that data back in the shadows. If I look in the scopes, I also feel that the bottom of the waveform is permanently stuck to the floor. All right, well, the thing is, the reason this is happening is because I'm targeting the wrong tonal range for this image. Because when we crushed it using the lift primarily goes after the black point of the image and then linearly tapers off and affects the rest of the waveform. What we're targeting by dragging the middle of our curve is more in the gamma range. So I'm going to right-click on this control point to reset it, go down here towards the black point of the curve, and drag upwards. And here you can see we have been able to restore the image. The waveform is restored in the scopes, so all of that fine data, all of those shapes, they're no longer flat. And as I keep dragging it up, I can see that everything looks really clean back in the image. So if I drag it to roughly the same position, to counteract that -20, I can get back all the details. If I press Shift-D, I can bypass the entire pipeline and see the results. So if I just get it a little bit darker, then you can't even tell the difference when I bypass. So it's almost like the lift crushing had no effect. So does that mean you should feel comfortable crushing your shadows or establishing a really intense contrast very early on in your pipeline? No, not necessarily. Even though this exercise proved that digital media cannot really be destroyed within the pipeline, it also shows that we can accidentally end up falling into these workflows where we could lose track of our shadows or our highlights and not be able to restore them, because we don't always know how to perfectly counteract something that we did in an earlier node. I wouldn't, for example, only use the lift master wheel to establish contrast. I would also use the contrast and pivot controls. I might use the shadow parameter in the adjustment controls, could use the log wheels. And if 3 or 4 nodes down the pipeline, I decide that my shadows are looking a little bit bunched up or a little bit too dark, when I try to restore that, there's not going to be a single control point or parameter that I can use. Chances are it will remain kind of clumped together. And in that case, I truly am working in a destructive workflow. So it's not really about the digital media failing me so much as it is my treatment of the video signal that's just been too aggressive. This is why it's usually suggested to leave all of your creative color grading and all of your looks towards the very tail end of your workflow or the end of the pipeline, and use the first few nodes to do the opposite, to clean up your video signal as much as possible in preparation for the grade. In the final exercise, I want to take a look at some of the more subtle effects of node order. So I'll go back to this image, once again, right-click in the node editor and reset all grades and nodes. In the first node, I will establish contrast. Nothing too dramatic. I'm going to go into my adjustment controls, drag the contrast parameter until I get a nice bold contrast. I really want to emphasize the sunset coming in from the side here in the frame. But I'll also use the pivot to brighten up the image slightly so that we can still see the details on our face. All right, and that looks really, really nice. I'll press Command-D to disable my contrast node, compare before and after. And I think that's really good for establishing a look. I'll then create a new serial node. It's Option S. And this will be my look. I'll keep it extremely simple. I'll use the offset color wheel to introduce a bit of blue to the image. And as I start dragging towards blue, before the image even starts turning blue, it actually goes neutral. And that makes sense, right? Because the opposite of blue is yellow, and this is a predominantly very, very warm image. So as I start to drag towards blue on this color wheel, I get this really nice neutral tone, and then I could take it a little bit further if I do in fact want this nice cool look. All right, so I'll take it about as far as that, not too dramatic. And my final question, my final test for you is, what will happen if I was to switch the order of these two around? Will it be better? Will it be worse? Will it make a difference? I can switch the order in the same way that I did previously by using the extract shortcut, but there's even a faster way to switch the order of nodes, and that is to hold down the command key on a Mac or the control key on a PC, and as you're holding it, to pick up the node and drag it to its new position. And then you'll see that look and contrast have switched sides, and the image has been substantially affected in the viewer. So again, node order matters. But to answer the question of whether it's better or worse is impossible, because all that it is different. The way that the look node has affected the image has changed because it was not as contrasted. Instead, we've applied look to a flatter version of this image, which means that the blue was uniform, and then we used contrast in a later node to push the differences and enhance the saturation of the image, and that means enhancing the blue. To compare the two images, I'm going to grab a still of this second look, and then I'll press Command-Z to go back to my previous setup, which was contrast first, followed by look. I'll double-click the still in the gallery, and I can either drag the wipe line back and forth to compare the two looks, or I can even drag the wipe all the way to the left of the frame so that I'm completely filling up the viewer, and then click the wipe button in the top left corner to turn it on and off. If you're still getting used to color grading and you're experimenting, it's a good idea to do this occasionally, to switch nodes around, to really gain an understanding of how video signals work and how they get treated, and over time gain more confidence about where you should be placing your nodes in your pipeline to produce an optimal look. The next thing we'll be looking at is some raw media, how to set it up, and how to color grade it using the HDR palette. Clip number 2, as you can probably see from the codec title here, is a Blackmagic RAW clip. It's got quite a wide dynamic range. You can see there's a sky in the background and then characters in the foreground. I am going to navigate to the Camera Raw palette on the very left of the page, and I can use this palette to set up exactly how the image is debayered. So that means how the original raw signal is treated by DaVinci Resolve and then output to us in the color standard that we have set up in color management. Because this is a raw signal, I have a lot of control over its final appearance. A lot of these settings in other camera standards are baked in upon capture, so things like ISO and exposure, temperature. With raw signals, you're able to change them after the fact. Right now, the ISO is set to 400, but because of how bright the image is and because a lot of the sky is getting blown out, I'd like to lower that to, say, about 100 ISO. Now, even though the foreground has become much darker, I've now revealed a lot more potential for the sky at the top. However, if I look at my scopes, I'll find that a lot of the sky data looks clipped, which is quite unusual for raw media because it does capture so many stops of light. It's actually very difficult to clip any information. The reason why the very top of that waveform appears flat is because it hasn't yet been debayered. So we can select Highlight Recovery at the bottom of the Camera Raw palette to perform that final debayering stage. Now, this makes it a little bit more processor intensive, but of course gives us a more accurate result in the image. Hopefully, when you clicked on this checkbox, you noticed that a lot of the detail in the clouds have come back in the sky. So I'll turn it off again so you can see before and after. It's gone from having a really flat gray look to being much more pronounced, and it's going to be much easier to work with when we start working with the HDR palette, which I would now like to switch to. The HDR palette is located right next to the primaries wheels, but it offers you far, far more control over the individual tonal ranges of the image. So right now the layout looks quite similar. We have 3 wheels on the left with 1 global on the right, which is similar to the offset. But then at the top of the palette, I also have these banking controls that allow me to navigate across some additional tonal ranges that we have. By default, the HDR palette comes with 6 tonal ranges. On the left, we have the dark zones. So from broadest to most narrow, it's shadow, dark, and black. And then on the right-hand side, I have my light zones, which is from broadest light, highlight, and specular. I can see how these tonal ranges affect the image by jumping into the zones graph. So I can navigate to that using this button in the top right corner of the HDR palette. And here I can see a list of these tonal zones on the left-hand side. And when I select a zone, I can see the direction that it travels in. So this is the section of the image that it affects. In this case, it's affecting the midtones to lower midtones to shadows, followed by the dark, which has a narrower range, followed by black, which is essentially going after the super blacks of the image. And then in reverse, we have the light zone, which has a great deal of overlap with the shadow zone, so 2 stops worth, and then continues toward highlight and then specular for the very brightest portions of the image. With this distribution, I am able to create more intricate grading changes to the image. I could target the shadows separately from the midtones, unlike the primaries color wheels in which I have a great deal of overlap all across the board. By the way, the HDR palette is not limited to just raw media. You can select any standard dynamic range clip and it will automatically map its operation to that tonal range. So we'll continue to behave consistently and produce perceptually uniform results. But in the case of this clip, let's start creating a grade. I'll begin with the global wheel, which is going to impact the overall image. I'll drag the exposure to brighten it up. So my focus, of course, is going to be the foreground, which is where we can see the people. That's always the priority in any grade. But then I will also want to rescue some of that information in the highlights at the very top. That's the whole point of shooting raw, is that we're able to retain all of this data. But right now, I don't really have a lot of room in which to expand this information. Right now, the entire sky and all its clouds are at the very top of my scopes. So the first thing I need to do is bring those a little bit lower. I'm going to target the highlight range, click on the exposure controls, and drag to the left to darken that section. Okay, so now that I've given myself a little bit more room in the scopes, I can go for the more narrow specular range to drag the very tops of the waveform upwards, thereby creating contrast in the clouds and enhancing the details. All right, wonderful. And because both the highlight and the specular ranges overlap the broader light zone, which is on the left-hand side, I can continue to determine how bright or dark I want the sky to be by adjusting the exposure of the light range while still maintaining the detail that I've just recovered in the clouds. And then I can also choose to, for example, drag the control point of the light zone to introduce a bit of color into that range. So I'm going to pick it up and drag it slightly towards blue to cool the sky down and give it more of a daytime look. All right, so with the global controls set up with my highlights recovered, I can now navigate or bank to my dark zone and do the same thing for the shadows. I would just like to brighten up the foreground elements a little bit. So I'll go for the broadest shadow zone, increase the exposure. I would also like to make it a little bit more saturated, so really reveal the colors in the greenery around our characters and on their clothes. I'm going to click and drag the saturation parameter. And now I can use the dark and black zones to create a bit of contrast by darkening the lower midtones and shadows in this image. So I'll change the exposure, a little bit drag it to the left. And then with the black zone, I'm just going for the extra darks. So this is going to be the darkest shadows in the wrinkles in their clothes, in the spaces between the branches and the bushes. All right, and that's given the image a little bit more depth. You'll notice that all of the tonal ranges have a couple of sliders around them. These determine the position of the tonal range, so the cutoff point. You're able to change that position and determine exactly how broad or narrow any zone is. Before you start adjusting these, you probably want to check exactly what is being targeted by any particular zone. So as well as using the Zone Graphs palette, I can also click and hold the icon next to the zone name. That will display to me what exactly I'm affecting when I make changes, to these color wheels and their parameters, their exposure and saturation. So as you can see, when I travel from black to dark, the range gets broader and broader. It might be a little bit easier to make adjustments if you can permanently see what that highlight looks like. Thankfully, you can enable highlight mode, and that will display the last zone that you were affecting or impacting. So let's click on the highlight tool in the top left corner of the viewer, and it's currently showing me my black zone, but I would like to see where my light range is. So I will go into the light wheel, make a slight adjustment to its tonal range, and you can see that by default, it actually covered a pretty wide section. So not just the sky, but also the mountaintops, the trees, and also that rock in the foreground, which was a little bit lighter than some of the other shadows. So I can drag this slider upwards to just remove all of those foreground elements and make sure that the light region stays focused on the sky. That way, when I make my changes in terms of exposure or in terms of color, it's not then affecting the rest of the scene. When I'm done, I can disable highlight mode and see the end result. And I can press Command D to compare my image before and after. And hopefully you can see that we've been able to restore a lot of the data at the top of the image. We've also made sure that the image in front of us is nice and clean and saturated and easy to see. The next tool we'll be taking a look at is the Magic Mask. I'm going to click on clip number 3, which has already been balanced. And I'll make a new node with the intention of working on the runner in this shot. So I'm going to press Option S. And usually using other secondary selection tools, I would have to spend a lot of time selecting either the overall shape of the runner or maybe even targeting her limbs and her torso individually, tracking it across the frame. So pretty time-consuming processes. But instead, I can also use the Magic Mask. This is a tool that's designed to recognize people or features in a shot and automatically track them for you in order to perform color grading or any kind of effects that you want to apply. Magic Mask can be found in the central palettes. There it is. A pretty straightforward interface. We have some selections in the top left corner that allow us to select either people or features, and then analysis controls running across the top. Because we are trying to track the runner, I'm going to leave person selected, and I need to first indicate to the Magic Mask palette where my person is. So I will go to the viewer, and I will click and drag to create a small line called a stroke on my runner. You want to keep these strokes quite short so that when the tracking begins, it's able to follow along with the person. If you have a long stroke, then it's more likely to separate from the person that it's following and maybe grow and sort of float off. I will now go back to the Magic Mask palette, and first of all, I want to review what this selection looks like. So I'm going to select Toggle Mask Overlay. There we go. And that is a very good starting point. So Magic Mask has been intelligent enough to recognize not just her torso and her head, but also the fact that she's got her arms around her, even though they're folded, and even her hair. I can now start the analysis process at the very top of the palette, Analyze Forward. This looks a little bit like the Tracker palette analysis tools. And you can see that as she runs forward, her body is recognized, her legs as they move, and even her folded arms. And what's also particularly impressive is that as she passes foreground objects, the mask disappears in those areas. And that's really important when we're color grading, right? Because we don't want a set of legs, a grade in the shape of legs covering our foreground objects. So ideally, there shouldn't be a grade there. And the Magic Mask is able to recognize that. Now, on the right-hand side of the Magic Mask palette, we have a few finesse controls. These are very similar to the matte finesse controls that you will find in the Qualifier palette. These allow us to further clean up our selection. The ones to really pay attention to is the quality in the top left corner. This allows you to switch between making a selection that's relatively processor non-intensive, but less accurate, like this one, so it's more of a soft bubble around the person, versus better, which will give you something that's a little bit tighter around the body, a little bit more accurate, but will require more processing power. So I can click on better right now just to review what this will be like. And you should have seen that changed instantly in the viewer. There's no longer this soft edge around the runner. And if I was to drag this backwards, the analysis continues. You can see that the selection is accurate around her hair and her legs. But in my case, I'm going to stick to faster because I don't really need that level of accuracy. So as soon as I click that, you can see there's a few more bubbles. Something that will help me, by the way, with that edge is the Smart Refine tool. Smart Refine on the surface looks like a standard in and out ratio tool, right? Something that will expand or collapse your matte. But in this case, Smart Refine also takes into account the result of the magic mask analysis, right? So it knows that it's looking at a person, and it will expand and collapse based on how confident it is in its selection. So if there's like a little bubble right in front of her fist, then it might not be super confident that that is a person. And that will be the first area of the mask that's reduced as you start to drag Smart Refine. So I'm going to do that. I'll click and drag to the right, and that will give me a cleaner selection. Another parameter that it's a good idea to use is the blur radius. So that will soften the edges of your color grade after you start to apply it. I will click on the numeric field to the right of the blur radius, and I will type in a value of 20, for example. And now I'm ready to disable the mask overlay and start my color grade. I can still see the stroke in the viewer, which I can disable by going into my options. Or I can simply go to a different palette in the color page, and then that will automatically hide any overlays I had in the magic mask. However, the magic mask selection is still in place, so I can still continue grading. I am going to brighten up my runner, try to get her to pop out of this environment, which is already very saturated, very rich. I'll go back to the primaries palette and use the Gamma Master Wheel to make her a little bit brighter. I'll also use Color Boost, and then I can also use the contrast control to also make her a little bit more bold. So when I press Command D to disable the node, you can see that it's a subtle change, but she is looking a little bit more pronounced, a little bit more golden in this environment. I can now press Playback, and with the color grade already applied to the magic mask, I'll be able to see the result throughout the entire video. If I pause at any point, I can continue to press Command D to compare before and after. Right, and you can see that it's a nice, quick way to enhance a person in a shot. Or I can do the inverse. Let me reset my primaries palette and go back to the magic mask so that instead of affecting our runner, I am actually inverting the mask using the toggle switch next to the mask overlay. I am instead affecting the environment around her. I will hide the mask overlay, return to my controls, and do something as simple as setting my saturation parameter to 0. Now I have a runner who's in full color running in a black and white world. I can play this back. And that took me just a couple of minutes to set up. Again, trying to do this manually using Windows or external mats could take substantially more time, not just minutes, but even hours. So the Magic Mask is really quite wonderful for these types of color grade setups. Another thing that we can use the Magic Mask for is also tracking individual features. In this next clip, I have a character entering a dark environment. And with uncontrolled lighting, sometimes you'll have situations where your subjects are a little underlit. So I would like to use the Magic Mask to isolate his face and brighten that up. I am going to jump to the very beginning of this clip, open up Magic Mask, and this time instead of using person, I'll select features, and I will find a drop-down menu on the left-hand side that allows me to select particular features. I'm going to begin with face. I'll navigate to the viewer, and once again, I'll make a small stroke to indicate where the face is. I can enable the mask overlay in the palette to see my initial result. You'll notice that the neck is not included in the selection, so usually the face is qualified as anything that goes up to the chin. To select someone's neck as well, I will need to go to my drop-down menu and choose Torso Exposed Skin, and then make a second selection on his neck. All right, and now I have a full selection of his skin tones, and I'm able to perform a track. All right, perfect. That was a fairly clean result. I will like to tighten up the edges of this matte once again. So I'll go to my Smart Refine controls, select the numeric value, and enter a higher value to pull in this selection. And once again, I'm going to blur the radius to make sure that my grade does not appear too sharp around his face. And now I can jump back to my primary grading controls and ever so slightly brighten his face in this environment. And maybe also push up the colors just a touch, the color boost, so that it's not looking too flat. Now when I press Command D, I can compare my before and after. I always use the disable function to see if I've gone beyond realism, if it's starting to look too artificial. But in this case, whether it's off or whether it's on, it still looks pretty natural to me. And now I can play back this clip to check how it looks throughout. So I'm pretty happy with this result. It looks natural when he's in light and also when he's in shadow. The next tool I'd like to take a look at is the color warper. I'm going to navigate to clip number 5 on my timeline, and I'll find the color warper right next to the curves palette. The way the warper works is very similar to the curves, but whereas with the HSL curves, we're limited to moving our parameters in a 2D space, just up and down, with the color warper, you're able to make changes to 2 parameters at the same time. So I've got the palette open right now, and I would like to pop it out of this environment to give myself a bit more control. We have an expansion arrow in the top right corner, which I can click to get a much larger overview of this interface, but I can continue to resize it using the bottom right corner of the palette to reshape it, and then use the header of the palette to reposition it where I want it to go. There's 2 ways of interacting with the color warper. You can click and drag the control points that are already on the grid, or you can maneuver to the viewer and click directly in the viewer to interact with the grid. So by default, when you open up the color warper, you end up working on the hue and saturation parameters. For example, I can click on the trees in the viewer, and then I can start to drag to the left to saturate that green tone, or drag to the right to desaturate. Notice that the control point in the color warper grid is reacting to my adjustments as I hold my mouse and I move it around. So that selection is the color range that I've selected. If I drag downwards, I start to also rotate the hue. And then I can continue to go outwards for more saturation or inwards for less. And that's really the power of the warper. Whereas with the HSL curves, I would have to jump between 2 very different, distinct curves to accomplish this look. With a color warper, I can essentially just go by feel and also go by what I'm seeing in the viewer and drop off my control point when I feel I'm ready to. In this case, maybe we're going a little bit more abstract. So instead of emphasizing the greenness of this environment, I'm instead going to try to make it look quite dry, but also quite vibrant. So I will move towards an orange tone and then drag it slightly upwards, and then release my mouse to drop off the control point. When I continue to move over the viewer, you might notice that there's a lot of activity happening in the color warper. So first of all, you see this red cross jumping around, which is representing the color values that I'm currently hovering over with my mouse. So it's telling me exactly what shade of blue or green I'm currently over. But then there's also this yellow box that jumps around to indicate the closest control point to the area that I am hovering over. And that's letting me know which control point I'll be dragging if I start to click and drag in the viewer. With this very low set of divisions in the color warper, it can be quite difficult to make an accurate selection and adjustment. So I can navigate to the bottom left corner and I will find a division amount for my rings and for my columns. I'm going to click and change this division to a higher number, like 12. By default, the 2 parameters are linked. So when I choose 12, I am going to now have 12 divisions for both the rings and columns, and a little bit more precision, especially when it comes to the blue sections of this image, because when I hover over it, you can now see that the area of blue represented by the vector scope trace in the background now has a column directly over it. So I can click and drag to target these mountains and the sky all in one go. But what if we wanted to affect the mountains without affecting the sky in the image? In that case, we will need to lock off a section of our column to make sure that not everything within the color warper grid is being affected. I'm going to reset this one control point by right-clicking on it. And then I would like to go back to the viewer in order to analyze exactly what part of the grid affects the sky. And when I do this, I'll find that the yellow box mostly falls on that second point in the blue column. So what I would like to do is lock it in place so that it will not be affected by any future changes in this region. To do that, I will navigate to the toolbar on the right-hand side, and a button allows me to convert a selected point to a pin. When I click on that, the pin adopts a dark outline, meaning that it's locked in place. This, by the way, also happened to our previous point where we changed the color of this tree. When you make a change, automatically a control point locks in place so that no future changes happen to that particular region. But now with the blues, I can return to the mountain and click and drag to make a change. And with the sky locked in place, that will no longer be affected as dramatically. I can then click in the top left corner to collapse my color warper, and I'm all done. I'd also like to draw your attention to the collection of Resolve effects that come with the software when you first download it. I'll go into a new clip, number 6, and launch the Open Effects library by clicking in the top right corner. Here you will find dozens upon dozens of effects, all under different categories that you can navigate and add to your nodes. There's also a search field at the top in case you don't know exactly which category your effect is in. You can start typing, and the effect will filter itself out. So in this case, I'd like to check out the tilt shift blur. This is a type of effect that imitates the look of a tilt shift lens, which has multiple focal points. It's a really nice way of drawing the audience's eye or drawing their attention to a particular subject. In this case, I'm going to pick up the effect, drag and drop it over the node in the editor, and you'll see how the top and bottom of the image have gone out of focus, seemingly. So it's a type of blur. I can use the settings on the right-hand side to enable the depth map preview, which allows me to see exactly which area is in focus, which is anything that's black, and what is out of focus. So those are the white areas. I am going to change my focus sweep so that it's a little bit higher. I want to make sure that our character who's walking into the building is fully in focus, but then also change the in focus range and make sure it is definitely focusing on him. And then finally, I can use the near blur and far blur controls to indicate exactly how blurry I want the bottom of the frame to be and the top. So I'm just going to add a little bit of blur. I want to keep it semi-realistic, but I do want it to feel almost dreamy, you know, like we're being drawn to the center of the frame. Very good. And I can press Command F to full screen the image and play back the clip. Open Effects allows you to do quite a lot to your clips. So some of these are visual-based, some of them are effects-based. There's a lot of blur functions, a lot of corrective type of effects. And what's great also is that they don't have to just live in the nodes on their own. You can combine them with other techniques in the color page, including using the primaries tools and even the secondaries. So for example, in a clip like number 7, I could choose to hide someone's identity by applying a blur effect, but then isolating it with a power window. Let me create a brand new node, Option S. And I'll begin by first creating the window and tracking it. I'll activate the circle preset, reshape it, resize it to the man's head. Then move to the tracker palette and analyze forward. There we go. I'm also going to expand the size of my viewer so we can see this a little bit better. So you can see that the window track was successful. It was very, very quick. And now I can go back to my Open Effects palette and I can choose something like the mosaic blur, drag and drop it onto my node, and it's already isolated by that power window, which is already tracked. So I can play it back and the mosaic blur follows with my subject's head. One of the last things I'd like to touch upon is how to save your grades for future use and also how to share your grades with collaborators. We've created a look on clip number 1, and I would like to transfer it to a different clip on the timeline. So you can see that clip number 8 has a very similar feel. It's the same environment, it's the same subject, so it should be a pretty straightforward process. Let's see. I'll select clip number 1. I will right-click to grab a still, and I can click under it to give it a name so I can keep track of what this still contains. I'm then going to click on clip number 8, and I'll also collapse my Open Effects panel to give myself a bit more room in the node editor. To apply a still or grade, it's enough to right-click on the still and choose Apply Grade. You can also middle-click a still to apply a grade. So if you have a mouse with a scroll wheel, it's the fastest way to do it. However, when I applied this grade, I'll notice that the color doesn't quite match. So if you look at clip number 1, the blue is quite soft, it's quite subtle, there's not a lot of saturation in this image, whereas in clip number 8, everything seems a lot more pronounced. The contrast is more intense, the colors are a bit brighter. So it feels like we weren't really able to successfully reuse this grade. But if you watch the first video in this series, you'll know how important it is to match clips before you start to share grades across them. And before I applied this look, I already had a match node in place. I'm going to return to clip number 8, and I'll press Command Z to take a couple of steps back and find my original match node. If I disable this node, I can see that my image was a little bit darker to begin with, a bit more low contrast, and it's been graded to match the starting point of clip number 1 on the timeline. So what we want to do is add the blue look after this node and not to replace it. To do that, I have to, once again, right-click my still, but instead of Apply Grade, I'm going to choose Append Node Graph. So this will append the entire grade or the entire node structure that was saved in that still. This is still not a perfect match, but I can see now that I have my contrast that's been separately added after the match with then the look node following. I don't need the contrast because that was generated for clip number 1, right? It's specific to this environment and to this look. So I will select it and press backspace on my keyboard to delete it. Now I have a match node that was designed to imitate the look of clip number 1, followed by that very distinct blue look that we created. And now when I compare these two clips, you can see that they're much, much closer in appearance. So now the blue look is once again quite soft, and we also have lower saturation in both cases. Also, the tone of our subject's face, her skin tone, is looking very similar in the shadows. We are, of course, seeing a slightly different side of her, so there's more of a highlight. But that all seems to match up quite well in terms of color. So as you can see, copying grades between clips is pretty straightforward. You just have to make sure that you're not overwriting your match nodes or any steps that you took to make sure that the starting point of your clips are the same. And in this case, it was important not to just apply the whole grade, but rather to append it in order to preserve what you already had. Something else that's important to know what to do in DaVinci Resolve is being able to export and import grades in case you're working with collaborators. I'll start by exporting a grade that we created on clip number 2. This was our HDR look. I have to begin by creating a still first. So right-click in the viewer, grab still, and then I need to right-click the still in the gallery and choose export. I will place this on the desktop and I'll give it a name like HDR Mountain. Then I'll click export. And then I'll see what it looks like on the desktop. All right, so I've opened up my Finder window, and I can see that the HDR Mountain grade has actually been saved as 2 separate files, a .dpx and .drx. You need both of these in order to share your grade with someone else. The DPX represents the visual components, so the still frame that you've grabbed that we see in the viewer, whereas the .drx represents the node pipeline in the node editor, right? So it's the metadata of the color grade. So of course you need that in order to share the grade, but the DRX doesn't really travel on its own. It will always piggyback on the DPX, so you have to send them both. But how would one import this set of files? I've already generated a still that I've shared in the DRA that you would have downloaded for this project. So if you go back to DaVinci Resolve and right-click in the gallery, you can choose Import. And then navigate to the part2.dra folder that you would have used to restore this project. You will find that within this DRA is a stills folder, and within that is a grade called Drama Sky, which is also broken up into DPX and DRX. Now, depending on your operating system, depending on how your Finder or Explorer window is set up, you might not even see the DRX file, or it might be grayed out. And that's perfectly fine because you don't really need to interact with it. It's enough to just select the DPX file and click Import. And as I've mentioned, the DRX really does piggyback off that DPX. It will come with it. I now see a still in my gallery, and this is pertaining to clip number 9. Hopefully you can recognize that. So if you select clip number 9, you can right-click the still, apply grade, and now we've carried across that entire grade. So this was made up of a balance, a contrast, and even 2 secondary grades for the sky and the ground. Thank you so much for joining us for this overview of DaVinci Resolve's color page. If you have any remaining questions or if you'd like some advice, please do join us on the Blackmagic Design Forum. And also, if you'd like to check out some of the other training materials in our series on DaVinci Resolve, please go to our training page where you can download our books and take a certification exam. Hi, my name is Daria, and in this video, I'll be taking you through Blackmagic Design's mini panel. We're going to begin with the primary controls at the bottom of the panel. These 3 trackballs correspond to the 3 tonal ranges in the primary's color wheels palette. That's your lift, your gamma, and your gain. The rings around the trackballs correspond to the master wheels. So using these, you can normalize your clips or establish contrast. So for example, I could use the lift master wheel or lift ring, rotate it to the left to lower the shadows or the bottom of the scope's parade. I can then use the gain to reduce the brightness to get rid of some of that clipping in the highlights and normalize the clip a little bit, and then use the gamma to brighten the overall image. What's great is that I don't have to look at my hand or my mouse to navigate over to the color wheels palette as I do this. I don't have to look at the master wheels as I navigate between them. My hands are already naturally situated on the trackballs, and I can very easily establish these ranges and even move them at the same time as I develop the contrast. So it gives me a little bit more flexibility and more fluidity as I color grade. Above all of the trackballs, I can see reset buttons. So all 3 of them have an all reset for both chrominance and luminance, but then on either side, you're able to reset either just the colors or just the luminance adjustments. So let's say after I establish my contrast, I decide that I want to warm up the image. I could use the trackballs themselves to push the control points towards a specific color. So in this case, I am moving my gamma towards an orangey tone, a nice little orange feel. And what's great is that, again, I don't have to look at my mouse or the control point in the color wheel in the palette as I do this. I can actually feel it out a little bit more organically and decide if I want to gravitate towards a more magenta pink, towards a more greeny yellowy type of warmth, and then also push the saturation as I go outwards. So it's a really nice intuitive way to work. If I decide that the color's gone too far and I'd like to, bring it back to its original setting, but I do like the gamma luminance that I've established, I could just click on the RGB reset above that wheel, and then we jump back to the original look. If I wanted to reset the luminance as well, I can click on level, and then that takes me to the original image with the gamma reset. To the right of the trackballs, I have my navigation keys. So I can navigate on various different levels. The bottom here, you can see that I can jump between clips on my timeline. I can also jump between frames within these clips, which is really good when performing tracking. It gives me a bit more accuracy. And then finally, I also have node navigation controls once I start creating more nodes in the node editor. So it's another one of those great things where I don't have to rely on my mouse and traveling from one end of the application to another. A lot of the work can be done by using keys directly underneath my fingers. Now, we've established where the lift, gamma, and gain wheels are, but you might be asking yourself, what about the offset? Well, this can be mapped to the existing trackballs by using some of the additional key controls above the reset keys. So you've got one in the center here called offset. When I toggle this switch on, the right-hand trackball turns into the offset. So now I can drag that towards a particular color. And just like with the other wheels, I can choose all to reset that parameter. The two wheels to the left become my temperature and my tint controls. So when I rotate my wheel to the left, I can cool the image down. When I drag it to the right, I can warm it up and reset it in much the same way by pressing all. So let's take a look at a practical application of that. I'm going to go into clip number 2. And with my offset still enabled, I'm going to rotate the ring around offset to brighten the overall room. You can see the parades moving uniformly in the scopes, which tells me that it is indeed an offset adjustment. And then I can very quickly disable the offset toggle and then make individual adjustments to the luminance ranges, which means that I can protect my highlights by bringing down the gain. I can bring down the shadows to establish more of a contrast and still continue to maneuver the gamma. And in the end, I get a pretty well-distributed image, but it's still a little bit warm. So just as easily, I can click on my offset key and then rotate the leftmost wheel to cool down the image and essentially move it away from that yellow tone. So with just a couple of rotations, I've created this really nice neutral look. I can compare this image to the original by disabling the node that I currently have selected in the node editor. I have a disable key right up here on the right-hand side, which I can click to compare before and after. Also above the reset keys, I have the ability to toggle full screen view. I can click on Viewer to see the image full screen. I can also continue to hit the disable key to compare my grade before and after. And I can also use the playback controls in the bottom right corner of the panel to play back my clip. To get out of full screen mode, I'm going to click on the viewer key one more time to get back into my interface. And I will jump ahead a couple of clips. And this time I can take a look at the log remapping as well. So just like the offset, it is also a toggle switch, and it allows me to jump into the log mode of the primaries palette. Log controls can be used for much more dedicated changes to your shadows and your highlights. So in an image like this, I could first of all disable log and just make a general adjustment to the brightness of the image by, for example, increasing the luminance in the gamma range to really brighten up the foreground elements. And then I can enable the log key to transform my 3 trackballs into shadow, midtone, and highlights. And then I can drag the shadow down by rotating the shadow ring and reveal some of the finer details in the shadows of this image. So shadow tonal ranges are more exact and not as broad as the lift, which means that I'm able to reveal this kind of information. If I disable this node, you can see that I've gone from having a very dark image with a lot of data hidden in the shadows to suddenly revealing a lot of that information with the help of log controls. When it comes to the adjustment controls that we use at the very top and bottom of the primaries palette, you will see these distributed across the top of the panel in the form of these knobs that you can rotate. So we have our contrast and pivot represented, our midtone detail, color boost, saturation, and others. Let me navigate to another clip, and here I can establish a contrast look by rotating slightly to the right, and then very easily being able to adjust the balance of that contrast by grabbing the pivot with my other hand and dragging in the opposite direction to get a good balance between how dark I want the image and how contrasted. Again, making adjustments to 2 parameters at once so that I don't have to move my mouse back and forth as I toggle just one at a time. I might then decide that I want to brighten up the overall image, so I can go for the Y gain control. So Y lift, Y gamma, and Y gain is like adjusting the luminance in the primary's wheels, but without affecting the saturation of the image. But I might change my mind and decide that I don't want to apply this parameter change, in which case I can reset any of my adjustment controls by simply clicking on the knob. So it is a button as well as a dial. If we return to the soft keys on the right-hand side, we have some additional controls. One thing we can do is grab stills without having to go into the viewer with our mouse. As soon as I press grab still, you would have seen that a thumbnail has appeared in our gallery. So one of the few things I would still use a mouse and keyboard for is then going into this thumbnail and giving it a custom label. But now I can navigate to a previous clip, and let's say I was trying to match the two. I could very easily press play still on my mini panel to compare the grades between the two clips in the viewer. Right now I have looping enabled in my viewer, but I can also disable that using the same soft key controls. So I'll toggle loop off, and now when I play back, once this clip reaches its end, it will then proceed on to the next clip in the timeline. And I can click play still to disable image wipe mode. In the top right corner of the soft keys, I have undo and redo functions, which allows me to very quickly take steps back in my grade. Or I also have a reset key, which allows me to completely reset the grade. Everything we've covered so far can be found in the DaVinci Resolve micro panel. I'd next like to take a look at the top half of the mini panel to show you where it really shines. So over here, we have a whole series of additional controls that give us access to virtually 90% of the remainder of the page. On the left-hand side, we have the ability to switch between different palettes of the color page. You can see that primary is currently enabled, but if I click motion for motion effects, the palette automatically updates, both in the color page to visually represent which palette is open, but also in the viewers in the middle of the palette, which show me which controls I have access to. So using these, I can also navigate to my curves controls, my power windows, my tracker, etc. So yes, you can even work with power windows and track using just the mini panel. When you're navigating between palettes, you'll find that you have some additional controls in the form of the soft key modes, which are the two arrows in the top corner here. So with primary selected, I can jump between my different color wheels, or in this case, these will be your color bars or your printer lights. When I'm in my curves, for example, I can also navigate between the different curve parameters. And then on top of that, a lot of the palettes also feature a tools section here, which allow you to go even deeper into the palette. So for example, in the curves, I'm able to gang or ungang channels and choose individual colors to work on. And these all update in the color page interface as I select them. Let me regang the channels for now and click back. I'll also find soft key controls at the bottom of the viewers that allow me to switch to different pages of certain palettes. So in the curves, I'm able to navigate to different HSL curves correctors. And finally, at the bottom of the viewers, we have more knob controls, which also act as buttons with which you can make adjustments and reset your changes. I'm going to move on to a new clip and perform a basic grade. So here I will use my standard custom curves to adjust the contrast on this clip. I am rotating a control point at about a 20% point line downwards to darken the shadows, and then creating another point at 60% to raise it upwards and brighten the image, thereby creating contrast. You'll see that there are 20% intervals for points all the way across the line. If I was to click these, I would generate points on my custom curve so you can see exactly how they're spaced, so they're all an even distance from each other. But then I can also undo to take it back to just the S-curve I had a second ago. Now with the contrast set up, I might still want to address some of the color imbalanced. I can see some magenta in this image. So here I can navigate to the tools controls, ungang my channels, isolate just the green channel to try to get rid of some of that pink tint. And we know that pink is essentially magenta, and the opposite of magenta is green. So I will go for the 60% line. And if I raise it just a touch, redness will disappear from the image. And now we have something a little bit more neutral. Still a bit warm, but I like to keep it that way. And I can press disable in the bottom half of the panel to check how that looks and see that I'm really happy with the result, which means I can move on. I'm going to jump to the very first clip in my timeline, and I would like to create a new node to work on. So we've already used this one for balancing, adding a bit of contrast. I would like to make a new serial in which I'm going to create some secondary changes. To create a new serial corrector node, I just have to go into the right side of the panel next to the viewers. These controls allow me to create new nodes, so serial nodes, but also mixer nodes like parallel and layer, as well as introducing nodes with windows already activated in them, as well as a few other controls like jumping between keyframes or selecting stills. In this case, it's enough for me to click serial so that I have a new node to work on. And what I would like to do is, first of all, change the color of the door in this image. All right, so let's say we want it to be a different color. We still want to stick in the curves palette, but I will go back in my controls, and this time I will select hue versus hue, which will give me the control that allows me to select a color and adjust it into a different hue. In this case, we have a door that falls somewhere between cyan and blue. So I am going to drag one of these dials, the cyan, rotate it upwards until I change the color of that door. And I think that's a pretty good space for it to fall. You can kind of see where the control for it lies in the curves graph in the interface. I can also use the input hue control on the right-hand side to then change where this point falls horizontally. So I'm not just locked into these color parameters. And that way the door is a little bit cleaner. It's not just approximating. You can see that the point now falls very close to the histogram representation of that door in the curves graph. I might also decide to make the door a little bit less dramatic, less bright. So for that, I will switch to hue versus luminance and still go for the same color range, but this time I'm going to drag it down to darken it and make it a little bit more realistic to look at. Finally, I might want to also desaturate the color underneath the door. So you can see there's a bit of an orangey red tinge under it, and I'd rather keep it neutral. So that's what we have the luminance versus saturation tool for. This is a tool in which you can select a certain luminance range in the image, so in this case, the bright lit area under the door, and then affect its saturation. Here, I only have 4 range controls. I can start with the white point on the right-hand side, drag it downwards to try to desaturate some of that area. I can also go for the highlights, which is the next custom point. But I might find that because there's such a great deal of overlap with the remainder of the image, that the image overall starts to go a little bit desaturated. So what I can do is try to lock off the majority of the image, especially the midtones, using the shadows. I can even click on the shadows to lock off that point in its original position so that there is no change. And then use the input luminance, just like I did with the HSL curves, to kind of extend the area that's being protected. And as I push this outwards, more and more of the colors in the image start to come back. And it is truly just the highlights that get affected as much as they do. So that's a really good way of protecting ranges in your curves. It's just by clicking some of the dials that you want to lock in place, and then a point is created around which you can work. All right, I will now jump to the next clip, which will be number 3 in my timeline. And here my intention will be to work with my interview subject. I'm going to re-enable looping in my soft keys and play back this clip. And I mean, it is a gorgeous shot. The only problem is that our interviewee is wearing a wide brim hat, which makes it a little bit harder to see her face. So usually we like to light people up quite well when we're interviewing them. And in this case, she's got quite a long shadow cast over her face. So what I would like to do is just add a standard window, oval window around her face and brighten her up a little bit. I'm going to jump to the very beginning of this clip. There we go, first frame. And I'm going to create a new node with a circular window already attached. So that's in my controls on the right-hand side, node plus circle. And immediately we see a new node in the node editor, the circle in the viewer, You can see by the representation in the Node 2 thumbnail that we're already making a selection in that region. So it's just about placing it in the right place in the viewer and then performing a track. I have all of the controls that I need underneath the viewers in the panel. So I can use pan and tilt to very quickly maneuver the circle over our subject. I can then use aspect ratio and size to get it to match pretty much the distribution of her face and her neck, and then use the softness control to blend it out a bit so it's less obvious that we're using secondary color grading to make an adjustment. So my selection is now made, and I can start performing the color grade immediately because I have all my primary controls right under my hands. But if I didn't want to see that window outline, a very quick way to achieve that is simply to switch to a different palette like the curves, and the outline disappears. So now I can use the gamma ring to brighten up her face a little bit. And you can see the shadows are starting to disappear right under her hat. If she's starting to look a little bit flat, then I can use my contrast controls to bring some more detail back into her eyes and her eyebrows, but then use the pivot to make sure that it kind of leans towards the lighter side of things, so we can still read her facial expressions and we're not just reintroducing more shadows. I could even add a little bit of mid-tone detail, which is right next to the contrast controls, and also use something like color boost in case, I find that the gamma took out, some of the color from her face. There we go. So before I even track, I just want to check what this grade has accomplished. I'll click on disable. All right, so that's before, that's after. I want to make sure that it's not too obvious. If it is starting to feel like a bit like a spotlight, then I can always go back to my gamma control and pull it back just a little bit. There we go, disable. All right, and that's looking a little bit more natural. I can now navigate to my tracker palette using the soft keys on the left-hand side. And I have all of my analysis controls at the very top here. And I can see that I have a forward analysis available to me. I can click on that. And relatively quickly, it's run an analysis of the entire interview. And I can play this back in real time to see how well that follows, and I'm really happy with that result. So it's still following her face and her neck. It's still soft around the edges. Once again, I can click on the curves soft key so that I'm no longer seeing the outline. And that way, if there was still a bit of like a halo around her, I can always go back to the window palette and make further changes. And the great thing is that I don't have to run the track a second time. The tracking data is already there. So if I needed to change the shape or the size, that's all there was to it. I make it and I keep playing back, and the overall movement remains. Now let's take a closer look at the node editor. I'm going to jump into a brand new clip. And this clip has already been balanced. So if I disable the first node that's present, you can see that the image has been brightened up and there's been a bit of a color boost applied to the environment. I would like to make a few additional changes. First of all, I'm very distracted by this overcast or blown out sky, so I would like to introduce a bit of color back into it. I will start with a serial node, and knowing that I will want to create a look at this stage, I would rather also introduce a layer node so that I can work on the sky separately. So with that new node selected, I'm going to press on the layer soft key, and that will give me a layer mixer node with a layer node underneath that, number 3. So once again, I return to my keyboard just so I can name this node and keep track of what I'm doing in each one of these. I can also use my mouse to move these around and keep track of where I am. And now I can make my sky selection. I will press the qualifier soft key to open up my HSL qualifier controls. And you can see that hue and saturation are already represented in the viewers, but I can then use my arrow keys to navigate to the luminance control as well, which is what I will primarily need for a selection like this because it's just a white sky. There's not much of a color to target or saturation range. But what I do need to do is indicate that there's a certain luminance range that I would like to go after. It's a little bit hard to just go by eye, so it's really helpful to also see what that qualifier selection looks like. That's called highlight mode in the viewer, and you can see the highlight soft key on the right-hand side here, the top of the panel. When I activate it, I can see the highlight icon has appeared above my viewer, but it's not made a difference because obviously I haven't made a selection yet. So I'm going to rotate the low luminance knob, and I'll see that range get narrower down in the qualifier palette. And then when I look up at the viewer, I will eventually start to see elements disappearing that no longer fit within that high range. So if I go high enough, there you go, you can see the shadows start to disappear first, then the midtones, then the highlights. But eventually the sky will remain because it is just that blown out. It's just that bright. So once I bring it up to this extent, I can start to clean up the selection further. So as I navigate further to the right, you can see I've got my matte finesse controls, which we always use at the very end to further clean up our selection. So at the very least, I'd like to perform a little bit of denoising to get a cleaner edge on this selection. And then I'm good to continue grading. I can turn off my highlight mode and use my standard primary grading tools to, for example, darken the sky. So in this case, I'm rotating the gain ring to the left to darken it, and then also add color to the sky. So I'm going to use the trackball itself to introduce a blue color, and right now it's kind of going for more marine blue. I'm going to drag it downwards to give it a warmer blue. There we go. And then I can continue to decide on the brightness of the sky with that ring. And that looks quite natural to me, so I'm very happy with it. I can click on disable to compare before and after, and you can see that that was a really quick adjustment, in order to perform essentially sky replacement. I can also navigate between my nodes if I wish to continue working on them. So again, we're not touching the mouse if we don't have to. I have previous node and next node available to the right of the trackballs. So I can click that a couple of times, or as many times as I need to rotate between the available nodes, but eventually I'll land on the one that I want to address. In this case, I just want to work on the overall image, and after which I want the sky to overlay on top of that. I will give it a name though. I'll call this my detail node. And here I just want to boost some of the information that's already visible in the image. I will increase the midtone detail in order to sharpen a lot of the elements that we see in the foreground, the animals, the rhinos, the grass and the trees. I'll also rotate the gamma to brighten the foreground and also increase the color boost. Unlike saturation, color boost will increase the saturation intensity in colors that are naturally low in saturation. So that way, if I had something in the image that was already very high saturation, it's not going to be affected as dramatically as it would have been using a flat saturation adjustment. Okay, wonderful. So now when I disable the grade, you can see that the foreground has been boosted up, and now I have that really brilliant sky laid over the top. As well as the disable key, I have a bypass key with which I can bypass the entire pipeline, which means that this is my original video signal, and this is our end result. What about if I wanted to add a node at the end of this pipeline? For that, I could use the append soft key. That will add a new node right after the layer mixer. It has appeared a little bit off to the left because it hasn't got enough room. You can always fix this by reducing the size of your nodes if you had to. But in my case, I'm happy to go in and manually perform a little bit of housekeeping. But there you can see that's where the node has appeared at the very end. And here is where I might want to create my look. I'll accomplish this using my curves palette, return to that. I'll go back into my custom curves, which is where we have all of our different channel controls. I'm going to go into my tools and make sure that the channels are unganged, and specifically I want to target the blue channel. I'm going to go for a cross-process look, and I would like to do sort of a reverse S-curve on the blue channel. It's going to give me like a really nice fairy tale type of look. So blue shadows, yellow highlights. And because we're applying it at the very end of the pipeline, it is affecting everything prior to that, including the sky. I can even increase the contrast to make this a little bit more dramatic, make it pop if I wanted to. There we go. When I disable this node, you can see that that's a pretty substantial color shift. I do very much like the yellow highlights. But then if I bypass the whole thing, then that's a lot more dramatic. Finally, something I need to touch upon is to do with a new addition to the color page in DaVinci Resolve 17, and that's the HDR palette. So even though there isn't a soft key directly related to it, I can navigate to the HDR palette by holding the user button in the bottom right corner of the soft keys on the left, and I will find HDR as an option in my viewers. So I hit the soft key right above that, and that will open up my HDR controls, and it will also launch the high dynamic range palette on the left-hand side of the color page. I have previous and next zone controls at the top of the viewer, with which I can bank my HDR wheels. And wherever I'm rested when I'm banking, I can then use the arrows in the soft keys on the left to navigate between the banked color wheels. So at the moment in the dark zones, I have my black, my dark, and then if I move one page across, I have my shadow and my global, just like I do in the palette on the color page. And then the three wheels at the bottom of the panel are mapped accordingly. So I can start to rotate the ring on the right trackball, and I will find that the shadow exposure starts to go down. Or I can move the trackball, and I will find that those shadows get affected first. And reset works in much the same way. Using the viewers, I can also switch to the zones graph. And that way I can see what the zone graph distribution is in the color page interface while still controlling all of my individual tonal ranges. So underneath here, I still have my zone pivot controls, my zone fall off, as well as things like exposure and saturation. If I was to make a custom zone, that will automatically map itself to my color panel interface. So let's say I was in my HDR palette and I had a very distinct look that I was going for, and I decided to call it midtone. That tonal range will now appear in my list of tonal zones, and it will also appear in the viewer as long as it's banked. So if I switch back to my wheels view, I can use previous and next zones to navigate to an area where I can see midtones, and I can always navigate to it using my arrow keys. So there's my midtone, and I can then decide to control the exposure and the saturation. With highlight enabled, I can determine where I want the zone to begin. So I can drag it all the way to the left here. And now I know exactly what I'm targeting in the image. I can also adjust the fall off range so that we have a more robust target on the shadows. And now I can turn up highlight mode, and I know that the midtone is my central wheel, so I can then make adjustments to it here. And maybe make the image a little bit more dramatic looking with that type of contrast. And that takes us to the end of this mini panel overview. As you can see, a lot of this work can be done with just a mouse and a keyboard, but working with the panel is so much faster and so much more efficient, especially as you start to take on larger projects. And you'll find that as you spend less time traveling across the page, a 3-day job can become a 1-day job. Thanks so much for watching. Hi, my name is Daria, and in this video, I'll be showing you how to set up a project render in DaVinci Resolve's Deliver page. I've already got a project open. This has been assembled in DaVinci Resolve's Edit page and then color graded in the Color page. So I am now ready to jump into the Deliver page by going to the very bottom of the interface and clicking on the little rocket ship that says Deliver to now access my Deliver page. The interface features just a few panels. On the left-hand side, we have our render settings. This is where you're going to be spending the majority of the time setting up your parameters. At the top, we have our viewer, which is showing you exactly what you're going to be rendering. And to the right of that, we have our render queue, which is going to contain a list of all the jobs that we're going to render. Underneath the viewer, we have two forms of the timeline. We have a thumbnail timeline, similar to the one that we saw in the Color page, which represents every clip as its own still thumbnail image. And then under that is the Edit page timeline, which shows you the exact relationship between the clips, their durations, the various video and audio tracks. At the very top of the page, we have the interface toolbar, which allows us to further customize the layout of the deliver page. So for example, the render settings by default takes up the entire height of the page, but I can use the collapse button to the left of it to shrink the render settings and prioritize the bottom half of the screen to our timeline. But I will click this arrow to expand render settings so that I can see the full list of controls. An important thing to keep in mind before we jump into the details of the deliver page is that it takes only 3 steps to set up a render job. Number 1 is going into the render settings and setting up your parameters as needed for your particular project. Number 2 is going into the timeline panel where you'll determine the duration of your render. So by default, the render is set to entire timeline. And then number 3 is clicking Add to Render Queue at the bottom of the render settings. This will place your job into the render queue panel in the top right corner. So just those 3 steps: render settings, timeline duration, and Add to Render Queue. Once all of your render jobs are ready, you can select Render All at the bottom of the render queue, and they will all be output to the location that you select. We'll begin with the render settings panel. At the very top, you can see a list of presets that comply with a series of various industry standards. On the far left, we have our custom preset. This offers us the widest set of options in terms of parameters. So it's entirely up to us to decide what video container we want to export in, what encoding language we want to use, our data rate, etc. To the right of that, we have a series of user-generated content video site presets. These presets were developed using the specifications offered on these websites, and in some cases directly in collaboration with those websites to produce the optimal settings for your videos. As you continue down the preset list, you can see that we have a series of master presets. We also have IMF video deliverables for high-end streaming services. A little drop-down arrow next to some of the presets allow you to specify with more precision where you're delivering to or what resolution you're delivering. So in this case, you can see that Disney Plus and Netflix streaming services are supported. Then as you continue down this list, we also support round-trip workflows in case you're working with collaborators who are not using DaVinci Resolve. These type of round-trip presets tend to generate 2 types of files. One will be a set of trimmed media of all your edits on the timeline, and the other will be an XML file that they can use to reconstruct the edit on their end. So this is a pretty popular workflow if you're acting as just a colorist on the project as opposed to an all-around editor or collaborator. I'm going to navigate all the way back to the left, and we will indeed set up a job based on a preset. So I'll have YouTube set to 1080p. But I'd like to modify it a little bit. So I'd like to raise the data rate so that the quality of the video is increased. If I want to have further control over my parameters instead of just relying on the preset, I can click on the word custom next to YouTube, and that will expand my controls back to the custom selection, but it will still carry across all of the preset settings from the previous YouTube selection. So when I click on the video tab at the top, I can see that it's already set to the QuickTime format, which is what YouTube recommends, in the appropriate H.264 codec. But here I can navigate to my quality controls, which refer to my data rate, and I could decide to increase this to 12,000. So I'll click on the numeric field, type in 120,000, and that's pretty much all I wanted to do for this job. The data rate will have the greatest impact on the visual quality of your video and also on the resulting file size. Oftentimes when you're submitting a video for a festival, so there's usually like an online submission form, it will also give you a limit on your video size. And if you do a bit of math, you can sort of reverse engineer and calculate exactly what your data rate limitation is. And that way you can increase the quality of your video while still meeting the demands of that video upload site. Or likewise, if you find that you're going just a little bit over the limit, you know that if you reduce that value, those kilobytes, then you can actually shrink the size of your video file. So that's quite helpful. I will next address the name of my video. So you can see right now it's untitled, but I can navigate to the File tab in the middle of this panel and see that rather than using a custom name, which I can go ahead and type directly into the file name field, I can also select timeline name. And it's pretty good standard practice to give your timelines names that are appropriate to either the project name or the deliverable standard, and also include version numbers. So if you have a good naming convention, then it makes sense to use the timeline name a lot of the time. So I'll have that selected, and I'll also make sure that the location makes sense. So I'm going to click Browse, and on my desktop, I'm going to create a new folder. I'll call this Exports. Click Open to select it, and now this is where this file will be generated. Step 2 will be to review the duration of my render, and as I mentioned at the beginning, by default it's set to entire timeline, which I'm very happy with. So then I can jump to step 3, which is to add it to the render queue. And my first job has now appeared. To remind myself of what this job was intended for, I can click at the very top of the job in the header and rename it from Job 1 to, let's say, HD High Definition YouTube. And then click Off. So I can either start to render this right away, or I can continue to create new jobs with different render settings and add them onto this list. Another common use for the render page is to generate rushes or dailies for editors. So dailies are just compressed versions of your original camera takes. With dailies, you will usually assume that there's a master timeline, the audio has all been synced to the video takes, and there's also maybe a preliminary grade or perhaps LUTs, lookup tables, applied to the clips in order for the editor to see what the final colors are more or less going to look like. I should note that DaVinci Resolve has its own internal proxy generator. So if you're going to be editing in DaVinci Resolve, there's not really a reason to generate these types of external dailies. But in case you're collaborating with someone, or perhaps you have producers or a director who wants to watch these takes at home, then it makes sense to generate these lighter files. For this, I am going to use a custom preset. So I already have custom selected. I'm going to return to the Video tab on the left-hand side here. And I will indicate that I want all the video clips rendered not as a single video clip, but as a set of individual clips. So when I click individual, that means that every single take on the timeline is going to be exported as its own video. I'm going to keep the format as QuickTime. That's perfectly appropriate for transcoded media or proxies. But I will change the codec from H.264, which is a temporal compression. It tends to be quite heavy to play back in editing programs. And instead, I'll set it to an intermediary format, like, for example, Apple ProRes, and maybe lower my quality from 422HQ to something like 422LT. Something else that I might want to do when generating dailies is apply a data burn-in to the video. So this is various information that is burned into the video or rendered, in the actual pixel data that people can use as reference and also as a form of protection for the original video takes. So to access your data burn-in controls, you need to go to the very top of the program into the Workspace menu and choose Data Burn-in. You'll end up with this floating window interface. On the left-hand side, you have a series of parameters that you can enable to place onto the video. And on the right-hand side is your controls for those parameters, so you can change their appearance. I'm going to pick up this window by the header so I can see my viewer. And a lot of these parameters are quite common to include in the burn-ins, but this all kind of depends on who they're going to. So what I send to a director for review might be different from what I would send to a client who's reviewing a final video. In terms of dailies, I probably want to include the source timecode, which is going to show me the timecode of the original video clips. And that means that if we're assembling something like an online cut, we know exactly which clips we have to refer to and at what point in time. And then, of course, for that, we will also need the source clip name. So when I select that parameter, the next label appears in the viewer, and now I can see exactly what the names of all the clips were. Something else I might want to do is to include a semi-transparent overlay to protect this footage, from being shared. So we have a set of custom text parameters, as well as a set of logo parameters. So if you did have a production logo, you can superimpose it as a watermark, and include that in your renders. I'm going to use custom text and simply notify people not to distribute this material. However, right now it's kind of shrunk at the bottom of the video, so it could potentially be cropped out. what I would like to do is make it a little bit bolder, a little bit more dominating in this frame. So I will go into the options of the data burn-in panel, and I will ungang the render text styles. And what that means is that the text styles for these parameters will no longer be identical. Instead, I can modify them as I wish on an individual basis. So I'm going to click that to disconnect them. And now I can resize my custom text, reposition it, and even change the font if I wanted to. We also have opacity controls for the background and for the text itself. So I'll probably want to make it semi-opacity. I'll type in 0.4. And now as I scrub through the clips, you can see that we have text disrupting, these clips from being shared. When I'm ready to hide this interface, I can click the X in the top left corner and continue with my render setup. One final thing I'd like to do is once again jump into the File tab to check exactly what my naming convention is going to be. It's a good idea when you're generating dailies or proxies that you use the original source names. That means that when you eventually replace them with your camera takes, that they will match up and instantly replace. You won't have to manually hunt them down. So I'll click source name. However, if you're aware that there are multiple cuts from the same source take being used in the timeline, then you might also want to indicate use unique file names. That way the files won't overwrite each other as they're being generated. If there is a file with the same exact name, it will then adopt either a prefix, which is a number sequence at the start of the file name, or a suffix, which will append itself to the end of the file name. And now I'm ready to click Add to Render Queue at the very bottom of panel. And once again, I'm going to change the name of the job so I can keep track of what it was doing. In this case, I will label job 2 as dailies. I'll probably want to use this setting again in future, so I'm going to save it as its own preset. I'll navigate to the top right corner of the render settings palette, and I will choose Save as New Preset. This is in the ProRes standard, so it makes sense to call these my ProRes dailies. Then I'll click OK. And I'll see that my dailies preset now appears to the left of the custom preset, and I can access this again and again. Something else to keep in mind in terms of selecting your export range is that if I did want to focus on just a selection of clips, I could use my in and out shortcuts, press I to indicate a start point, select a clip and press O, and you can see the duration is marked in the timeline at the very bottom of the page. And if you'd like to reset your in and out range, you can either use the shortcut Option X on a Mac or Alt X on a PC, or you could go to the drop-down menu at the very top of the timeline and switch from in-out range to entire timeline to reset it. If you have multiple timelines in your project that you would like to add to the render queue, you don't have to jump back into the edit or the color page to switch between them. You can stay in Deliver and use the drop-down at the very top of the viewer to switch between timelines. So in this case, I'm going to select an alternative cut of my trailer, and you'll see that will appear, and the data burn-in has stayed in place. So if I wanted to remove that, I could go back into my Video tab, enter my advanced settings at the very bottom of this list. Here I can see that there is a section for the data burn-in, which by default will be set to same as project, which means that if I can see it in the viewer, then it will be included in my render. But I could also choose to bypass it by clicking on this drop-down and choosing none. I prefer to keep it on same as project, and instead I'd rather just go to my workspace menu at the top, select data burn-in, and then click the reset arrow in the top right corner to get rid of all these overlays. I'm going to collapse my panel, and I would like to add the render for this timeline to our render queue as well. So once again, I'll select a YouTube preset. This one I will leave untouched. I will click on Add to Render Queue, and now we have our third job. I'll call this my teaser trailer. By the way, you don't have to only concentrate on the timelines in your current project. You can actually have render jobs from various projects all lined up in the same render queue that you can then set off at the same time. If I go into the options menu of the render queue panel, I will find that there is an option at the top to show all projects. When I select that, this list becomes populated with a few other render jobs I created from a couple of other projects I had open previously. So that means that, without having to constantly start and stop my renders and open and close projects, I could just send everything to the render queue. And then when I'm ready to kick this off, I can open up Show All Projects, scroll across the list, and then hold Shift and click to select all of my jobs, and then select Render All when I'm ready. And the benefit of doing it this way is that you're not waiting for every single render to complete in order to kick off the next one. That way you could lose hours of time because, it could be several minutes or hours between you returning to the project to kick off the next render. With batches, as soon as one timeline is completed, it will immediately move on to the next job. So then you can keep it running overnight, and then wake up the next morning and everything's already completed for you. By the way, if you add a job and you decide that you want to change some of the settings, that's pretty easy to do. In the top right corner of every job, you will find a few icons. The X should be self-explanatory. You can use this to get rid of a job that you no longer want. But then the pencil next to that is an edit tool. So let's say after we completed our HD YouTube job and we added it to the queue, we realized that we want to change the resolution. I'm going to click on the pencil icon, and this job is now loaded in the render settings. I know that because we now have these 3 new buttons at the very bottom of the render settings panel: cancel, update job, and add new job. So I can now go through my video, audio, and file tab to determine, I actually want the resolution to be a little bit lower. I want my collaborators to review this for me before I upload it. So I'll set it to 720p. HD ready, and maybe restrict my quality to 8,000 instead of 12. I can now click on Update Job at the bottom of my render settings, and the job is now updated in the render queue, so I don't have to recreate it or re-add it to the list. And once I'm all done, I can select all of these jobs and click Render All. A couple of tips I can give you for setting up your render projects in case you're not feeling too confident about your render settings is to look at the destination, where your project is going. And usually you will find information there about what is expected from you. So for example, if you're uploading it to a website, there tends to be a page of recommended settings for uploads. If you're sending your video to a festival or to a theater, you can usually communicate with the organizers or perhaps find a submission guidelines page, which will also tell you what they expect from you in terms of formats and data rates. And then finally, if you're sending your video to something like a broadcaster or a streaming service, these can differ quite dramatically from one region to the next. So again, it's the best idea to talk to them directly and find out exactly what they're expecting from you in terms of video and audio deliverables. And of course, you can also come to the Blackmagic Design forums to get answers from our developers, from digital image technicians, and professional users of our software. Please make sure you check out the remainder of the videos in this series to find out how to use DaVinci Resolve for your projects.
Hi, I'm Cullen Kelly. I'm a master trainer for Blackmagic Design, and I'm here to talk to you today about color management inside of DaVinci Resolve 17. Now, before we dive into the way we can use color management in Resolve, we need to understand what color management is. So to do that, let's take a look at this clip that I've got here in front of me in my project. Now, as you can see, I currently am looking at this image in a sort of flat log state. So the contrast is very low, don't have much saturation, and I generally need to get it into a more vibrant place before I can really begin to do anything else. One way that I might approach that task would be to go down here into my primary section and begin to manipulate my contrast and my pivot, maybe my saturation or my lift and my gamma and my gain, and really just dial things in by eye until I'm starting to get an acceptable visual result. This would be what's known as a display-referred approach to color grading, meaning that we are literally using our display as our reference for all of our visual decisions. This is a common way of working, and it stands at odds with color management, which is about using image science and math to transform what the camera saw into what our display can reproduce in a systematic way. It's more efficient than doing things by hand in this display-referred method, and it allows us to do a couple of things. It's going to allow us to match our cameras better if we have camera A or B or C, and it's also going to allow us to preserve our creative intent when we are delivering for multiple displays. I'm going to reset my grade here for now, and I want to dive into how we can tackle this grade using a color management approach. So now that we understand the purpose and the function of color management, let's talk about how we can actually employ it inside of DaVinci Resolve. There's a couple of different color management frameworks or solutions available to us in Resolve, and these include ACES, or the Academy Color Encoding System, as well as Resolve Color Management V2. Now, these are both equally sound and equally useful color management solutions, but they have slightly different interfaces and parameters that they expose to us as the user. So we're going to talk about both of them. We're also going to touch on Dolby Vision, which, while it is not a color management solution in and of itself, it is part of an ecosystem of color management in which we are mastering for HDR as well as SDR displays. Let's talk about ACES first. What I want to do is reset my grade back to its original state here, and I'm going to go to my File menu, and then I'm going to go to my Project Settings here, and I'm going to go to my Color Management section. And I want to start by talking about this very first drop-down menu that I have up here at the top called Color Science. Right now, that's set to DaVinci Wire GB. And all this means is that I'm telling Resolve currently, I've got this. I'm going to take care of everything in terms of what needs to happen to get this image from the way it was shot out to its display state. This would be a good selection to make if we were working display referred, as we did a moment ago. But since we want to try out some color management workflows, we're going to explore the options available within here and select something different. In our case, we want to start with ACES CCT because this is one of the two working color spaces for the ACES color management framework. So I'm going to select this, and when I do, you'll see several new options appear down below that Color Science drop-down menu. First, we have our ACES version, which we can safely leave at its default. And the next two menu items are really the most important. This is where we are going to be telling Resolve what our original camera color space was, as well as the display that we are targeting or that we are using to master our images. So right now I have my input device transform set up to Alexa because that's what I have here on shot number 1 is an ARRI wide color gamut log C image. So I want to tell Resolve this is the original state or color space of this image as I'm feeding it into you. And then next, we're going to designate our output device transform. There are a number of different options here, but since I'm doing a traditional Rec. 709 SDR master, I want to select Rec. 709. And with these parameters selected, I want to go down to my Save button here, and let's look at what happens to our image when I do. You can see that the exact task that I was setting myself to a moment ago of trying to normalize my image and get some healthy contrast and color out of it has now been done automatically on my behalf by the ACES color management system. And you can imagine that if you had a timeline of say 20 or 200 or 2000 of these shots, how much more efficient it would be to simply designate an input color space and an output color space and then let your color management framework do the mapping for you, as opposed to having to manually dial in the proper contrast and saturation as a baseline on every single image in your timeline. So that is the basic functionality of setting up your color management inside of an ACES color management workflow. Now, I want to point out something about these other shots here in my timeline, which happen to be raw shots. These in particular are from a Blackmagic Pocket Cinema camera. Something that's important to know about ACES or Resolve Color Management is that when you are loading in a raw format into your project, your color management solution is actually going to pick up on the fact that that media is raw, and it is automatically going to input map it appropriately into your color management pipeline. So I just want to point out to you guys, let's go back here to shot number 1 and go back to our project settings and observe that if I change my input device transform, let's do something drastic. Let's say like Rec 709. If I change this setting and I hit save and I look at my image will change because I am instructing the color management workflow to perform the mapping using different assumptions. Let's go back and set this to Alexa as we had it before. And now let's go through that same exercise on one of these raw shots. I'm going to once again go to my File menu, Project Settings, and let's once again go from Alexa to Rec 709 and see if we get that same dramatic shift in the character of our image. Interesting. When we hit Save here, nothing happens. This is because in the case of any raw format, such as Red R3D, Airy Raw, or Blackmagic's B-Raw, your color management framework is going to automatically input map those images appropriately. So you will not see a change in the mapping of these images regardless of how you set up your input device transform. This is only the case with raw formats. With any other format of image or clip that you bring into your project, you want to make sure that it is being mapped appropriately from its initial state. Which leads me to another question. Let's go back to shot number 1 here and once again go to our project settings and restore our sound color management where we are starting with Alexa and mapping out to Rec 709 so that when I hit save here, I'm looking at a nice healthy level of saturation and contrast on my image that I can grade underneath. But let's now observe another question, which is this. If I go to shot number 2 here, you're going to see that my image changes slightly. It's being mapped in a different way. But isn't the point of color management to give me a common foundation rather than images which are mapped differently? Let's now take a look at shot number 2 and observe that there's actually a discrepancy between these images and the way their contrast is being mapped out to Rec 709. The reason for this is that this first image is in an Airy Alexa log C color space, which means that we have appropriately input mapped it. But this shot, shot number 2, is in a different color space. This is actually in Sony's S-Log3 S-Gamut3 Cine color space. I actually need to designate, just for this shot, a different input color space in order to get a valid result. So I can do this within ACES by right-clicking on the thumbnail for a shot and just on the basis of this shot saying, hey, I want to change my ACES input transform. It's fine for all of my other shots to take the default value of an Alexa color space, but in this case, I want to designate a different input color space. And because I know that this is Sony S-Log3 S-Gamut3.Cine, I'm going to make that selection here. And you'll now see that if I flip between shots 1 and 2, I have an identical reproduction. And this is a perfect example of the power of good sound color management, which allows you to map material from different cameras into a common starting point so that you can focus on the creative rather than the technical aspects of your grade. Now that we have discussed the ACES color management workflow, let's move on and talk about another color management workflow available to us here in Resolve, Resolve Color Management V2, which we can access in the same section of our project settings where we were a moment ago. So if I go to my File menu and my project settings, and I go to my color management section here, I now want to return to my Color Science drop-down menu, and I'm this time going to select not DaVinci YRGB, and not one of my ACES flavors, but DaVinci YRGB Color Managed. And when I do, we're going to see that our menu items underneath change once again. Now, by default, we have this Resolve Color Management preset option. which gives us a very convenient way to quickly get our color management set up. I'm going to go to DaVinci Wide Gamut. And you'll notice that when I am using this preset, I actually don't have a drop-down menu for setting up my input color space. I'm going to need to do that at the individual shot level when I'm working with these presets. However, I do still need to set up my output color space, which is currently set to Rec. 709 Gamma 2.4, and that's a good default when we are mastering for standard Rec. 709 SDR material. With these settings selected, let's once again save and observe how our image is going to change. Whoops, what happened? We're back to a flat, log, low contrast, low saturation image. What's going on? What's going on is we have yet to set up the input color space of the shots here in our timeline, because remember, we're not setting those up at the project level when using our presets inside of Resolve Color Management. What we need to do next is right-click on our image and go to Input Color Space. You'll notice that the language has changed ever so slightly from our ACES workflow, where we were designating an ACES input transform. We're now designating an input color space. Same thing, different name. With our input color space, we now need to scroll down and select sgamut3.cine/slog3. And once we do, you're going to see that I once again have a nice normalized image with healthy contrast and color. And same thing here on shot number 1. I would want to right-click on this shot and select an input color space of Arri Log C, which I already have here. These images have now been successfully normalized and mapped inside of my Resolve Color Management workflow. And once again, I just want to point out that all of my raw material taking place here later in the timeline is automatically being mapped for me. And in fact, I don't even have the option of changing my input color space because Resolve has me covered. It is automatically correctly mapping that raw image into my color management workflow. Thus far, we've talked about a couple of different solutions for color management inside of Resolve. I now want to go a little bit deeper into Resolve Color Management and talk about some of the extra tools and parameters that are available to us if we wish to exert control over them. So let's go back to our project settings under our File menu and return to our Color Management. And I want to pay closer attention now to my Resolve Color Management preset. You'll notice that we have a couple of good, sensible presets which exist to help us get our color management going quickly when we're working in Resolve. However, there may be instances where we wish to exert more granular control over the way that we are shepherding our image from its original camera negative state out to our display. And with Resolve Color Management, we have an extensive set of options available to us for controlling that journey. If I go down here to my custom preset option, you're going to see that I have a number of different parameters exposed to me. And it's okay if you don't understand what all of these are all at once, because there's quite a few here. And the best thing that you can do in terms of getting more comfortable with what these do is to simply experiment and spend some time with them. But I want to walk you through what each of them does in broad strokes here today. We have an input color space, which, as we discussed a moment ago, when we are in a default preset here, we don't have the option of declaring at the project level at all, but we now can. So let's say that we had a timeline full of Arri Log C material, and we didn't want to do what we were doing a moment ago of right-clicking on each thumbnail and saying, hey, this is Arri Log C. We would want to choose the custom preset so that we can explicitly designate an input color space for all of our shots without having to manually tag each one of them. So in my case, I'm going to select Arri Log C for this. Next, we have a timeline color space. Timeline color space is a more advanced consideration within color management, so I would encourage you to leave this at its default of DaVinci Wide Gamut Intermediate unless you're more experienced and you have specific reason to select another color space. Timeline working luminance is also another more advanced aspect of color management, which is essentially allowing us to control the peak luminance of our image as it moves from its high dynamic range acquisition state and into its lower dynamic range reproduction state. Again, I would encourage you to leave this at its default value of HDR 4000 unless you're more experienced and you are seeking to get a different visual result. Next, we have our output color space, which we've already set up. Rec. 709 Gamma 2.4 is the standard selection we would want to make here when we are mastering for SDR Rec. 709. Next, we have our limit output gamut. Again, a more advanced option that you can safely leave at its default unless you have specific reason to change it. And then we have our input and our output DRT. Again, more advanced options, very powerful options available to us when we want to customize the tone mapping aspect of our color management, but something best left at its default until you reach a point where you are trying to get a different behavior than you are seeing with your default settings. So these are some of the additional options which are available to us inside of Resolve Color Management. This is a more extensive set of options than we have available to us inside of ACES, and this can be a good or a bad thing depending on your experience level and on your project's needs. If you wish to exert more control over your image and you really need to sculpt every aspect and contour of the color management pipeline, you might wish to go with Resolve Color Management. Conversely, if you wish to get something on its feet more quickly, you might choose to go with one of the presets here in the preset drop-down menu, or to use ACES, where the number of parameters that you need to control and set are more limited in their scope. So this is an overall introduction to some of the more advanced options available to you within Resolve Color Management. But I want to emphasize that what's important when you are beginning to use color management or beginning to use color management inside of Resolve is to pick out some sensible defaults and just get comfortable with the system and understand the overall concepts that are driving the color management, as opposed to feeling the need to exert explicit control over every single one of these values. And now that we've talked about Resolve Color Management as well as ACES, it's time to discuss what the real practical difference is between the two, because I hear the question a lot, which one should I use? Which one is better? And it may not surprise you to learn that there's no simple answer to that question, but we can make a meaningful comparison of the two. And the best way to begin that comparison is to make a visual comparison of what ACES will do for us versus what Resolve Color Management will do for us. I'm going to return my color management preset to my DaVinci Wide Gamut preset for now, because I don't need to have all of those extra options available to me at the moment. Once I do this, I'm going to hit save, and I want to go back to my timeline here and just take a look at my images. I'm going to grab a still of image number 1 and a few other of the images here in this timeline, because I want to make a comparison to what I'm seeing here inside of Resolve Color Management versus what I will see in an equivalent setup inside of ACES. So now that I've grabbed these stills, I'm going to go back to shot number 1. Once again, go to my project settings, and I'm going to switch my color science back to ACES CCT and ensure that my input and output transform values have remained where I want them to go. And when I hit save here, I want to now go to the still that I saved up here and compare one to the other. I want you to notice that even though I have equivalent pipelines set up here that are accurately mapping me from what the camera saw into what my display can reproduce, I'm actually getting different visual results. This isn't a design flaw or a problem or a question of which is more accurate or less accurate. This is due to the nature of mapping high dynamic range, large color volume imagery like we might get off of a professional or a prosumer camera down into the lower dynamic range and lower color volume of an SDR or even HDR display. There's always going to be some subjective considerations involved in that engineering. And so when we look at the difference between our ACES display prepped image and our Resolve Color Management display prepped image, that is the difference that we are looking at. We're looking at two equally valid but distinct solutions to this challenge of how do we map all of this dynamic range and all of this color volume down into the more limited dynamic range and color volume which our display is capable of reproducing. That's consideration number 1 when we are talking about which color management framework we should choose is simply observing that there are aesthetic differences between the two and being mindful of that when we select the color management framework that we use for a particular project. Other than choosing between ACES and Resolve color management based on your visual preference, there's a couple other considerations that you can make. The first is that ACES has been around for a longer time than Resolve color management, so it enjoys broader industry support than Resolve color management does. So if you are working with multiple vendors in tight collaboration, you might find that an ACES workflow supports that better. Resolve color management, as we've already explored, has some more granular control available to us that we don't have in ACES. So if that's important to you, that might be a good reason to select Resolve color management. I want to re-emphasize that both of these color management solutions can give you great results, and the right choice for your project is whichever one works. Let's now talk about one of the most powerful tools within DaVinci Resolve when we are working in a color managed environment, and that is the High Dynamic Range palette down here in the lower left corner of my Resolve interface. The High Dynamic Range palette is unique in Resolve in that it is one of the few tools within Resolve that's what we call color space aware, meaning that it is hooked into our color management settings as we established in our project settings, and it is altering its behavior on the basis of those settings. And this is going to allow us to get more naturalistic and more photographically accurate adjustments. For example, on an image like this one, I might wish to cool things off a little bit, feel like they're a little too warm where they are right now. One way that I could go about this here in the HDR palette would be to go to my temperature knob and swing this knob in a negative direction, and in doing so, cool things off. So this is a really nice, objective, and photographically accurate way of making such an adjustment, and it's going to give me very similar results to what I would have gotten if I were to go back in time and change the color temperature in the camera at the moment that this image was captured. So you can see, as I flip this off and on, how naturalistic that adjustment is. And let's go a little bit further even so that it's quite easy for us to see. So there's a good example of an adjustment that really benefits from being photographically accurate and allows me to be more objective and precise in my adjustment instead of feeling my way through things with traditional color correction tools. And the same concept extends to exposure as well. So if I were to go to a shot like this one and say, you know, really what needs to happen here more than the adjustment of my primaries or my contrast is that I need to adjust my exposure. Here within the HDR palette, because I am color space aware, I can make a photographically accurate exposure adjustment by grabbing this global exposure slider here and moving it in a negative direction. So again, very organic, naturalistic, photographically accurate adjustment that I can make here within the HDR palette. These are just a few of the adjustments that are available to us within this tool set that really benefit from a sound color management framework being set up around them. You can still use the HDR palette if you are not color managed, but it really comes to life and becomes more powerful when you are working in a color managed framework such as ACES or Resolve color management. Another one of the key benefits of a color managed workflow is that it allows us to target different displays and display color spaces with the flip of a switch. So thus far, we've been working in an SDR display space. So all of our grading and all of our mastering is being done for a Rec 709 monitor. But we may also wish to do a master for, say, a P3 D65 1000 nit, which is a common spec for HDR delivery. And let's say that I've already gone through and graded my entire timeline in an SDR space, and I now want to target that different display color space, that HDR display color space. Maybe I've done the SDR grade and my client has come back and said, hey, we would like to do an HDR version now. With color management, we can flip a switch and do what's called a trim pass, meaning make small adjustments, but we don't need to redo our entire grade, and the bulk of our creative intent will be preserved. Let's take a look at how that would go. I'm going to go to my File menu and to my project settings. And here inside of my ACES color management, I'm going to change my output device transform because I no longer want to target a Rec. 709 display, but an HDR display, specifically a P3 D65 1000 nit display color space. So I'm going to scroll through my options and find that designation, which is right here. P3 D65 ST2084 1000 nit. So once I make this selection and I hit save, we're going to see a change in our image. And to our eye, because right now we are viewing these images in an SDR Rec. 709 display space, the image no longer looks correct. It's no longer properly prepared for our display. But if I were viewing this image on an HDR reference monitor, I would now be looking at the correct preparation for that monitor. And all I would need to do from here in terms of delivering my graded master for that new secondary display color space would be a trim pass in which I go through each of my shots and ensure that my creative intent has been well preserved in that translation from my original display color space to the new display color space that I'm targeting. Let's now discuss how Dolby Vision configures into a good color management workflow inside of Resolve. So we've just done a workflow where we were starting with an SDR graded master and then mapping that up into an HDR display color space. Dolby Vision allows us to do the opposite. So let's say we have graded an HDR deliverable on an HDR display and we've delivered it for HDR, but we now need to generate the SDR version of that image. As we've just learned, one option for that would be to go into our color management settings. So if I went into my project settings right now, I could change my output device transform from this HDR specification that it's currently set to, and I could flip back to Rec. 709, and this would allow me to preserve my grade and its creative intent in an SDR rendering of this grade, which was originally performed in HDR. But I'm actually not going to do this. We're going to do it in a different way now using Dolby Vision. So I'm going to leave this setting where it was. I'm going to scroll back up and say P3D65 ST2084 1000 nit. And we now want to go down to Dolby Vision here and say enable Dolby Vision. And all Dolby Vision is a system for preserving our creative intent between an HDR master and a derived SDR master. When I hit save here, you're not going to see anything happen. I'm still going to be looking at an HDR image that doesn't look quite right on our displays because we're all viewing this on a Rec. 709 display. But when I hit save, I'm going to get a little Dolby Vision palette available to me down here in the lower left. And if I tap on this palette, you'll see that I have a drop-down menu for my target display output. And this is where I am going to tell the Dolby Vision system what derived master I would like to be targeting based on my original HDR master. Right now, I'm at the default value of 100 nit BT709, BT1886 full. And all this means is Rec. 709, SDR. And I'm going to check this Enable Tone Mapping Preview option. And all I'm going to do from here is say Analyze Frame, like so. And you'll see that all of a sudden my image comes to life and it looks correct for my Rec. 709 SDR display. This is because under the hood, the Dolby Vision system is making a dynamic analysis of this HDR image that I'm feeding to it, and it is applying a best fit mapping from that HDR space down into the space that I've designated here. In this case, 100 nit BT709, BT1886 full. So that's how Dolby Vision configures into the color management framework inside of DaVinci Resolve. And interestingly, when we are using Dolby Vision, we end up not generating a second deliverable at all, but instead we have what's called a derived master, meaning that the mapping from HDR to SDR travels as a piece of metadata with the HDR master, and it happens on the fly within the device which is playing back the content. And furthermore, if I have a Dolby Vision license, I can go into my primary trims here and control on a shot-by-shot basis the exact way that that image is being mapped from HDR down to SDR. However, this is not necessary to use the Dolby Vision system, and it simply provides an alternate way of getting an SDR master from an HDR grade, and in the case of Dolby Vision, without needing to generate a second physical file. Thanks for joining me for this overview of color management in DaVinci Resolve 17. If you have further questions or you need tech support, you can check out the Blackmagic forum. And for more resources on training, be sure to check out the training section of the Blackmagic website.
Hi, I'm Mary, and today I'm going to show you the Fairlight page in DaVinci Resolve 17. So let's get started. Here on the Fairlight page, you'll see running across the top, I'll mute my playback, and you will see these are our meters where you can check out the monitoring panel. You can see your control room levels, your loudness, and you can even see a viewer of your playback as you're working. Across the right side, you will see your mixer, which will always show you all of your channel strips and your main outputs. And then in the middle, this is the timeline, and this is where you'll have all of your tracks and your clips, and this is where you can do a lot of your work. Now, right now I only have a single clip in here, and this is actually the finished stereo mix from a short film called Hyperlight. And as I play this back, you'll notice that just using the space bar will start and stop your playback as you would with most applications. I'll go ahead and unmute that. Other things you might want to do for navigation, you'll see right here in the middle. Let me zoom in so you can see that a little better. These are transport controls, so you have your play and stop if you wanted to use those instead. You would have them just as you would expect. And we also have shortcuts that you can use for navigation as well. So you can go to the home position by just pressing the home key will always take you to the first frame, and the end key will take you to the last frame of your clip. So that's really easy navigation as well. A couple of things to think about as you're working on the Fairlight page is if you select a track, you'll notice that the clip beneath the track will always highlight. That shows you which clip you're working with, and that comes in really handy when you start doing some editing and things like that. So one of the things you always want to pay attention to is where's your playhead and what happens to be selected. And luckily there's a lot of visual clues to help you figure that out as you go. So if you look over here, like I said, I've got this track selected and I can tell the clip has been selected underneath it. If I deselect the track, the clip is still beneath the playhead, and I can just find where the playhead is that way as well. Also, if I manually select a clip, which I'll do it right now, you'll notice it gets a red outline. And what that shows you is this clip is also selected. So there's several different ways that you can tell which things have been selected at any time, or if I click in an empty space, it's deselected. Now, which clips are selected or which tracks are selected come in really handy when you start using shortcuts and also doing editing, cut, copy, paste, that sort of things. It's very important to know where you are and what happens to be selected, and I'll bring that up again when we get closer to it. Now, one other thing that we should do as you're getting to know the interface is how to zoom and move yourself around manually. So if I wanted to, I could just drag my playhead across the clips, as you can see, and when I do that, I can hear it. That's scrubbing back and forth just by dragging. I can also click anywhere in this ruler to move my playhead to that position. Whenever I move my playhead to a position, you'll notice that the time code in the upper left will update to show me exactly what the time code is at the point where my playhead is, as you can see. And you can even change this ruler if you need to work in different increments. And all you need to do for that is just right-click in this timecode display area, and you can choose to include subframes or even samples if you like. And if you're working in only samples, or if you're working in film and you need to show feet and frames, you can also do that here. Just go down to where it says, feet and frames, and now I'm looking at it that way. I'm going to switch it back just to standard, just by using the right mouse button, I can go back and change that. Now, contextual menus are really handy when you're working in the Fairlight page and any of the pages in DaVinci Resolve. So you will see me mentioning that quite a bit where I talk about right-clicking, and that's just to bring up those contextual menus, which you'll see, depending on where I click, I'm going to get a different menu and different options. And so that's just another way to access different things as you go. I'm going to deselect this track right now, and just press the home key to move to the beginning, and again, end key to get to the end. So that is just the very basics of working with one clip. Now let's take this a little bit further. Obviously, if we were to play through this, you'll hear that this is the entire mix of this scene, but I'm going to switch to a different timeline. And in order to do that, we have several ways you could. You could go to this shortcut menu right here, and if I click on this, this will give me a list of some of my different recent timelines that I've worked with. Another option that you have is we could go to the media pool. And the media pool is where you can access all of your media, as the name suggests, and also your timelines. I happen to have a bin right here, and this is the list of all the different timelines that we'll be using for this tutorial. So right now we were just in the starting timeline, which was a single clip. Let's fast forward to take our scene a little bit further, and I'm going to show you the stems. So go ahead to the next timeline. And I'm going to hide my media pool again. And in this timeline, the difference is this has broken up the soundtrack into its constituent parts. These are your stems, because every soundtrack all comes down to 3 elements. You have your, whenever you're working your soundtrack, you have your dialogue, you have your music, and you have your sound effects. And all 3 of those things need to be separated so that you can deliver those, because that's part of your deliverables, but also for localization to other languages, they may need to change the music or most likely change the language. And so being able to pull those elements out is an important part of the mixing process. And so this is just an introduction to how those stems work, and it's also an opportunity to show you a few of the other features for working with your sound. So I'm going to come back into my scene right here, and I'm just going to hit Shift-Z, which is a default shortcut which will zoom all of your tracks so that they fit the window, as you can see, horizontally, which is nice. Now, I'm going to talk about selective playback for a minute, because when it comes to selective playback, right now I have my stereo mix, which is up at the top, plus the VO stem, and that is my voice stem or dialogue. I have my SFX, which is my sound effects stem, and then the music stem down below. And it's those 3 parts that are really combined to create our mix. So the thing is, if I start playback right now, just by starting playback, you'll notice that I'm hearing all of them at the same time. And that's not exactly what I want. If I only want to hear one of those tracks, just press right here. This is the solo button. And that will isolate that track so it's the only one that we hear during playback. And now we're hearing the actual stereo mix. Now, one of the things you'll notice as we see this, let me stop that for a second. I'm also going to dim my playback so it's not quite as loud. Over here in the top right, you'll notice that we have these monitoring controls. And what those do is, those are your listening levels. So I can instantly mute, or I can adjust the levels, and I can also dim. Let me just zoom in on that so you can see that a little bit better. And as you can see, there's my dim. That will knock it down by 15 decibels, and you'll notice that it turns yellow to show me that it has been dimmed. Anytime I press that again, it will put it back to whatever listening level I had before. So again, dimming the levels, or you can also mute. But that's your entire playback. And in this case, I just want to solo this one track. And I wouldn't mind making this a little bit bigger. And when it comes to making your tracks a little bit taller, you can just manually grab one track and make that larger or smaller, as you can see. If a track is selected, you can also zoom horizontally on that or vertically very easily. Right here is the vertical zoom slider. And as you can see, I can make this larger or smaller. You know, that's basically changing the height. And when it's selected, it makes it really easy to see that waveform inside of that particular track. So these are just kind of getting to know the interface a little bit. Now, something else you'll notice that if I deselect the track, that there is actually an outline on that waveform. And that is one of our timeline view options. That would be right up here. And this is just lets you choose different ways to view things. So as you notice that if I click on that menu, this will give me a few other options that I can choose. For example, this turns that border on and off. So I can choose to include the border, or I could turn that off at any time. I'll actually turn it off right now. And there's some other things that I will also show you as we go through this tutorial. So Anytime you want to close that menu, just click off of it and it'll go away. And again, that was the timeline options, timeline view options menu, which is right next to your vertical and horizontal sliders. So let me zoom back out. And so as you can see, now I can see my waveforms without the outline, and I could play those through. So this is my stereo mix, and we have the solo button, as I mentioned, but we also have mute. As you can see, everybody's familiar with mute. And so if at any time I don't want to hear a track, I can also click those to mute all of the other tracks, or we can also swipe those by just swiping across the mute buttons or the solo buttons. So during playback at any time, I can choose which elements I want to listen to, and I'm going to do that right now. So I'm going to turn off my dim. I'm going to start early on, and I'll start by just listening to the stereo mix, and I will mute these. Notice I just swipe those on. I can start playback. Then I can switch that off and just listen to my voice. This would be just the voiceover track. If I mute this one. If I solo this, everything else goes off, and now I only hear the dialogue.
Are you sure? Positive, do it.
So you can slowly decide which things you want at any time, and so that's just giving you control of your playback. So again, just a nice way to not only understand the different elements that go to make up the soundtrack, but also ways that you can isolate which things you want to listen to at any given time. So that would be looking at your different stems, and it's always helpful when you're learning the mixing process and you're working on different tracks is to understand, listen to just the sound effects or listen to just the dialogue and kind of feel how they all work together. Let's go on to the next timeline. We're going to kind of take this to the next step, and I'm going to show you another thing that we really have to work with to get to the final soundtrack, which you were listening to those final stems, is we actually have to start with our production dialogue. So let's go over to before and after dialogue, because this will give you a nice idea of where we started. So if you look, this is the exact same scene, but the sound we're listening to now, this is the actual the raw footage, and as you can see, this is going to be the scene without any embellishments. None of the extra work has been done. This is just how it was on the set. I'm going to actually zoom in a little bit so we can see this a little bit better, this section, just using my horizontal zoom. Now, one of the things to think about when you're using your horizontal zoom is it's always going to be based on the playhead position. So my playhead's at the beginning, so it's zooming around that spot. And if I were to play a little bit of this,
Wait, where am I?
you'll hear this that's the talking. And in this scene, we have Emiliana, who is our main character, and then she has a talking computer, because as you know, in space, all computers talk. And there's a talking computer that is helps them out, and that is Ada. So she is a second character. Right now, this is the production sound, and so what you're hearing is someone feeding the lines for Ada, which will then be replaced later on. And in fact, we'll be doing some work with the Ada voice and some of that incarnation in a few minutes. So, but what you'll hear is just the way it was recorded and the different voice that was feeding those lines. So
his power reserves are critical. Once his oxygen runs out, he will die.
So as you can see, not the most exciting thing, but the editors had enough footage and sound to be able to cut the scene together and move on to audio post. And I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. And I'm going to move to the next section. So what we have next, so you can see kind of this before and after and get a feel for how this works, is the next shot down is this is going to be the scene. So we went from the footage without all of the visual effects to now the visual effects have been done, and this is what the sound, the finished sound, same scene.
You're in orbit of planet Q-465b. What about Philip? Philip's cryopod has lost power.
Now, one of the things you can do now with DaVinci Resolve 17 is at any time you can just press the P key, or instead of pressing P, if you'd rather, you can come over here to the workspace menu and go down to where it says Fairlight Viewer. And this is where you can undock your viewer if you would like, or you can go up to the viewer mode and choose Cinema Preview right here, the Cinema Viewer, and that would be Command F if you're on a Mac, or Control F if you happen to be on a PC. And so what that will do is it'll give you that full screen preview so that you can actually watch and listen at the same time.
That was critical.
And that's just a single keystroke to get you to that. Okay. Also, by looking at our monitor, I can click the button in the lower right corner of the viewer, and I can just break this out as a floating viewer at any time. I can move it if I have a second monitor, I can move it over to that, and I can resize as well. So that gives you a nice visual that you can work with as you go. Go ahead and dock that again, and if you want to dock it at any time, you just click the button in the top right of your viewer, and it goes right back. Now, so you can hear this is the finished sound, and then of course at the end I have both together so you can kind of do a little bit of a comparison. Now, one of the nice things about that you might have noticed is this drone sound in the background. The drone is like the all-purpose filler, some sort of sound that just kind of help cover up a lot of the issues that may be going on with your soundtrack until you get to the point where you've done all the work. So for starters, it's very common to have, the editorial department will put in some kind of drone sound or background sounds or anything they can to kind of get us to that point. So that's just helping sell the sound. But, one of the things is, where do you get those sounds and how do you make those work? And if you're used to working with DaVinci Resolve for editing, then you may be comfortable with just doing basic, video and audio editing. But over here on the Fairlight page, we have a couple of features that only work on this page. And I'll show you right now how you can bring in some additional clips if you want to, and a couple of options you have. And let's just use this drone as the example. So over in the media pool, and as you can see, I still have my media pool showing, is instead of looking at the timelines, what I'm going to look at is the drone sounds. And over here I have a bin with a variety of drone sounds. Now, when you want to listen to any of these clips, we have a preview player right here up at the top. And so if I were to select, this is ambient space drone number 3. If I select that and start playing, you'll hear that's the sound of that drone. It's kind of a low, ambient space drone. I have a couple of different options here. Then there's also a few of them that have a little bit of a musical element to them that's too much for this scene, but might be useful for something else. So we have a variety of drones here to go through. There's a suspenseful drone. Again, maybe a little bit too much. Now you notice all I'm doing is selecting whichever one I want to work with and then just hitting the space bar to play. Of course, over here in the preview player, you also have, if you look, we also have our play button. Let me just change my framing here. There we go. You can see we have our play button and we also have stop as well, if needed. And so one of the things you also have is the ability to change the way you view that waveform in here. So you can actually zoom out to maybe there's 1% where I see more of the waveform, or I can zoom much further in if I need to see more detail. While you're looking at the preview player, one of the details you need to know is this bar running across the bottom, that always represents the entire clip. So this is similar to what you might see in the cut page where we have the upper timeline that always shows the entire timeline. Well, in this case, this bar here, this is our scrubber bar, shows the entire clip. So that would be the first frame and that's the last frame. So wherever I happen to go, I always know where I am. I'm not going to worry about this waveform up here because that may not show me exactly where I am depending on what my zoom level at that time. Now, if we wanted to edit a few of these drone sounds in, I just want to point something out. Let's say we wanted to select 3 or 4 of them. Let's say we want drone 1, or drone 2. If I just want to drag that to the timeline, I could just grab it, drag it into the timeline. I can put it into the track, a track that's already existing, or I could put it into a track below my tracks, and it will automatically make, as you can see, a new track right there for me to work with, which is pretty cool. I'm going to actually undo that now, Command Z. And just do an undo. And instead of bringing in 1, I'd like to bring in several at one time. So I want to change my the height here to give myself a little more real estate to look at. I could use this vertical zoom, as you can see. But another thing we have is we have a lot of functionality with a 3-button mouse. And so what I'm going to do instead is hold the Shift key and just use that middle mouse wheel. And as you can see, Shift and the middle mouse wheel will also do my vertical zoom, which is helpful. All right, so if I want to bring in a few of these drones at once, let's say I want to get the first one let's say drone 2 bed, plus I also want to get the low drone number 1, and let's get another one. Let's do the space ambient drone. That sounds fun. And so that gives me 3 different drone sounds that I can work with. So if I want to bring those in, now if I manually drag them to an empty space, it will put all 3 next to each other in the same track. And I'm going to hit Shift-Z, and as you can see, there are all 3 of those now in the timeline ready to work with. But something that you can do here on the Fairlight page that's a little bit different, I'm going to undo that, just Command-Z. And by the way, if you ever want to undo, that's up here in the Edit menu. There it is, Undo. We even have an Undo history in case you want to look at all the different changes you've made and pick and choose what you want to do from that history. So the difference is I still have these selected, and again, I'm just selecting one, Command selecting or Control selecting if you're on a PC, the different ones that I want to work with. There's my 3. And as I drag them over, instead of dropping them into one track, if you hold the Command key, it will create new tracks for you for all of the clips. And if I release, notice that it just made me new tracks automatically, and each of them is now separated and ready to work with that way. So this is just a really useful way to grab a whole handful of clips that you know you want to work with and start building into your sound design or your sound effects or whatever it is. You can just drag them all in, and by holding Command or Control, if you're on a Mac or PC, it will put them all individually on different tracks. I'm going to go ahead and undo that for now, but that's worth noting. And so that was the main thing with this particular timeline, was kind of showing you the evolution of the dialogue. Now, let's break this down a little further. I'm going back to the Media Pool Timelines. And let's go in now to look at dialogue editing. So now it's our turn, okay? So seeing what we're trying to do, now let's actually look at what the workflow might be and how you would do it right here in the Fairlight page. First thing I want to do is hide the media pool. And this is the scene as it came from editorial. I'm going to hit Shift-Z to fit that to the window. And one of the things you'll notice across the bottom is there's that drone again, right? You're going to find that quite a bit. So if this is the scene, let's see what we actually have to work with. And one of the things is I don't really need all of these extra things here at the moment. I don't need my mixer right now, so I can hide that by just clicking this mixer across the top. You'll notice there's our toolbar. If I just click on mixer, I can show and hide it anytime. Same thing with our meters. I'm just going to hide those as well. But I wanted to see the viewer. So let's go back, bring the meters up, and just click at the bottom so that we can bring out the viewer and then hide the meters. And that way I have them just like that. I can make this a little bit smaller if I wanted to. And then I have, the workspace or the setup that I want to use at this moment. Okay. Again, I can make adjustments as needed. So here's my scene, and across the top, all of the dialogue, and then we have this Ada test voice. Now, I will tell you that this Ada test voice, who is supposed to be a computer, was actually made by a computer, which is great from an editorial standpoint to give you some timing, but obviously for licensing purposes and copyright and all of that, not such a good idea. So this will need to be re-recorded and replaced, and that's something we're going to do in just a minute, is replace it with another recording. So let me just play a little bit of this scene right here. I'm going to start at this spot, just start playback.
Ada, identify the person in front of me.
Emiliana Newton.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You hear that voice? So that's great, that computer voice. But again, that computer voice is not one we can actually use. It was helpful for working with this. So I'm going to show you a few other features for how we can bring in another clip. We'll make ourselves a track, and then also I want to hide this. We're going to mute that and hide it. So first thing is I'm just going to go to the beginning of the timeline, and I'd like to make another track for a different piece of voiceover. So let's go to the media pool and find that piece of voiceover. And it's inside of the bin over here called voiceover. And I have 2. One is the test, which is going to be the computer voice.
It appears to be powered down.
That we can't use. And then I have this scratch VO, Philip Maida, which is one that was recorded right here in Fairlight, and that's the one that we're going to use for now. And then we'll process it and make some changes to it. So let's bring that into the timeline. Now, I could choose an exact spot for it, or we could drag it into the timeline. I'm going to have us actually create a track. So just right-click anywhere in this in the track headers. And anytime you right-click there, you can choose to add a track or add tracks. In this case, I'm just going to add a single track, a mono track. There we go. And it showed up at the bottom. So anytime you want to name a track, all you do is just double-click on the header in the name field, and then you can type it. So in this case, Ada Scratch VO. There we go. And this is where I'm going to place that sound. Now over here, I'm going to take it, and I just want to stick it somewhere in that timeline, in that track. So just grab the clip and drag it in. You'll get the entire clip. There it is. Okay. So that's a start. And I no longer need to be in my media pool, so again, hide it. It's always nice to keep as much real estate as you can when you need it. Also, I don't even need the viewer right now, so let's go ahead and hide that. Let's save our space for what we need. And in fact, speaking of hiding things, I don't really need much of anything. What we're really doing is we're going to chop this up, this voiceover, into individual pieces, and we are going to use it and put it in a position to replace these other clips. So one of the things to think about when you're doing your dialogue editing is what is the most efficient way to get in there and perform edits without having to overly mouse and drag and think about it. It should be very fluid and fast because you could be performing thousands of edits at a time as you're going through and doing your dialogue editing. So we're going to do all of that here in a very short amount of time, and I'll show you the Fairlight way of doing it using the same editing shortcuts that you might use on a word processor for cut, copy, and paste. You would do the exact same things right here. The important thing is paying attention to how you have your selection and your navigation, which I'll be showing you as well. So one of the things I noticed, though, is this came in from editorials. You notice that there's been some keyframes applied. I noticed that there's a little effects. It says sees right here, there's a badge that shows that there's an effect on this. And one of the things I need to do is actually wipe off anything that anyone else may have done to these clips so that we're starting with them fresh, right? We want them to hear how they were actually recorded so we'll know what we can what we need to improve, and that we'll be making those decisions. So for all of those assistant editors who spend a lot of time making this sound great, thank you. And now we want to just remove all of those attributes that are on those clips. So to do that, it's very simple. We're still using our arrow tool. We've been in the same tool all along. Just click here at the beginning and just drag straight across all the way to the end. And what I've done is I've just selected all of the clips in that track. Okay. By doing that, I can then remove the attributes on all of those selected clips with a right click. Okay, so I go over here to the right click and choose Remove Attributes. Now, what makes Remove Attributes, there it is, Remove Attributes, when you bring that up, you're going to get a separate window. Okay, there it is. And the Remove Attributes window, here you will see you can choose to remove volume, I can remove plugins or EQ. I'm just going to remove everything by checking that box. Click Apply, and now all of these are back to whatever they originally were. There's been no changes applied, and that's exactly what I need for this particular functionality. So now we're starting from scratch. We can also remove the attributes on these middle clips as well, just in case there's any applied to them. Just set those as well. Okay, now we're starting from scratch. The drone I'm not so worried about. We can leave that as is. Okay, and then the next thing I want to do is we know we do not need this voice, but I would like to set some markers to use for navigation to match up with those Ada voice clips in the test track. And so I'm going to show you a little trick to kind of make it easier to navigate. You can see that using the up and down arrows will let you automatically navigate from clip to clip, as you can see. And I can easily do that, and it will look at every single clip, and it will move me one at a time, up and down the timeline, one clip at a time. Well, if I eliminate all of the other clips except for the ones I want, then it will make it even easier for me. And so what we'll do is let's bring up our index, which is right here. This is a different window we haven't looked at, or a different panel. And if you bring up the index is like an interactive list, but it's much more exciting than that. It actually is very useful when we're going in and out of that index often, sometimes for markers, sometimes to work with our tracks. And in this case, once you show the index, I want you to look at the tracks index. And here you'll see a list of all your tracks. It also shows your buses as well. And over here, you'll see the visibility of those tracks. So any track that I want to hide, I can just turn off this visibility by clicking that little eye, and you notice that it disappears from the timeline. It also disappears from the mixer, but guess what? It's still there. It's just hidden at this moment. Now, when you hide the visibility, it does not actually mute it or solo it, it's just hiding it. So if you actually don't want to hear it, you could also mute it at the same time. In this case, I just want to hide that. I also would like to hide the drone. And so now I only have these clips showing. That's pretty easy. And by the way, the tracks index is also where you can move tracks around if you like as well. So in fact, let's move a track. Let's take our Scratch VO. I'm going to bring back that drone for just a minute. And let's take this Scratch VO and just click anywhere on that bar right there. And I just want to move it up so it's above the drone track. And as you can see, I just reordered those tracks by using the index. Now, hiding things. Let's hide that drone. And so now the only clips I'm seeing are these 5 plus that last one on the end. And now I can use those with my up and down arrows, as you can see, to quickly move up and down the timeline, which is helpful, right? It's even going to get better. I'd like to set markers here. Now, the markers is just going to be it's like a Post-it note, right? I could put information in it. I can use the colors. It's something that I can draw attention to if I'm communicating with other team members at the same time. In this case, I just want to press M once, and that will set a marker. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And the zoom shortcut's Command and the equals or minus, or of course, I could use my horizontal zoom. And in this case, I've set a marker right there. I'll just leave it blue for the moment. And if I press the down arrow, it goes to the end of that clip and then the beginning of the next clip. I'll press M again. It's now marking that. And so I'm just going to walk down here and quickly set markers for each of these, because these markers will give us something we can navigate to easily for when we start placing those other clips. So I'm just using that as a guide. Plus, it's always nice to know how to set markers. Now, any of these markers, you can also add information. You can double click them. You can add colors or change the colors and give them names and so on. We'll work more with those later. Just showing that, I'm going to hit Shift-Z. So now I can see all of those different markers, and I can use those to navigate with. Now, the interesting thing about markers is if you ever hold the Shift key while using your up and down arrows, that's going to let you walk up and down the timeline from marker to marker. No matter how many tracks you have, no matter how many clips, your navigation will now only focus on the markers if you're holding the Shift key. And so that's very useful as well. Now, what are we going to do with this clip? Well, it's time for us to look at using another tool. I'd like to actually dice this up into smaller pieces and then move them. So that's a good opportunity for us to just see how that works and how the tools work here in the Fairlight page. Now, if you're familiar with the edit page, maybe you grab a blade tool and do things, or you're using shortcuts. Here we can do that as well, but we'll use our playhead kind of as a guide as we go. And something else we're going to leverage is we're going to click and make sure we select that track, because by selecting the track, Option and the middle mouse wheel will zoom horizontally, and Shift and the middle mouse wheel will zoom vertically. And as you can see, I'm able to make this nice and big so I can really see it. And I want to dice this up while I'm playing it, which is a little exciting, right? So I could go in there and manually, let me go back to the beginning. I could go in there manually and just grab the scissor tool, or it's the razor, is what it really is. If I grab that razor tool, it's going to cut whatever I have selected at the playhead position. Well, instead of using that, we could use a shortcut. And the shortcut is Command B for blade. And so as long as this is selected, it will only cut that particular clip. Now, if I had other clips in a timeline, I'm going to bring back my drone for just a minute so you can see. If I don't have anything selected and I press Command B, do you notice that it's going to slice everything? So that's going to split every single clip beneath the playhead, which is not what I want. So Command Z to undo that. Going to go back to the beginning. And that's where I was saying track selection actually does matter. And as you can see, we just did that. So I'm back at the beginning and my track is selected, which automatically selects the clip beneath our playhead on the selected track, which is great. And then as I play, I'm just going to hit Command B every time I pass one of these phrases, and that will chop it up. And I can do that right on the fly. And so that's what I'm going to do right now. So
Emiliana Newton. Yes.
Split. And I'm just hitting Command B.
Philip Maida. I cannot explain this discrepancy. Earth date.
There you go. And so right there on the fly, I could do that very quickly. And now I can move these into position as needed to those markers. And so a lot of different ways that we could have split those up. This just happened to be one of them. But like I said, it's very easy to work with these things on the fly. I'm going to hide that drone track again, because I don't need it. And then if I want to snap these into position, I could just drag them over to those marker positions if I wanted to. Let me zoom out a little bit more. As I can see, there's that last marker, and that's where I want this clip to go. So I'll just move this over there. It's in position, just using those markers as a guide so that I could have all of my other tracks showing, and it will not interfere with me placing these tracks or these different clips in the track. And again, we can manually drag these clips wherever we need them to go from one marker to the next. Keep in mind as you zoom horizontally, it's always looking at where your playhead is, not what happens to be selected. So I'd like to go ahead and take this clip here and zoom in a little bit. I'm going to select that clip and I want to move it into position, so I can just manually drag that to a marker and line these up. And of course, I have the other clips as a guide as well. You can even cut, copy, and paste these into position as well. So for example, I might as well show you how to do cut and paste. Is if I were to select this clip, I could right click and choose cut. There it is, cut, or Command X on a Mac, Control X if you're on a PC. If I cut that, you notice that it just cut that clip. It gave me a ghost image of that clip. And why would I do that? Because now I can just navigate to the marker, and when I get there, paste. Because anytime you cut something, it remains connected in the same relationship to that playhead. So any movement of the playhead, the clipboard version goes with it. So I have cut that clip. I'm going to use Shift down arrow to walk my playhead down to where I want it to go, and Command V to paste. I'm going to go back to where I was before, just using my up and down arrows, or go to the home position even. Notice I'm walking up and down between clips, just using up and down. That clip is selected, ready to go. Command X to cut it. Shift down arrow to get to my marker, and paste, Command V. And so I can do this really, really quickly. It's just getting to know the software. So again, with a selected track, this really works great. If I don't have that track selected, notice when I go over top of the clip, it is not selected, and therefore I have to actually physically go in there and click it. So be aware, selection helps, and that's one of the reasons we have that. This also works great on our consoles, like the one behind me, to show you. You can use then the jog wheel or the search dial to grab your clips and move them around really fluidly, just like we're doing here. So Command X for this last one, moving it to the marker and paste, and I'm going to go back to my home position, Command X, and I'll move the last one and paste. And so I was able to cut those up and put them into position just using a few of the other features that we have in the Fairlight page that you may not use when you're working in picture editing or on the edit page. So now that I've put these into position, I no longer need this track, right? ADAS tracks. I'm going to just mute that track, and then let's hide it. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to hide that test track right there, the test voice. And so now when I play this back, and I'll just start back here, the voice, the new voice should be replacing the one that I had there before. Let's just test it. And let's go ahead and bring up our meters so we can see.
Identify the person in front of me.
Emiliana Newton.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, and there it is. So, and by the way, that voiceover recording was done just right here in Fairlight using a microphone. So, very easy to do. That's a little bit of our cutting and pasting and navigation within a single track. Let's look at now taking it to the next step. When you are working with dialogue editing, the other key is you need to separate every single voice to their own track. Right now we have two tracks. One is general all-purpose dialogue, which is both Emiliana and Philip, and then we have our scratch voiceover below. So one of the things we have to do is add another track. Let's do that right here. Just right-click on that dialogue track header, and I'm going to choose Add Tracks, plural. And by doing that, I can pick and choose where I want that to go. And in this case, I want it to go below dialogue. I want it to be mono, because these are all monos, single channel, mono track, so add track, and there it is. Okay, so now we have it right where we need it. And that's where we're going to then move all of Philip's dialogue. We're going to drop it down into his own track. We'll leave the top track for Emiliana. So, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and name this one There, this top track is Emiliana. And the second one down here. And by the way, another trick is if I am typing in the name of one track and then I'd like to name the track below, just press the tab key. It'll automatically select the track name below, so I can type Philip then. There we go. So we now have the Philip track and the Emiliana track. And so now our job is to find all of the sound that belongs, or the dialogue that belongs to Philip, move it to his own track, and leave Emiliana on her own. And so very simple to do that. We're going to use the exact same kind of functionality we did before with cut and paste. The difference now is we're moving from track to track. And whether there's two characters in a room, or it's an interview between two people, or if it happens to be whatever it is, an ensemble cast sitting around a dinner table all talking at once, everybody gets their own track. And that way you can make sure that their voices sound excellent because they're going to get their own treatment. They will all be, all the work that you will do will be to make that voice sound awesome. So first thing I want to do is let's just go to the beginning of this track. I'm just going to press the home key, and as we walk ourselves down using the up and down arrow, each time I get to a clip, if I need to move it, I basically need to drop it down to the lower track. Now I no longer need to see my index. Let's hide that, so I have a little bit more room to work. And something else I'd like to do is, when I'm working on this, is make sure you can see your viewers so that you can see who's actually talking or making any noise or voicing any of the sounds that we know that it belongs on their track. Now, as far as the navigation goes, again, I'm moving up and down to get from one clip to the next. And this first clip that has some sound on it, let's start with the first one. Who's actually making this sound, if anybody? No one's actually making the sound, and as you can see, it's basically a dolly shot for Emiliana. So we're just going to leave this sound with her. Let's go to the next shot. That's Philip. So I think I'd like to move that down to Philip's track. And whenever you want to move clips between tracks, there's very easy navigation. And I can show you right where that is if you want. It's your track destinations in the timeline menu. If you go down here to where it says track destinations, audio, you'll see very simple shortcuts for that. It's going to be option right down here. It's option command and the number 1 for the track 1, option command number 2. It's basically those two keys next to your space bar are the ones that you'll use in order to select a specific track. You'll notice that you can also do the same thing for audio tracks. Those same keys plus the up and down arrows will also navigate your selection. Deselect the track and I'll just show you. If I hold down those option and command together, my down arrow, notice that I can move up and down between these tracks very easily. And that will make it super fast when I'm cutting and pasting. Also, because I'm using this, I won't accidentally move anything out of sync because it's just a direct move. It's mouse-free movement that I'll be doing in order to get it where it needs to go. So if I want to move this down, my playhead's over the clip already, just Command X. Then I'm going to hit the shortcut, Option Command, and down arrow, it's in position. I'm going to paste with Command V, and then I'm going to go right back up and go to the next clip. This one is also Philip, so Command X, down, Command V, and back up. And let's move down. Next clip is, and by the way, when you're navigating, sometimes you don't even have to watch the entire thing, but you can also move faster or slower. You could use your J, K, and L keys, which you may use in editorial. You can also use those here. Those 3 keys will allow you to move forward and back. Using J moves back, L moves forward. If you hold K and L together, you'll move in slow motion forward. K and J together moves slow motion back. And of course, holding K and just tapping L and J will move a frame at a time. So it's just easy navigation, just in case you want to go through this a little quicker. This happens to be another Philip shot. This is where he actually starts talking. So Command X, move that down, Command V to paste, back up, and I'm just going to tap my down arrow to get to that next shot. Now I believe, zoom in a little bit, this is Emiliana.
Are you sure?
Nope, that's Philip too. So let's move that down, Command X, down, paste, back up. What's this one?
8 identified.
Okay, so this one's actually Emiliana. It stays where it is.
Identify the person on the map.
Still Emiliana. Let's keep going.
Ada, how's that possible?
Okay, that's Philip. Command X, down, and paste, back up. As you can see, you can just roll through these. I can even do it in fast forward. Okay, this is still Philip, so Philip's going to need to go. And I believe that quite a few of these next clips are Philip. Most of the shots except for this last one are all Philip's. And so one of the things we can do is we can also select them all at once. If I select all of those, if I drag across and select and hit Command X, I can grab all those at one time, move them down, get them to the right track, and paste. And so now I've just laid all those into the track, and we're just to the end. The last shot, this is actually Philip. I need to select that track first, cut, and paste. So this is just one scene, but as you can see, you can get pretty fast in navigating and pasting and moving things around to do your dialogues editing very quickly. One of the things I'd like to do is I'm going to break this floating window out and hide my meters. And I'd like to actually color these tracks to make them a little more identifiable. And so, one of the things we could do here is let's just make this top track, I could make this orange, and then Philip's track yellow. But what I'm doing is right-clicking on the header and then going down to the color and choosing whichever color I want. Okay, so once you've split your dialogue, one of the things you need to do then is evaluate it and see how you did, and also listen to it and see how it sounds in case there's any issues. This is your time to really focus on it and start coming up with your hit list of things you actually have to work on, or areas that you need to go in and adjust the edit or trim, or areas that might need some additional help. As you're playing and listening and trying to focus on your clips, when your playhead gets to the end of the timeline, what does it do?
Philip made it.
It doesn't fall off the end of the world. It redraws itself and just shows up on the other side, which is a little bit jarring if you're trying to get into a zone and really listen to the sound and get a feel for what's going on. So one of the things you could do is you can actually fix the playhead, and then it will scroll underneath, which works really well. And so right here in the view options, you will see that your timeline view options, you have something right here that's the fixed playhead. And if you select that, what that will do is that will now fix it so that the timeline will now scroll underneath. And let's say I want to find a particular spot and start playing, but notice that you can reposition it when you want to by grabbing the playhead, or you can actually move the timeline by grabbing the ruler if you want to scrub that. But I'm just going to play it from here and just show you. This is how I can kind of look and watch. I can even put this up in my meters if I wanted to and watch it up here and focus on my dialogue tracks and listening. Okay.
The hyperlight core came out a few days ago. We came out of cryo and we've been trying to fix it. Since it happened, we went spacewalking.
Okay, and right there I noticed there's an issue. So this is one of those things is as I hear it, I can find it, I can see it really easily, and I'm going to go ahead and fix that, or at least mark it. And so one of the things you can do is, you notice that I had changed the track color a few times by just right-clicking on the track header. And when I right-click the track header, I can change the color, but you can also color clips. And if you do a clip color, that's going to take precedent over the track color, so that way it will stay there and you can have both as a guide. And so in this case, instead of changing the entire track, I'm going to change the color of this particular clip. So I'm just going to right click on that. This is the one that has an issue, and I'm going to make it just green so it'll stand out. It makes it a little bit easier for me to see that. I also, assuming I played through the entire scene and I've listened to everything, this is really something I want to work on first. So I'm going to go over here and turn off my fixed playhead, and I'm ready to start work here. I'm going to just zoom in a little bit, and I could use my mouse to zoom. As you can see, I can zoom really easily with that middle mouse wheel, or I can command and use minus and equals to zoom in. But this is the area that I'm having a little bit of trouble with. This is where I heard that there was a problem, so now I'm going to try to fix this, just doing a little bit of trimming and just trying to clean it up. One of the nice things about doing your cleanup is you notice that as you hover over the edges of the clip, you will see that instead of just getting an arrow, I'm now getting something that is showing me that's a trim tool. And on the Fairlight page, if I click the end of this clip, it shows me the entire thing, all of the handles. And as you can see, I can very easily see that a word was cut off. I'm able to extend that and release, and now I have whatever was at the end of this clip, plus I have the beginning one. So it's very easy for me to trim that. At the end of this one, there's also an issue. I'll just play that. So he just has a partial word there. By the way, did you see how I took my mouse and I walked all the way back here, clicked so that I could play something again? Well, we also have a shortcuts to be able to play again. Anytime you've played something, you just want to play the exact same thing again, it's the option to listen again, or Option L, Alt L if you're on a PC. And so I'll just hit Option L, and it will automatically play that again.
Just 2 hours ago.
As many times as I want, Option L.
Spacewalking.
And it'll let me hear that. Now, another option that we have when you want to listen to a particular area, instead of just using your playhead, we can also create a range. And you can do that by marking in and out points, or you can actually drag a range. And in this case, I'll drag a range using our range selection tool. If I zoom in here, you'll see and we have a range tool, and we also have an arrow tool. Up to now, we've been only using this selection arrow tool. But over here is our range tool. The shortcut is R. So A for the arrow tool, and R for our range tool. Now, if I select the range tool, what that will do is that will allow me to select a range of anything I want to. Just drag across it. Automatically, those elements are selected. I can actually delete them, cut, copy, paste, that sort of thing. But what else is nice is you see how it marks these in and out points here. It marked a range, and I can use that range for playback. And to play a range, if I just hit the space bar, it's just going to start moving the playhead from its position wherever it happens to be. But if I use Option and the /, which is directly above that Option key, it will start playback of just my range. And to take that one step further, if you look up here in the toolbar, up here in your transport controls, you will see that we have a loop button. If you turn that on, once that's engaged, then it will loop that playback.
You went spacewalking.
Okay, and so then I can really hear what the issue happens to be. Now, once I'm done with my range and I've set it, I'll just press A to go back to my selection tool, and that way I won't be doing anything or changing my range. Because when you create a range, if I create a range and click off of that range anywhere else, it erases the range. So if I select a range and go back to my arrow, then I click anywhere and that range does not go away until I clear it. It's only in and out points is really what's there. So if you want to clear those in and out points, you can go up here. It's in the Mark menu, Clear In and Out, or Option X, and it'll clear those. So it's just getting used to marking things and switching between two different tools. I can still do my loop playback, Option /. And I can listen to this little area, and I realize that there's something in here I need to fix. And so as I look at it, there's a partial word there that I don't want. I'll just dial that back, and it's gone. Okay, so I can easily do that. I can even add little fades here if I need to or trim some of the breath sounds if I want to make it a little less obvious in any of these to kind of clean them up. So that's just some basics as far as the dialogue editing goes. I'm going to clear my range. But other things that we have to worry about once we have the trim, once we have adjusted this, and once everything is set up and it's like, okay, now what? What's the next step? I've got everybody on their own track. The next thing you have to worry about is the levels. Everybody cares about the levels. And we really need to make sure that all of these levels are good. And you know, if you need a guideline, we actually have meters everywhere that are telling always the same story. You want your dialogue, look for the yellow, yellow for dialogue. In fact, that's one of the reasons I use the yellow color often in the tracks, is yellow is going to be a nice solid color. Now, obviously, there's more details than that, but I'm going to bring up my mixer. And as you can see, there'll be meters across the top. There's meters in the mixer, and there's even meters on every single track, and they're always showing you those levels. And so when the levels are lower, those are going to be green. Yellow is going to be right there near the middle, which is going to be the area that you really want your dialogue to be, somewhere between -10 and -15 dB. And then, of course, if it gets a little bit too hot, anything that's getting too loud, that's going to start showing red. A little bit you can get away with. If it gets too loud, obviously that's going to be too much. And so I can look at these clips. Let's just look at Emiliana's, these two clips on her track. I'm soloing her track. Let's select her track, and I'm just going to zoom in on that a little bit so we can focus on these two clips right here. And let's just see what those levels look like. Now, I could play them. Watch your meters. Notice I have meters here and on the right. And as I play those, you can see that the levels are low. I can mute my playback, and I can scrub my playhead over that, and I can still see the levels are low. So how do I make those levels louder? A couple of ways I can do that. I can drag this bar up and down right there on the clip. I can deselect that track if you want. It makes it easier to see. I can drag that up and down. And remember, if you would like to see the outline on your waveforms, you can always go back in and turn that outline on. If you prefer to see an outline on them, you can easily do that. That was one of those options. And as I raise and lower these levels, notice it's showing me how much change I'm applying right there in the tooltip, as you can see. And so I'm just going to raise it up, but I can do that. And then if I scrub over it, notice that I'm still looking for it to be nice and yellow, just bringing it up. And now I can see that it's yellow. I'm going to turn this off and play it.
8, identify the person I'm speaking with.
Okay, and now I can hear it, and I can also see that those levels are in the yellow, which is what I was looking for, right? And so I did that one, but now I want to show you just something else that we can use as a guide. Now I mentioned the levels that you're aiming for when you're working with your dialogue is going to be somewhere, and that the peak, the average, right, where that sound is going to sit is going to be somewhere between -10 and -15 and decibels, and that would be right here on these meters. And like I said, that's going to show up in the yellow. I'm going to hide I'll just resize these a little bit. If I hide my monitoring panel, you can see this mixer a little bit better, and you can see that if I were to play this clip, now watch this, I want to select only that clip. I'll use the range tool, select that clip by clicking anywhere at the bottom of that clip, bottom half, and you notice it selected it and marked it so that I can do a loop playback of that clip very easily. Option /.
8, identify the person I'm speaking with. 8, identify the person I'm speaking with.
And as you can see, it's right there in the yellow, and there's even, these are sticky meters, so that you're going to see that they have that bar across the top is showing you your peaks, but then you can also see the average level is that nice solid bit. And so I've got this right where I want it to go. It could even be maybe a hair lower, but I'm really, really close. And we also have additional things that we can use for this if we'd like to help us find these levels even easier. And so in addition to our meters, let's add a plugin. Okay, we haven't added a plugin yet. Let's go over to the effects library. Okay, you've seen the media pool, you've seen the index. Let's go to the effects library, and this is where you can access all of the different effects that come with DaVinci Resolve. And in this case, these are our Fairlight effects right here, our audio effects. Now, if you're working with DaVinci Resolve Studio and you have VST effects or AU plugins on your system, you can also access those from here. In this case, these are all of the different plugins that come with Fairlight. And in this case, the one I'm looking for is, believe it or not, a meter. This is just something that's kind of handy. It's not going to change our sound, but it gives us something we can look at. And so just take this meter, and you can put your plugins on clips. You can have unlimited plugins on a clip, or you can put them on the entire track, up to 6. And so at this moment, we're going to put this on the Emiliana track by just dragging it from the effects library, there it is, the meter, and drag it right to her track header and release. And what that gave you is a little meter, as you can see. Now this is a sample peak program level meter, and so that's going to give you the same kind of readout that what you're getting over here, and this will clearly show you what the level is of this clip. So if I start playing it, you'll see.
8, identify the person I'm speaking with.
Okay, it's showing me that the peak is right around -9, but the average is probably right about where I want it to be. But just in case, I'll take it down just a little bit. I'll try it again.
8, identify the person I'm speaking with.
Okay, there it is. So now it's peaking at around -11. The averages are still nice and yellow.
8, identify the person I'm speaking with.
Okay, so that's all working exactly the way I want it to. So that's great. And because I've added this plugin to a track, you'll notice that here in the mixer, you can see, there's the plugin right there. You can see it right there. I can even delete this if I wanted to. I don't. And if I were to close this so I don't see it anymore and I want to bring it back anytime, that interface, I just have to come over here to the mixer and I can just click this button right there, the controls, and it will automatically bring that back up. So very easy for me to work with that right there. Okay. So now that I've checked the levels on that particular clip, I'm going to bring this back up. Let's do one more. As you can see, I want to adjust this one as well. Now, I'd go through and we'd have to adjust the levels on all of the clips, but now I can kind of eyeball them and get them close.
Identify the person on the med lab.
Okay, so both of these are right on, so I'm good there, done with Emiliana's track, and then I would move on to the next track. Now hers is fairly easy to work with. Philip's is a little bit more complicated. He has a lot more going on in his tracks, which is fine. But one of the things you have to think about is also adjusting levels when some of what they're saying is quieter and some of what they're saying is louder. You might need to actually have keyframes to change the level within a clip. And so I could do that right here. Let's look at this. Let's see, which one of his pieces do I want to work with here? He's got a couple of good ones where the levels change within the clip. Let's listen to his track. Now I happen to have soloed Emiliana's track, so I need to solo his and unsolo this one so I can hear it.
We came out of cryo and we've been trying to fix it.
Okay, so this is just, basically him talking, so that's kind of expected. We have this one over here. What's happening in this one?
You died.
Okay, right there, he says something really important, but it's very, very low. He says, you died. So I'm going to bring that up a little bit. Let's listen.
You died.
Okay, we're going to definitely have to bring that up a little bit, but it's also very creaky. There's some sounds going in there, so we're going to have to deal with that. Let's go to the clip right after the green one here. I'll look at that a little bit more. I definitely see a lot of level differences here. So one of the things I'll do is I'll just add a keyframe to that, or a couple of keyframes, so I can bend it so that I can make the levels different from the beginning of the clip to the end of the clip. And to do that, simple to add a keyframe. You just hold the Option key or Alt key and click once. So this first section is a little low.
Just 2 hours ago.
And the second section is pretty hot. So I'm going to just basically Option click and add 2 keyframes right there in the middle. As you can see, Option clicking adds the keyframes. I can then grab the levels and make them higher or lower by using those, to alternate, how the sound works. So otherwise, I'm adjusting everything. So as you can see, I just raised that level a bit.
2 hours ago. Boom, there's this explosion and it surrounded the whole ship.
Okay, and so that allows me to kind of adjust the volume. And then you can also get in there and really massage those levels as much as you need to for different elements as you go. If I have these little peaks right here that seem to be a little bit too loud, I can also add keyframes, again, Option clicking to add those keyframes. And it doesn't matter whether the clip is selected or not. Once I've done that, I can use my arrow tool, it's fine. And notice that I can raise or lower just that one little section by using keyframes. And so that's very helpful for getting in there and massaging your levels and getting them just right. Your goal is to adjust the levels of the clips just like you might if you were doing color grading. You want to balance each clip. Same thing here. You want to balance each audio clip within the track so that the track stands alone when you go to do anything else with that. So that's just a little bit with the balancing of the levels. Now let's go down and look at one other thing we have. I need to turn the solo off on this track. Let's bring these back together. And I'm going to hide my effects library for now. We'll be using those again in just a minute. I will clear my play range. And I want to look at normalization because that's one other thing you can do. It's kind of like the auto white balance of volume levels, right? And instead, you're basically adjusting the peak levels on a particular clip. So I'm just going to go to the beginning of Ada's track. We'll zoom in a little bit. And her first clip, if I want to check the levels on that, one of the things I could do is just right-click on that and choose Normalize Audio Level. And that lets me choose, there's my sample peak program. Notice the default is -9. Now, why would it be -9 if we want all the sound to be between -10 and -15? Well, because 9 is just above 10, right? And so if that's your peak, chances are the average is going to be sitting right where you want it. So 9's a pretty safe place to start, usually. So I'll leave it at -9. One thing I will mention is that our normalization also includes true peak, and you can also choose one of your loudness standards as well. In this case, we're just going to look at, we're balancing our clips, so we're just going to do the sample peak program and normalize. And that just barely adjusted that one. I'm going to randomly make these different just to show you that normalization will adjust no matter what levels those clips happen to be. I'm going to select all of these clips again. And this time I'm going to right-click and choose Normalize Audio Levels. And because I chose more than one clip, what that's going to allow me to do is I can look at them relatively And if I adjust them relatively, what that's going to do is it's going to treat it as if it's one clip. And whatever the loudest peak is among all those clips, that's going to dictate how all of them move. Definitely don't want that here. So I'm going to go to independent. And if I choose independent and click normalize, it's now going to look at each one independently and balance them out perfectly. So these should all be right where they need to be in the yellow, good solid volume levels, and I'm ready to move on. You know, we've done our dialogue editing, we've made our adjustments, and we've pretty much set this up and got everything exactly the way we need it to move on to the next step, which would be a little bit more of repair. Sometimes we have things that we just can't fix them with what we have. For example, one of the things we can't fix very easily is this shot right here. I will zoom in. This will be the one on Philip's track. I'll just use my mouse to zoom in. And this one, unfortunately, is one of the most important lines of dialogue in the entire show, and it is very heavily, I'll bring up my meter so we can see it. And if you listen.
You died.
Okay, he says you died, but you hear all that weird creaking and stuff like that. It's totally distracting. And so one of the things I can do is go fishing through my other footage and find another take where he did the same thing and just replace it. And in doing so, I'm also going to show a few other features that we have. And a couple of things that are just really, really awesome for as you're building your tracks up and you're trying to align things, being able to overlap them and work within layers is really useful. So I'll show that right now. As you work, let's go in and what we'll do is I need to go up to the timeline menu and I want to choose layered audio editing. So up until this point, we've been doing, the default would be to overwrite editing, which means if you drop a clip on top of another clip, it's going to put a hole in it, basically. It's where the new clip is. If you remove the material, there's a space there where it used to be. If you do layered audio editing, they sit on top of each other in layers and become transparent as you drag them around so that you can actually overlap those waveforms and see them perfectly. It's a great way to work. So I'll show you that right now. Here's the clip that we need to adjust. And what I'll do is I'll drop the new one on Emiliana's track so we can work with it from there, just to align it. Let's go into the media pool and I'll find the clip I want. Is down here where it says repair and replace. And there's only one clip. You notice I'm looking at things in list view. You can also look in icon view as well. And there I can see there's the scratch voiceover and I have this one right here, which is the clip I want to work with. It's already been marked. This is the sound right here where it says you died. Okay, that's what I want to do. Now, by the way, you can mark in and out points right here in the preview player by just marking I for in, O for out, just like you would on editorial, just like you can in the timeline as well. So I've got this marked, and I want to place it right here in the track above, so I'm just going to drop it right there, and then I can hide my media pool. And so now I have the clip sitting right there on top, roughly in the right place. I'll zoom in a little bit, and as you can see, it's the same line. You can totally tell that it's basically the same thing, one sitting on top of the other. Now, I'm going to turn off my layered audio editing for a second. If I were to drag this on top, great, I just stuck it in that track. Notice it took on the track color. Actually, I'll change the clip color now to, let's go with navy, just so it stands out. But look what happened if I pull this back out. It punched a hole in there because it was in overwrite editing, our default mode. So instead, I'll just undo that. I'll still make it navy though, that looks good. There we go. And I'm going to go up to, we're going to just work our way right up here to the timeline and change it to layered audio editing mode. And by going to layered audio editing mode, now I can align it here as best I can. In fact, right here, there's a little magnet, as you can see. This is our snapping magnet. That icon, let me just zoom in there. As you can see, right there, it looks like a magnet. I can turn that on and off anytime if I need to. If I turn it off, it just allows me to move things a little freer. It's not going to try to snap them to markers or clips. And then I'm going to drop it right down on top of the other one. And look at that. I can absolutely see both waveforms at the exact same time, and I can really line those up beautifully, just like that. When I release that, I know those are in sync. I don't even have to look at those to know that I just line those up very nicely. And once it's sitting there, then I can always extend it, make it a little bit longer if I wanted to on either side. I can even add fades, as you can with any clip, by just dragging up at the top. Notice any clip you hover over, you can automatically add a fade. And as you can see, because it's sitting on top of another clip, it's actually doing a nice crossfade there to the clip beneath it. If I play this,
You died.
okay, you can see that it's working perfectly. I'm going to back that up, zoom out a little bit, and I'd like to show you what the layers look like. So if I go up here to the View menu, I can come down to where it says Show Audio Track Layers. It's in the View menu. It's just a way of viewing your timeline. And now you can actually see there's one clip sitting on top of the other clip inside of track layers. Okay? They're both still there. I never got rid of the first one. It's just got a clip sitting on top of it. I'll go back to the View menu and now turn that off. And as I said, I can extend this as much as I needed to and play it back.
You died.
Okay, and there it is. So those are just some of the things we can do to kind of for repair. A couple of other things that might come in handy for fixing up your clips. So let's come over. I'm going to go into the media pool, back to my timelines, and I'm in list view, and I'm actually going to go to a little bit further timeline. These are all different progressive timelines of the things that we've been doing all along. And so now I'm down to the point where I'd like to show a little bit of repair. So I'm going to just double click on this particular timeline to open up. And this is outside of the main scene that we were working on. And here you're going to see just a couple of examples of issues that we run into where we can use our plugins to kind of do some repairs that you can't do with a mouse and keyboard. So let's go over to the media pool, and I'm going to actually hide that. Don't need it. Make this fit a little bit better. This first clip has a very common issue. And in fact, I'm going to bring up the effects library so we can see that. And the issue that we have is there's a hum in the background. In fact, if I play this, you may or may not hear it. If you can't hear it right now, I will make sure that you hear it by turning up the volume. So I'm going to turn this up, but I will also mark an out point on that. So it's only going to play this little section. I marked O for out. And I'd like to zoom in on that a little bit. And I'm going to turn up the volume level by just cranking that up. By the way, you can use shortcuts to raise and lower the volume as well if the clip happens to be selected. And the shortcuts for those are in the let's see, where are they? They are in the clip menu, audio, to increase or decrease levels if the clip is selected. So in this case, I just drag that up. So now it's nice and loud, and you'll hear there's that power line hum. You can hear it. That's a very common sound that you'll get. If you ever plugged in an amplifier, you know what that sound is. That is a 60 hertz power line sound. I'm just going to go ahead and put that back. Notice that when I raise the volume of a clip, by just double clicking on that volume line, it does reset that level. Now, if I want to remove that sound, I'm going to add a plugin to the clip itself. I don't have to add this to the mixer. In fact, I don't even need my mixer showing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to my dehummer and just drag that right onto the clip. As I mentioned, you can have unlimited plugins on a clip. So by just dropping that on there, now it's put the dehummer right there on the clip. If I select the clip now, I can play that. I'm just going to play that section, or I can do the entire clip. I'll get my range tool, select the entire clip, and play the whole thing. The hum is still there, and I can see it. It's a very healthy hum. But you notice that in our dehummer interface, you will see that it has two presets. One's for, just zoom in on that. One is for 50 hertz, which would be if you were in Europe, and 60 hertz would be if you're in the US. So depending on where you live in the world, you're going to be either 50 or 60 hertz. And so we have a preset for both. I'm just going to hit 60 hertz to fix that.
Out a few days ago.
Play that, and it should have cleaned it up pretty quickly. I can adjust the amount as needed. In fact, you could drag that amount all the way if you wanted to, and that's going to take all of that sound out and then just kind of slowly back it off as needed. And if you're wondering what are these other areas, these notches that you're seeing, each of those, that's what's being reduced. That's the different frequencies that are being reduced. And if you notice, these are the harmonics. You just keep multiplying the initial sound. So 60 hertz, the next one would be 120, and then so on. That's where you're going to get those harmonics, and you might need to include those as you're working with your filtering, and that's why that's there. They all work together to kind of achieve our goal, and then once you're finished, we now have dealt with that particular noise, and it is better, thank goodness, right? Now, one of the things that once you've added a plugin or multiple plugins to a clip, if you actually want to play it back without any processing, you can right-click and choose to cache that audio effect. Notice right there. You can bounce it, which will actually bake it into a new clip. It'll render a new clip with the effects on it, or just cache. And so I just clicked Cache Audio Effect. You'll notice it now shows a little drive there. So, and this is the clip with the plugin cached. And you can see it's much cleaner than it was before. If I right-click, I can always uncheck the cache, and then it will show it to me. It's still going to sound the same either way. It's just what I'm actually able to hear and see in my waveform, how it's reflecting it. Okay? One other thing while I've got this clip selected is, let's go over to the inspector, because the inspector will show you information about anything that you happen to have selected. And so in this case, if I select this clip, it's showing me information about that particular clip, including the effects that have been applied to it. So all you have to do is click on that Effects tab, and now you'll see that there's my dehummer plugin, and I can actually open up the controls for that anytime by just going into the effects, and I can set that up. I can even turn it on and off if I wanted to from here, or back on the controls. I'm going to hide my inspector, and as you can see, this is with
It came out of cryo.
and without
We've been trying to fix it.
the plugin. I'm going to go ahead and close that up. And so that's the first one. We finished that. Let's move over here. The last plugin that I want to show you, and then we're going to try one more thing, and that's actually applying what we just learned on a real-world project, is I'm going to go down to this lower track, select that clip with my range tool. So it's already marked it. And if I play any of this, what you're going to hear is this is a very scratchy sounding track.
Emiliana Newton. Yes.
Now, I don't know how well you can hear it. If I turn this up, you're going to see there's quite a bit of noise in there, but there's some kind of scratchiness to that that makes it completely unacceptable for playback. I could never turn this in.
Philip Maida. Philip Maida.
Do you hear all that noise back there? Now, this, what we have is our noise reduction will actually help you reduce all different types of noise. In this case, we just want to get rid of this particular sound. What's in between the dialogue, and then leave the dialogue. So the trick to that is I'm going to zoom in, and I'm going to set a range for just part of the clip, right? I don't need all of it. I just need some of it, a place where there's noise. So I just dragged a little range right there. I'm going to turn this way up so I can really hear it, right? And now if I listen, that's the noise I'm trying to avoid. Do you hear that? There's a lot of that little crackly sound in there. Now, obviously, you shouldn't have to turn it loud to hear it, but I just turned it way up to make sure that everybody heard what we're dealing with. So let's use our noise reduction. I'm going to come down here to the noise reduction plugin, and I'm going to drop that right on the clip. Now, the noise reduction gives you two options for reducing noise. I can hide my effects library. The two options that we have for reducing noise, one of them is manual mode, which basically will learn a noise profile. You tell it what to learn, and that's what it removes, sort of like using a key when you're working with images. You know, remove this color. In this case, it's remove this sound profile. So to do that, just make sure you're in manual mode. And then I'm going to press this learn key and just play some of my noise. I'll turn it up a little louder just to make sure it gets a nice profile. As you can see, that crackling noise. You see the white is the actual sound, the purple is what it's reading as the profile. And so if I turn off learn, that's what it's going to keep. So there you go. So that is the part that we have to work with. And just make sure if you are playing looped playback and you have it cranked up really loud, just only play loop playback option /. I'm going to double click on to reset those levels. And now that my noise profile is there, I can clear the range. And let's just play that clip, and it should sound pretty good.
Emiliana Newton. Yes. Philip Maida.
So the noise is gone. Now, if I'm doing too much, if I'm taking out too much noise, I can always adjust my wet-dry level. Dry means no effect has been applied, and wet means fully applied. And anywhere in between is how much of the effect is going on to the clip. Now, as you can see, one of the things that we need to look at here is I want to try the auto mode, because auto sounds so easy, right? Let's go ahead and select it and change it to now auto speech mode. And now what auto speech mode will do is it will listen automatically, and it's going to find the voice and actually extract it from any other background noise. And so I just switched it over to auto speech mode. And as I play, notice it will adjust automatically and just strip that sound out for me. So sometimes you need multiple plugins, and sometimes you can get away with just one. If something's really noisy, I might need to use 2 noise reductions. Maybe I'll do a noise print first, manual, and then add an auto mode. But that is how I can get this to work. So those are 2 examples of some of our repair plugins. Just want to show you how to put some of these things together in a real world project, because this is something that happens all the time. So let's come over here to the a different timeline. I'm going to use this repairs. This is a real clip from a real project. I'm actually going to go to the edit page for the first time. Just click on the edit button. And as you can see, here I am on the edit page. As you can see, the trip to get from editorial to audio post in DaVinci Resolve is very fast, right? You click a single button, I'm already there in audio post. Well, this is what this particular clip looks like in editorial. And if I were on the edit page, and if I was the editor playing it, this is what an editor would see in their tool set. Visuals look great, but listen.
So with a stir fry?
Audio is not great. And most of the sound is only coming out of one speaker. And obviously there's a problem, but it's not very obvious from here. Now let's go back to the Fairlight page. How do you switch to the Fairlight page? Of course, just click the Fairlight button at the bottom of your screen. And now we're on the Fairlight page. Now, right away, when you look at the Fairlight page, we see all of the channels of a clip right there in the track. And so as you can see, this top track, this looks like garbage. This particular upper channel here is barely any sound at all. It might have been a mic turned on, but there's clearly no usable sound in there. But it's being mixed with the good mic, right? Plus we're in a kitchen that has refrigerators and all kinds of other things, so who knows what all is creating the noise. So one of the first things we can do is we can just change the channel mapping of this, so that instead of this being a stereo clip with 2 channels, let's just pare it down to the 1 channel we actually want. The left channel is 1, the right channel that looks decent is channel 2. So how do you change those attributes? Let me go to my arrow tool. And just with your arrow tool, A for arrow, I'm just going to right click on that clip and choose clip attributes. And when you go to clip attributes, this shows me that it's stereo, and it shows me both of my microphones. That just happens to be this clip. If it was a 6-channel clip, it would tell me it was a 6-channel clip, and I'd see all those channels. So what I want to do is change it to mono, so it's only a single channel, but I don't want channel 1, I only want channel 2. There you go. So by making this channel 2, and making it mono, you notice that it'll just take it a second to redraw that. And now I should be able to hear this. I should be able to hear it, and now I'm only getting the single channel that I needed. Now I also want to change my audio. As you can see, this track is a stereo track, and I really need it to be a mono track. So you can at any time change what type of track you're working with too, by just right-clicking the track header, going down to where it says change track type to mono. And now my track matches my clip, and the clip, I can actually see it pretty well. Now let's listen to just the good channel. And even listening to this, I can tell that this is very noisy. You hear all kinds of refrigerator sounds and things in the background. This is pretty noisy. So again, let's go in and use the 2 tools that we have, and how easy that will be to work with, right? So as we're looking at our repairs, one of the things I'll do is take my range tool, and I'll just drag a little range right here of some of that noise. Okay, that'll work. Turn this up a little bit so I can really hear it. Don't be afraid, because I just Option //. Okay, that's the noise. Okay, that's someone saying and as in. So I'll just change the endpoint of that. I marked a new endpoint. Yep, still there. So let me just find a better slice here. Just when in doubt, make a new range. Okay, pure noise. I can hear it. Now I also hear a really high-pitched whine. Again, I think that's a refrigerator. So whenever I have both noise and some kind of hum, I'm going to go for the hum first. So I'm going to go in here to close my media pool, get my effects library. Now, by the way, you don't have to close the media pool. You can have both at the same time. Media pool will then sit on top, and the effects will sit at the bottom, which is fine. In this case, I don't really need the media pool. And I'm going to go in here, and I'm just going to go down and find, there's my dehummer. So I'm going to hit the noise first. I could apply it to the entire track, or I could apply it to the clip. In this case, I'll just drop it right on the clip. There it is. Here's my dehummer. Now this is not Powerline hum. And again, I'm listening to this by hitting Option /. That is not powerline hum. That's a really high-pitched, whiny sound. So first thing I'll do is we could just sweep these frequencies by dragging frequency. I'm also going to make the amount really high, and that way I know I'll hear it when that hum goes away or that hissy sound goes away. So I'm going to now walk downstream. And just right there, that high-pitched whine feels like it's gone. Okay, that's what I was trying to accomplish. So now that the high-pitched sound is gone, I'm also going to adjust my slope a little bit because the main part of his voice, the meat of his voice, is going to be right in this section. And I'm thinking this is a very high-pitched sound. It's probably right there around 400. So I'm going to change the slope just like that. So this swaps the position of the harmonics with the fundamental. And now I'm going to listen here. And that high-pitched whine is gone. I could bring this amount back a little bit if I wanted to. But there. So that was the first problem solved. And then the second one, what I need to do is I need to come in here and now we want to do that noise reduction. Now I don't need a range for that. I'm going to just trust the noise reduction will work and drop it onto the clip. Also reset this and I'm going to set it to auto speech mode. And just like that, I'm going to hope that between the two of them.
Hello, my name's Jamie and today I'm going to take you through a Chinese.
So as you can see, that was putting together those different tools that we have shown you. And in this case, just having those repairs ready to throw in there and adjust makes a really big difference. So whether it's one clip or a dialogue scene, having those repair plugins ready to use is very helpful. So I have one last thing to show, and it's right here. Let's go back to the media pool, hide the effects library. And I'm going to show you when you can't use a plugin or when there's something that you just have to find a way to get rid of. Sometimes you have to go into the sample level to edit something. So the last example for this overview is going to be fixing a music cue. Now, if you've ever come across clicks and pops in your files, you'll notice that it doesn't matter if it's dialogue or music or whatever it is, you can't turn it in if it's got some kind of really loud pop that's going to make all the speakers pop. You know, that means you have to get in there and find a way to fix it. There may be some third-party plugins that work. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But you can go in there and just dial it right out on your waveform using just your arrow tool. And I'll show you how to do that right now. So I've opened up this music cue, and at the beginning of the music cue, there is a 2-pop, which is a single frame. As you can hear, that's just a 1 kilohertz tone, one frame of that for indicating that we are at the beginning of a scene or of a show, that we're using that for sync. If I put my playhead over that and zoom in and continue to zoom in, you'll see we can really get in there pretty far. Remember, left and right, that's one frame, and look at how far I've moved into my waveform. As I continue to zoom, I can get all the way down to the sample level. Once you start seeing these little boxes, you know you're looking at it at the sample level. Now in this case, that's just a 1 kilohertz tone. Now we're going to go in there and find that issue, which happens to be at this red marker. So I can shift down arrow to the red marker, zoom in a little bit, and actually let's play it. I want you to hear this. I'm just going to pull this back to the beginning, play this little piece of music. When you hear that pop, you'll see the meters flash and you'll know you're in trouble, and that's what we have to fix. So let me just play it. Do you hear that? That is the sound we're trying to avoid. That's what we have to fix. That pop that also sends your meter spiking, and you've probably all heard that once before. So now that you've heard it, let's get rid of it. Put my playhead on that red marker, zooming in. This actually only takes a few seconds, believe it or not. So I'm just going to come over here, zoom in, and continue to zoom in. I just have to keep chasing it because we're zoomed in so far that we are nowhere near a frame. And so what I did was I just zoomed into it until I finally got to a point. Notice you can redraw it a few times, going in and out using your zoom shortcuts till you get a space that you can actually work with. That looks pretty good. And so why I was doing that was this is the glitch. That's what it looks like at the sample level. And so if I want to dial that out, I can just select right here. I can select a sample, just kind of move my mouse, make that nice and smooth. And I'll come over here and do the same thing. It doesn't have to be perfect, just want to align it with the ones that were there before. There you go. Shift Z, I'll zoom out, and that glitch is gone. And if I were to play this, no sign of it now, just the percussion. And so that is working at the sample level. So thank you very much for watching this overview of the Fairlight page in DaVinci Resolve. If you have any further questions, you can visit the Blackmagic Design webpage to check it out. So thank you for watching.